Well, the one downstairs, yes. Anyway, no joy. I registered my details with the ladies at the bottom there. She said that we would have one. They would have it with someone handed it in. The thing I'm puzzled about is I was supposed it's not bad to just fix up the phone of the way. Yes, it was. But I think the fact that it's not being used. So I don't know whether I maybe give it a few hours, because it's phone there, and no one can use it. Give it a few hours and then give it today. Someone might have been here yesterday and come back and come back and just handed in this morning. You have a look over there? Yes. I've been all around. I'm sure I had it off the lunch. Well, you must have, because you said you used it. Is that area open? Downstairs? There's nothing there. Did you look around the pool? This is obviously where the ground's got up there. And because the cameras are there. I think also the commentators and people that come down here as well. So they obviously use those areas. The commentators, I think, to come down and use this area. Yes, yes. I'm going to see if that's clear. You've got a copy of it? Yes, I have. The one downstairs, is it? Yeah, they weren't updated. They do it outside, but not just like a blank. I get you a blank. No, I'll get it. I had another look downstairs like behind the stairs. No, the lady downstairs said they would have it. If I someone put down 6 card on the set of door, no better card. I think she was closing somewhere or I turned it upside down. I'll have another look at the car later. When you turn that back, upside down, emptied it out, turned it upside down, closed it. Said multiple times. I know. Yes. This is dark Durham, isn't it? Yeah, Somerset. They are very close to it. They are. They are. what the thing is, but he doesn't know how to what goes online. Well, what can you do? Start with and right. I was once I had to when I was a colleague in the Navy who was I got on fine. He was a control club. They had a competition. They had about 7 and they tried for a place in Oxford University of America. And I contacted I contacted the position he had, and I said, will you share it? Because he said, no, wait, so I then gave him an honest question on the understanding that it was not so I said, hello, you're alright? I do not get to the situation. No, I don't know where that sounds like going to text me and whatever that, whether you're happy or whether you're not. Yes, it's just, yeah, that's a very clever idea. But it is, what's in there, and they've got a cap on the pitch, that's the only thing. And then when he throws it back, yeah, you see, that's when you can see that it's hard, yeah. Beach has obviously got a cap of anything, yeah. And maybe that's a way of him, see how that's the Durham. Yeah, I was a man of road. I'm not sure. I think Northampton has got 11 points to draw. Has got no. Oh, I'd be furious. I potentially got 13 points. Yeah. Well, I mean, that when relegation of promotion. Yeah. Well, surely they get bonus each year on where they finish. So they will lose a lot of money. Potentially. I don't know how the points would happen. No, but that was highly controversial. Yeah. In this weather, to have to fix the match abandoned London away. Well, when I hear of that, I immediately think of the way you do your best. Well, what was 24 in the match plan. And there were basically, you're almost, in the days of your life. The number of things, the back, so, I remember that. I do, but the injury is still part of the bag one. Yes. I'm assuming she's won the thing. That won't be striking massive. That'll be an instant thing. But I don't really understand what the hybrid pitch is. So I have to presumably there's a look it up on the site. Alice just got the voice of football. Really? Yeah. Match of the band and there was a concern from the umpire against Christ safety on a hard bit. It doesn't actually say what a high bit football on the team level. Like a lot of this, you wouldn't know it was there. So, have we got 100% wrong here? I've never heard. I've heard of others. Yeah, no, I've not heard of it. Durham bowls.
A very good morning everyone and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton from all of us at Somerset County Cricket Club. Day 2 of this Vitality County Championship match between Somerset and Durham set to get underway at 11 AM. Somerset due to resume their first innings 395 for 6. James Rue and Casey Aldridge, the overnight not-out batters, on 89 and 12 respectively. A very warm welcome to officials and spectators joining us from the northeast of England. We hope you have an enjoyable few days with us in Taunton. A reminder, there's lots going on around the ground today. We've got a special presentation taking place during the tea interval. The Members' Forum follows the conclusion of today's play in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. The Somerset Cricket Museum is open during the lunch and tea intervals, during which there'll be a book sale as well. And there's a wide range of food and drink offerings available from the usual Somerset concessions. You can pick up scorecards for this match. They're available from reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Members have been emailed a free copy of the scorecard for this match. If you fancy listening to the live stream commentary, synced up with the action on the field, they're available as well from the reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. The Virtue Motors earpiece available at a cost of just £12. A big thanks to match sponsor for this game, Everyone Active and Leisure Management Limited. Everyone Active are Somerset's official gym partner and the longest established leisure contractor in the UK. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. The officials for this match, scorers are Polly Rhodes and William Dobson. The match referee is Will Smith. The umpires are Mike Burns and Rob Bailey. As I just mentioned, a member forum will take place in the county room this evening. The event will be held in the county room 20 minutes after the close of play. CEO Jamie Cox will bring those present up to date with the latest happenings at the club and answer any questions from the floor. The member forum taking place in the county room 20 minutes after today's close of play. So we hope you have an enjoyable day with us here at Taunton. Somerset against Durham, day 2 set to get underway in just 5 minutes' time. match umpires Mike Burns and Rob Bailey. Led out by their captain, Scott Borthwick. Please welcome visitors, Durham. The Somerset not out batters, Casey Aldridge, 12 not out, James Rue, 89 not out. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, we are stronger. We're dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, call it out. Here at Somerset, you can report an issue or concern by alerting a steward or by texting X.
Hello and welcome back to Taunton for day 2 of this county championship match between Somerset and Durham. The clouds have cleared. We've got a beautiful day actually here. There are still a few fluffy white ones ahead of us, but nothing that's going to stop play. It looks like it's going to be a glorious day in the centre of Taunton. The score is 395 for 6. Somerset deciding they wanted to bat, and it's Rue on 89 not out, but at the moment Aldridge, who is alongside him, just taking guard, ready to take the first ball, which looks like it's going to be bowled by Parkinson. I'm Charlie Taylor. Alongside me is Vic Marks, and we'll have Sam Dalling with us throughout the day as well. Good morning, Vic. This is an exciting prospect for Somerset fans in a strong position here.
Absolutely. I wasn't here yesterday, and nor were you, but I you know, nowadays you can keep an eye on things, and obviously there was some great batting from Tom Abel and Tom Banton, and also the not-out batsman James Rue. And a little bit of turn for Parkinson, who's therefore starting with 2 men round the bat. Last night, Aldridge, who's had a terrific little season so far with bat and ball, was very cagey. And that's not a criticism. It was just he wanted to be here this morning alongside Rue, and Somerset would obviously like to get, at a minimum, they'd like to get maximum batting points, get that 450. They've got just under 14 overs to do it. You'd think they might be able to do that. But the ultimate goal is to try and win the game. Even more important. And they've got a good foundation to do that. One of the question marks, as ever, is how this pitch is going to behave. They were just obviously it's designed to turn a little bit, and it did turn a little bit yesterday. Parkinson got 2 wickets, just the 2, but in classical fashion, balls that turned and were edged to slip. So Leach will be busy. That's no question about that, and they're putting quite a few eggs in Leach's basket, whilst giving little baskets to Lewis Goldsworthy and indeed Archie Vaughan. I mean, I'm pretty sure that one of the reasons Archie Vaughan is playing, not as a frontline off-spinner, but as an off-spinner who can bowl, particularly at Leach, very good at left-handers. So you'd expect him to bowl some overs. Well, that's a good start from a Somerset perspective. They're just picking the holes in the field. There's big gaps in front of that Somerset stand, and they've exploited them rather well so far in this first over. And they're a run from a point. Well, he's been watching that Joe Root.
That was the least convincing shot I think we've seen from Aldridge, actually, from his innings. 91 then, Rue is on to, and Aldridge on to 15, and the 400 comes up. So a 4th. That would be enough for full batting points in previous seasons, but not this time. They'll need another 50 runs in 13 overs if they're going to do that. Durham Cricket could do with another 3 wickets to pick up their full bowling points.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they're picking... Cast was quite expensive yesterday, but he's also the quickest and arguably, well, perhaps the most penetrative of the seamers. But he got some rough treatment from Rue yesterday. He hit some glorious boundaries off him just before the close. But Durham, they play a positive game, Durham. I mean, they've started with a couple men round the bat for Parkinson. They're going to have a couple slips there for Cast. They want to get maximum bowling points, just as Somerset want to get maximum batting points. It's harder to get maximum batting points.
Yeah, I heard Ben Stokes talk about this. The decision for that was partly made with him in mind, with the new way that England seem to play, that they want to encourage teams in the Championship to score quicker runs, score big runs quickly. And that was the idea, was to try and get teams to get onto big runs quicker on in their innings. And so
big, fast runs they like.
That's what they want. And that's what they do in the game, isn't it? You see in the Test game, you see them play duckets, all sorts of shots to get him going as quickly as they can. It's about building a base very quickly, getting to 250, that first point, early doors, and giving yourself a good chance to get there. And it is tough. The 450 is a big score. Any match.
Not many sides very often get. I think Durham did it in their last game. They ended up with 500, obeying their colleagues' advice. I mean, ducket is amazing. And they can produce some stats to prove it in terms of leaving the ball. His percentage of leaves is minuscule.
He doesn't do it
and
really,
unprecedented. That's a glorious shot. Oh, a lovely shot. He was very watchful last night, and when he did play a shot, it hit the field. But that was an effortless back foot, classical back foot drive, almost with a vertical bat. They used to have shots like that in the MCC coaching manual. But it's lovely to see it played, and it sped off the bat, raced to the boundary. That's why Gregory and Overton are batting below him.
Well, as you said, he's had a great season with the bat. He's a genuine all-rounder. As far as I'm concerned, I don't consider him a bowler. I see him as an all-rounder.
Yeah. Well, in one way, he's a complete all-rounder because he's one of the best young fielders I've ever seen. And if you're being really picky, you think the only area where you're really looking for immediate improvement, and he has improved actually this summer, is with the ball, which is meant to be his sort of prime asset.
Yeah.
It's quite a dry square. So there was a bit of reverse swing yesterday, my spies tell me. This ball may be still a little bit new for it, I don't know. We're only in about the 15th over, 17th probably, 18th possibly. The outfield is lush green, but the square, there are bare patches there.
"76 runs this partnership so far, which began in the 82nd over. So that's, again, we talk about quick runs. These two have not taken their time, largely down to Rue. Aldridge did go a little bit slowly to start with, but it's fairly good pace otherwise.
Absolutely.
And Rue, he struggled a little bit with that. And when I say struggled on his terms, that generally would, I'd be very happy if I was playing like he was when he was, in inverted commas, struggling. But in the second half of the season, he looks like he's just clicked into gear a little bit.
Well, he's got the balance brilliant. I mean, he's played aggressively. I think there was right at the start of the season, he got out. He looked in good nick, but he got out playing some really quite ambitious shots, and you felt from a distance, he's just so keen to impress the Stokeses of this world, or maybe the Hurries of this world. Why aren't I? I'd like to be in the one-day team right from the start, all the one-day cricket. And there was some cheap dismissals. That's a lovely little gentle push. His spying of the gaps in the field is brilliant. But in the second half of the season, he played some wonderful knocks in the Metro Bank. And he takes risks, but he calculates them. And the odds are usually in his favour when he's in good nick, and he's been in terrific nick. And he's been very aggressive here, but not too many risks taken. And at the moment, he's just started, and he's just patting the ball into gaps with ease. In many ways, Somerset would like to see some balls really misbehave from that end, from Parkinson.
At this stage, when you've got 400 on the board, you're quite happy to see the ball turn a bit. Down the pitch comes Aldridge for this one, not really getting hold of it at all.
Well, no, but he still snatched a single.
And that is something, again, we just quickly back to Rue, although that was Aldridge there. The way you can look up from Rue, and even if he hasn't hit a boundary, look away for a moment, look back at the scorecard, and he's added another 10-15 runs onto his score. He's already added 5 this morning. Oh,
yeah, and there's another one. I mean, he is one of those guys, you're exactly right. It happens with, well, good players. It happens with Root very often. You think, well, he hasn't played many great shots, and you suddenly realise he's got 25 or 30 balls, and he's barely played a shot, which is always a sign of a very good player. And Rue sort of has some of those characteristics.
It looked like he played very well yesterday, when perhaps there was some poor shot selection going on around him, helping England out.
Well, I didn't see much of that yesterday. I've seen the scorecard. I've also seen his get-out shot. And I'm pretty sure he was fed up with himself. I guess that was the first time he'd tried something like that in the innings. And he got 140 out of about 300, probably less at the time, around 300. And then the first time he decides to elaborate, which he doesn't need to do because he's scoring so freely, with the reverse scoop, it bobbles up in the air, and he wasn't smiling much as he left. I mean, they were clapping like fury. Stokes was clapping like fury and smiling, and he certainly won't chastise him because, as it happens in that Test match, well, I think Atkinson was 70-odd not out, and Potts from Durham, who can hold a bat, was holding it well too. So the tail was sort of lessening the frustration of Root's dismissal, and it seems a bit churlish to moan about someone getting out to a dubious shot when he's got 143 out of about 300. But I was feeling that. What are you doing? And I'm sure he was feeling that by the time we got back there.
It's frustrating because you get to 140, you think, well, how many more could he go? He's obviously in the mood, and then you think,
if someone stayed with him, he was on for a massive score. But still, New England is very exciting.
Oh, lovely.
Oh. That's a gloriously timed little clip, isn't it? He does seem to like facing so far. He likes the extra pace that class gives him. It certainly doesn't look like an inviting pitch to bowl seam on at the moment, has to be said. And I think it's changed, as it always does here. It's changed colour a bit from yesterday. But what a lovely little flick off his toes there, through mid-wicket.
On to 99.
99, well, single will do, but we'll see.
From the moment he came in, there was no... This is the new Rue. Well, not the new Rue, really. He's always played like this, but this is the Rue we've come to get used to now, is straight away playing beautiful shots, well timed, finding those gaps you're talking about, Vic. This is what we're used to with Rue now. That's a great ball. It's causing him to play inside the line there and just let it through.
Yeah, that was quite an elaborate leave for him. But it was a leave.
Trying to make it as difficult as possible, isn't he, to pick up that single. Little battles in between the widest form of this game.
There's good pace there, good carry. And, well, let's see, they are still, Durham, hints of aggression. They've taken a man away from mid-wicket, and where are they going to pop him? Into the gully. There we go. No, well, I thought he did it, but he didn't. He missed it.
Luckily for him.
Yeah. That's a good ball, that. He was just, I thought he was just trying to angle it down to third man, and that possibly, like our spies have suggested, well, it swung a little bit away from Rue, whether that's early reverse swing. And it's a very good Yorker, and, well, nearly bowled him, and there were those who thought it might have just brushed his toe and therefore worth an LBW shout, but he's still there, 99.
Oh, and he's just passed it through the hand of slip. I think there was a hand on it. It will be 4, and that will bring up his 100, but not in the way I suspect he was planning. Just tapping it. I'm sure slip got a touch on that. As it is, James Rue celebrates his 8th first-class century. A reminder, he is 20 years old and already has 8 first-class centuries to his name. A fantastic talent coming through the Somerset Academy, and although that wasn't the shot that will be remembered for in this innings, it's the one which brings up the 3 figures.
Well, I don't think any other Somerset players got 8 first-class centuries at that age, but the gurus out there, the statistical gurus out there, or possibly down the corridor amongst our research team, will be able to tell us. It's good over this, actually, from Cars. He's beaten him twice. And that zipped through. Well ducked, actually, but that might have been that boundary for 4. I mean, it's just a glimmer of swing away from the left-handed Rue. We're up around 87, and when you get 87 come up from a short ball, because that usually takes a couple miles an hour off it when it's pitched short, it naturally decelerates when it hits the ground. That's pretty quick. And he's out. Well, that was threatened by some very good bowling there. He's got it a bit fuller, and Rue has pushed at it. And again, there's a little bit of movement away from the left-hander, and the one slip was in business there. Well, he's got his 100, but Cass has got his wicket. And I'm sure he's a little bit disappointed. By his standards, it was a rather tentative prod. I'm sure he was contemplating making hay in the early morning sunshine, or late morning sunshine, but Cass has got him. Still, it's 103, not to be sniffed at.
No.
The second centurion of the innings, defeated by Cass, who's bowled really well in this over here. And, well, we're into the tail now. Lewis Gregory's coming out.
Yeah, that was very much bowler on top, wasn't it, in that part of the... and perhaps there's a bit of work there for Rue, still very young, mentioned he was only 20 years old, perhaps hasn't come across bowling where it's been that calibre too often.
Well, not very often. Pace. Cass is lively. He's up around, we said, 87 for shorter balls. And he's getting that ball to zip through. And it's one of the adjustments everyone has to make along the way, because you don't see pace at county level that often. There are a few around, but not many. So you're not exposed that often. He's slightly flat-footed, and he's pushed at the ball without really moving his feet much, which is fine if the ball's not doing anything at all, but it just moved away, had a lot of energy on it, and was well taken at first slip. This has prompted a bowling change at the other end, because there's just a little bit of movement there. So the spinners come off, and the reliable rain returns. It was a contrasting challenge. Rain is the old nagging 77 mile an hour, gives you nothing, line and length, little bit of nibble here and there. Sort of archetypal stalwart county bowler who, especially in April when it's seeming around on hopeful pitches a little bit, I mean, just gives you nothing, you get trapped.
Jumping around the crease is Aldridge, firing it down the ground. Pace taken off it by the fielder, and come through just for a couple in the end. Could have been 4.
It's quite a nice contrast to have. You've got Rain, and then you've got Cass, who hits the wicket hard, bowls at pace, and has got a little bit of movement.
419, so what are Somerset away? 31 away from the final batting point.
Yeah, well, there's no guarantees of that, but that will be goal 1.
We're getting to the stage of the season where batting points seem to me, from the outset, looking at the teams and how they play, they seem to treasure batting and bowling points, the bonus points, more than they do in April and May. That's my take on it. They seem to.
I mean,
it increases in importance.
That is true, particularly if you're looking down to the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
Which neither of these sides are actually at the moment, but it can all change with victories here, there, and everywhere. Surrey, though, have such a substantial lead that you've got to win games to make any headway. And Surrey are well placed, of course, in their game against.
Well, it's Burns. Burns just churning out. What did he get? Double century in the previous round, century already in this one. How's he going? Let's have a
I think he's out, hasn't he?
Out.
But he's got 160 first, so I think I'm right in saying.
My screen hadn't quite updated. Burns made 161. Yep. So,
but he got about 200 in the last match.
Yeah, so they're 344 for 5. So
yeah, well, that's not a bad situation. Oh, come over to my side. That's a real old pro shot. He's sort of whipped him. There's a 6-3 offside field, so what's Aldridge done? He's shuffled a little bit towards the offside and just clipped him like an old pro through the vacant mid-wicket area. I'll take 2.
Well, there's some news that we didn't have last night, is that Somerset made a signing overnight.
Yes.
For the evening. Brett Randall is that right? Is that his name?
He likes a signing, old Andy. Takes us by surprise, Andy Hurry.
New Zealander, 29 years old, bowler, seamer.
Well, I think, yes, another seamer. I mean, I think he's aware of Pretorius can't play. I mean, it's to Andy Hurry's credit, actually, that he signed Riley Meredith, Miguel Pretorius, and they've done really, really well for the county. And now they've both been picked for their national teams, so they can't play for us at the end of the season. So everyone's a winner, really.
Well, it seems that overseas players that come to play for Somerset get picked, but at the moment Somerset players aren't getting picked for the national. So Somerset are obviously good enough for some teams, not good enough at the moment to get picked for England.
Well, the only player who gets picked for international honours from Somerset is one who never plays for Somerset. Shoaib.
Yeah, that's true. Shoaib, of course. Hanging on his toes there, Gregory, who I suspect quite enjoyed a day off yesterday, in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the broad view of what's coming up. Actually, I think it would be handy for him to have some time at the crease with the bat, because he didn't do much at Warwickshire. He didn't play at Warwickshire. That's why.
He didn't do much. He's probably on the golf course or something. But no, he didn't play, did he? Overton captain. What's on the pads? Looks like a bit leg-sided.
Just going down, I think. And then my vague recollection is that during the 100 he was often batting quite low and didn't get many runs in the 100. Even he was leading the team as ever. And it's very hard to go into a T20 match if you don't feel in good nick.
You've got an eye on the quarter-final.
Of course I have. Yeah. I mean, this is my main priority, but quarter-final is around the corner.
Yeah. A week yesterday, is that right? 5th of September. I think it's in Northampton.
So from just looking ahead to that game, obviously you want as many batsmen as possible feeling in great nick, because you haven't got any time in a 2020 match to, try and recuperate. 3 or 4, 2 balls maximum probably. So better to hopefully to get into some sort of rhythm, albeit at red ball pace perhaps, beforehand, is my thinking. Yeah, well, it's a good bouncer. Well, quite a good bouncer. It was just a bit high and he got out of the way of it. rather neatly.
So would you like to see, perhaps give him a moment to get in here, would you like to see him play a bit of a T20 style?
Well, no,
batting
not really.
innings
No,
then?
not particularly. What I'd like to see
bit of
is
time.
him. I mean, I think if he gets in, he'll. We know he's a sweet timer and he's naturally aggressive. More, I'd like to see him just have time at the crease, try and guide us to 450 and beyond if possible. But I don't mind what pace he goes. And then you'll find, I think, if you haven't played much in the middle, then suddenly, hopefully, at some point, the middle of the cover drive, middle of the bat, or whatever it is, speeds off. And everything seems simple again. Because he is a touch player. I mean, he's a lovely timer of the ball, isn't he, Gregory? But rather than a sort of out-and-out technician, so you just need that feel to come back.
Yes.
And he's off the mark because of a misfield. You'll take that.
It wasn't a bad-looking shot, was it?
No.
It hit the fielder, but
No.
it felt good. Bit of, I should think, getting into the flow, as you say. Is that what it was like for you, Vic? Spending time in the middle and then...
Well, I
you a
wouldn't necessarily
technician?
make that, but what I would say is that I was not a technician. I mean, I have to keep reminding people I signed as a batsman. But, I mean, I contrast, and I grew up with, say, Pete Roebuck was my contemporary. Now, he was focused on his technique a lot, and he'd be in that indoor school and working on little things, and conscious of his technique and how he played when he played well, and sort of was more analytical about his own batting. And I was slightly different, partly because I evolved as an all-rounder that gave you a bit more license. But so every innings was a voyage of adventure in many ways to see whether whether it was everything was working or not. I mean, some days it might be. Well, that's a delicate little lake glance. So I relied on, more on touch, and hopefully everything was aligned rather than having that really sound technical base. And I think all-rounders tend to think a bit more like that, partly because they claim they haven't got time to go, working on that technique all the time. So I never quite knew when I went out whether obviously if you got in a good run of form, you were relatively confident that everything's okay. But there were times where it seemed a very complicated process to
overthink it, can't you?
No. Well, that was my theory. I didn't want to overthink it. That is a lovely shot, though. That's the sort of thing I'm talking about. You just leant back and popped that through the cover with no effort whatsoever. That's a high-quality shot. But you won't have played many of them in the last month or two.
No. Other than a bit of net playing, but it's not the same, is it?
No,
You've not got
it's not
fielders
quite
there.
the same, no.
But that was a lovely
But
shot.
that is a glorious shot, which relied... He's got 6 men on the... No, he's got 5 men on the offside, but 4 protecting that area, and he's just... Beautiful timing through that gap there.
Atkinson has reached his 100. He's on 107
Really?
from 105 balls, including 12 fours and 4 sixes. That is an
me.
incredible innings. He is the quickest man to get, in Test cricket, 10 for in the match.
And 100.
And 100. In 2 games it's taken him. Because he got 12 for whatever it was in the first game, and 107 not out at the moment in this one. That's quite a...
What's the score? That's
The score now is 393 for 7. This takes a bit of a leading edge, but safe.
okay. Well, Roots. We won't focus on Roots.
No,
dismissal anymore. Then.
he's
That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, they all said he could bat, and he's played about 5 Test matches now, and we all know from Surrey that he is a capable batsman, but we didn't think he was that capable.
No, well,
and is Potts still there? He can bat.
Potts
too,
is
you
there,
see.
21 not out from 41 balls. So.
No, he's playing the passive partner then.
Comes rain, and Gregory is defending. 430 for 7. I mean, the way Somerset might look at this and they'll be thinking about the 500. They're so 70 runs away. It's obviously a lot of work to do before then.
Well, they'll be thinking about 450, but that, I mean, that won't. They will. I would have thought they will just plough on because you know it won't be easier than now to score runs. I mean, the hope is that it'll get more difficult, but you can never be sure of that. Yeah.
Tom Abel, I heard his post-match interview yesterday, was saying that it wasn't a particularly difficult. He was obviously going to do himself down and be very humble about it, as he always is. But he said it wasn't. Anthony from the BBC asked him, "Where does it rank amongst your great innings?" And he said, "Well, I don't see it as my best because I don't think it was particularly hard work to score runs out there." So Somerset will certainly be hoping that it gets harder than that. Because what you don't want is Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick and Ollie Robinson coming on what is a flat deck and scoring
well,
a lot of runs.
I mean, absolutely, we've seen, you know, Somerset rack up big scores here, and then we've also seen the opposition do the same.
Yeah, you can get very excited as a cricket fan when your team does well, but there is that old saying, isn't it? Until both teams are batting, that goes whether you've got a terrible score or a very good score.
Well, we know this is not a terrible score.
Yes, no, we can't. Yeah.
Carstens look good now. He's got that wicket of Rue, and he's bowling with some pace and aggression. A couple slips in, beating the bat again there.
Potts has now got out, but Atkinson is still there.
Well, Shoaib will be strapping on his
oh no. Well, Craig Overton's been there before, where he was. What was Craig? Was Craig on 99? Was it when
95? I think.
95. Yeah. It was close, wasn't he? When Shoaib had a big old swish at one and missed. Oh, managed to get enough on it to give a catch away.
Yeah, I think he was utterly distraught, Shoaib, afterwards. Should have been a bit more, a little more calculated beforehand, really. I think the point was made to him, probably.
Well, with any luck, there's a lesson learnt there that he won't be repeating. A bit more scrutiny when there's a test match at Lord's compared to a game here, but it'll be interesting to see.
He'll get far more chastisement in the Somerset dressing room for getting out with a bloke on 95 than he will in the English dressing room.
Yes, that's true, actually, isn't it, these days? I think you're probably right. Especially when that person is Craig Overton as well. You suspect out of all the players, Craig's one who's likely going to take that. He looked quite cross today. I remember him
he had right to
punching the bat in frustration. I'm trying to think, was that earlier this year or last season? I can't quite remember now.
It was this year, I think.
Was it earlier this year? So there are some, I've just spotted the new solar panels on the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
Oh, right.
SCCC it spells out. Can you see right at the top there?
Oh.
GB Energy. It says
there you go. I hadn't spotted that.
There you go.
Well, I can't see it from here.
Yeah, you'd have to crane your neck to see it. But they're spelling out SCCC.
It's quite clever, isn't it?
Well, it spells it out in gaps. Here we go. You see it on the screen now. So is there a lot of energy lost because those gaps don't have solar panels? I just wonder what the payoff is between.
This is the BBC carping.
This is it. We've got to drag. We've got to hold someone to account for something.
But
I wonder because there must be a payoff, mustn't there? There must be a sort of. Yeah, we'll have the branding, but we will lose some of the benefit of having it there. I wonder what the payoff is, how much you can do. It's nicely played around the corner, but I only pick up one there.
I think it's in-depth inquiry from the breakfast programme.
Let's haul someone over some sort of coals somewhere. As long as those coals are sustainably heated.
Well, you can't. You can't. And no coals.
No coal's gone in there. We can't have coal.
Yeah.
Over a heat pump or something.
Yeah. Yes.
But it is a nice day today. They'll be assuming they're switched on now. They've all plugged in. I assume they are. Don't know how long these things take, but they certainly weren't there last time I was here.
That's it, surely. It's close. Perhaps he's hit it. He's walked off as if, don't be so stupid. Well, I always think that when the wind turbines, there's plenty of them in the West Country now, and it's a nice day and there's a tiny bit of breeze and they're not going round. What's going on? And apparently, it might be, if they're old ones, it might be the wind's coming from the wrong direction. Well, that's no good, is it? Well, I don't know. I don't know why they're not going round, but it does happen. You could add that to the.
Yeah, well, maybe what you suggesting we get one here? Yeah, well, that's it. We're gonna. I'll make it sound like I don't want these renewable energy. I do want these renewable energy.
Perhaps these floodlight pylons could double as wind turbines.
Oh, yeah, get a turbine on the back of those.
Yeah.
Something will take off, I expect. It was a bit breezy today on my bike. So, yeah, let's have a
We'll
look
go
at
back to the LBW shout. I think that's a good idea. Well, that looked a very good shout to me.
Not bad, is it?
And it's hard to tell whether he's hit it or not. I suspect. Well, he certainly gave the impression that Gregory, this is maybe he's just an old pro, but let me see, that's not that. Went off for a little casual walk to square leg, and maybe there was an inside edge, which is hard. It's hard to spot at this level, because otherwise, I mean, that seemed a very good shout indeed. Look at him go off to square leg. Don't be so daft.
Get over it.
And I think if there was the review system, they might have considered long and hard.
It isn't Shoaib next in, because England are 8 down rather than 9. So it's Ollie Stone, who's I'm so pleased to see back in the Test lineup. It's been a long time with injury, so Ollie Stone, quick bowler for Nottinghamshire these days. That's right, isn't he? He's doing Notts. So looking at Sam Dalling, who's got his finger on the pulse of county cricket.
He has. We rely on that, don't we?
We really do. Yeah. Flying his trade in at Trent Bridge these days, although he's at Lords at the moment. So he's alongside Atkinson on 107 in the Test match. Yesterday, I was very impressed. Now, there was a lot of spin being bowled, which helped, but they bowled their overs and they finished bang on time, 6 o'clock yesterday, which is very rare. You see that.
No,
96 overs, all done by 6.
I mean, I think Parkinson bowled 25 overs or so.
Obviously, that helps a lot.
But nonetheless, there was a sort of business-like. They get on with it, Durham. I mean, they've got many. They've had 2 seasons of high achievement.
Industrial people in the northeast. Oh, this is a swing. Has that gone all the way? Side of it.
It has.
Yeah, it has. It's a good shot. Lewis Gregory, you mentioned about feeling uncomfortable at the crease. Well, he looks comfortable there.
I mean, that's a lovely, what we call that, a pull drive.
It's a little bit outside off, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. Just let him swing his arms. And that, I mean, that's what I was talking about. It'd be doing the world of good to have a little knock in which he just got the feeling again ahead of. I mean, in the context of this game, it's very handy, but also looking ahead to a T20 match. And he's been a key batsman in Somerset's T20 successes over the years. Just get the juices flowing again, and they were flowing there. I mean, that is a glorious shot. And he can't sort of run at the bowler because the wicketkeeper's standing up, but it's from a standing start there.
He's a smarter batter than he gives away. Sort of his
yeah. I mean, when
attitude.
he played for England, I think as a batsman, under 19s, he played England under 19s, and he was very much a batsman who bowled, I think. And then for several years, it was a long time ago now, it was hard to sort of categorise his role for Somerset. Was he, a top 6 batsman who bowled a bit? In fact, he's evolved as a genuine all-rounder, but one whose bowling probably has been his strongest suit.
Yeah, for a long time he was opening the bowling, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was getting genuine swing early on with the ball. He was, absolutely, more of a bowler.
Well, I think he'll open the bowling in this match,
Yeah.
I would have thought.
Well, who have they got? They've got Aldridge and Overton, Gregory as the
That's
seamers.
it.
Yeah, that's it.
And Lammonby.
Bit of Lammonby. I doubt he'll open it, but he could be
right.
amongst the mix.
Well,
couldn't he?
they're hoping it'll turn a bit.
Yeah.
And but we'll wait and see later on. Here's Sam.
Vic, thank you very much. Vic Marks alongside us today. Great to have him with us on what is a lovely day at Taunton. It's late summer day. A couple of days left of meteorological summer, if you like. That's what we get told, isn't it? It's a simple way of remembering it. It takes away the debate. That's what I like. Otherwise, there's all this debate about when summer begins and ends. Whereas if it's meteorological, it is June, July, August.
What if I don't like it?
Hello everyone, apologies about that. A couple of technical gremlins. It wasn't me, I didn't press anything, I promise. Hello everyone, apologies about that. Cast is continuing.
Sounds like we're back.
The short ball on for the over from Bryden Cast. You were mid Botox chat as well,
Well,
Charlie.
I was, because yesterday evening, once the shadows had started to lengthen and perhaps cider had started to flow, Pete Trigo was talking a lot about beauty treatment, and I think the word he used was plonker when he said, and I'll quote, "Anyone who does anything to try and stay looking young is a plonker." And so he got onto beauty treatment. I don't know quite how he got onto that.
That's often the way he treats, though, isn't
Yeah.
it? He goes off piste at times, which is lovely. It was thoroughly enjoyable. And then he suddenly
walks off.
turns.
Yeah.
He ignores the cricket for 5 minutes, and then gives you a lovely bit of technical analysis in the middle of it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. 4:40 for 7. Morning to all of you in on the live stream comments. Some new faces, some older faces. Older faces? I mean, they're not really faces. I can't see. You know
Well,
what I mean.
Triggs would be happy if they've got old faces.
As long as they've not had any work done.
If they're long enough, yeah, I don't want that.
Bob broadcast, good Yorker. Well dug out by Casey Aldridge, actually. This is an interesting battle, Cast and Aldridge, because I think Cast is probably the player that Aldridge wants to become and is on his way to becoming. He's got that little bit of extra pace, probably mid to late 80s, maybe even a bit sharper. Ryan Campbell was on the live stream yesterday. Brilliant to have Durham head coach singing Cast's praises, saying he's probably a number 7 batter, maybe a number 8 at Test match, but that they really like his batting. Casey, as that all to come, is just starting to show his real quality. Might get a couple here.
Yeah, good gap he's found. Running hard. Gregory at the danger end makes it.
Yeah, really good bit of work from Bastelader out there. Just to the right of young Daniel Hogg.
Only 6 players have hit a century, taken a fifer, and taking a 10 wickets in the match at Lords.
Yes, in his first Test year, he's on the board for all,
He's
all
on
three
the board
boards.
for all 3 already.
It's not bad, is
That
it?
is quite amazing.
Probably have to rename the ground after him shortly. Needs a stand, you'd have thought. Fuller again.
Well, they've got a couple of famous Gusses now, haven't they?
Yeah, they do.
Angus's. Middlesex. Anyway, amazing stuff. One of those stats which sort of bends the rules of what you expect, really. So
Not bad for a bloke who'd played about 6 first-class games before the summer.
not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Thank you very much.
What do you make of... Sorry, Sam, go
I
on.
was just giving a little nod to our sponsors, WPA Health Insurance, who are the reason we can sit here and chat some nonsense, some sensible stuff to you. 4-4-3 for 7.
So I was just briefly got onto it with Vic. Seema signed overnight for Somerset, announced last night. Brett Randall, the New Zealander, Kiwi, going to be playing for Somerset in the last 3 games of the season.
Yeah, I don't know masses about Harry Everett. We're trying to tell me a little bit. He's walking around with his Central District kit on, Harry. So we've done a little video for Cider Press that will go out a bit later. I think it's sensible.
As rain continues. Going to Aldridge, happy just to defend this one. He's moved on to 31 now. Aldridge is such an important player in this setup, the way he goes about it. Useful lower order runs.
I think you've got to be careful. As much as you want all your bowlers to play every game, they've had a long season. There's a T20 quarter-final, there's a Metrobank final, there's potentially a finals day. Lewis Gregory hasn't been fully fit for parts of the season. Grego's done a lot of bowling. Not always going to play on pitches like this, which are conducive to spin, we'd imagine.
Well, we haven't seen that much of it yet this morning. They've stuck largely with seam, as this is just played into the mid-wicket area.
So I think to have someone of decent quality by the looks of things, played a bit of New Zealand Day, and actually you can go, people rolled their eyes a bit about Miguel Pretorius' signing, and how good was he in the end in a test squad?
Yeah,
you can go a couple of ways. Worcestershire did it with Nathan Smith. A lot of people would have gone, "Oh, who's Nathan Smith?" He was absolutely fantastic for them from New Zealand. So and they have a bit of experience. It's similar conditions as well at times over there. So I don't mind it. You always got to. Ryan Campbell talked about fast bowling depth. Durham almost down to their last legs at times.
Rain in, and And Gregory happy to defend this. He's already on 15.
He might even be in the air as we speak, I think, on you overseas. It's not quite football, is it? You see that it's the transfer deadline day, so people are logging on to the various private airport websites and going, oh, there's a flight from Switzerland to Newcastle Airport. Who's going to be on that? It's like, wow.
Can't quite say it's the same for cricket. But it's interesting to see. I think it's good. Depth in your bowling unit, especially seam bowling unit, is so important. So, yeah, Somerset looking nailed on here for full batting points, which is, well, here we go. In fact, there's going to be just 4 more to the total, so they're just 2 away now. Shot from Lewis Gregory down the ground. Off drive for 4. So the score moves on to 4-4-8 for 7, and they've got 20 balls to hit 2 runs to pick up maximum batting points. Now, they won the toss and chose to bat, so you want to score a big score like this, but the pitch offering a bit of spin as well. It's a very, very good score, this, for Somerset. Sets up the game for them very nicely, makes things very difficult for Durham. This is shorter, ducked out of the way off by Lewis Gregory. But when you're facing 450 on the board in the first innings, winning that game is almost impossible. Not impossible, but to the you're going to have to skill them out in the second inning. So Durham are already here looking at a draw being their best.
It's tough, that, isn't it? After day 1, after a 7-hour coach journey, they came down 2 days early.
Came down 2 days early. I love that.
Came down on Tuesday because you just can't recover. Your pro athletes, your bowlers.
Sort of 18th century, sort of highwaymen style. Oh, swiped, hooked.
I'm not sure they were on the road for 2 days. I think the idea was to have a full day here.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't sort of horse-powered, was it?
No, I don't think so.
I think that would take longer than 2 days anyway.
Carr's taking his jumper off, so he's going to continue on the Eurolay speed gun. You see Ben Rain operating in and around 70 miles an hour, 72, 73. But a fantastic bowler. We'll see Carr with a little bit more pace, a bit more zip from the Marcus Draskovic Pavilion end. Couple of slips still in. Scott Borthwick still attacking. We saw a bit later in the afternoon yesterday when the ball was maybe 40, 50 overs old. Potential for a bit of a reverse swing. Not quite at that stage yet. This one is 27 overs old. There's Gregory on strike. He's got 20. Casey Aldridge has got 32. Having a good summer, Casey Aldridge. Couple of half centuries already. Almost a breakthrough summer in the sense he's playing a bit more first team cricket. Durham got a lot of batting. I mean, they can get something out for under 500 from here. It's not a good score from the start, but from here under 500, and then they just bat long. Off the back foot. And Rain can't quite get down, so pick up a couple, and that will take Somerset past 450, so a full haul of batting bonus points. All 5, remember, you get one at 250 and then one for each 50 runs you score thereafter. Within the first 110 overs, Somerset have done it with time to spare.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, Durham is still only on 2 bonus points from bowling. They've got 2 and a bit overs to pick up 2 wickets, so it's been hard work. Long day yesterday. Already things have been a bit tricky for them this morning, although they bowled well, got Rue out. I think they did get Rue out as well. Yeah. I think Rue looked a little bit hurried in that over, where he streakily picked up a 4 to get to his 100. He played magnificently yesterday. I watched a lot of his innings, and his innings is quick. He goes about his run, gets his run so quickly now.
It was almost a shame, wasn't it, because he didn't feel like he could probably celebrate the 100. It was a bit sheepish, wasn't it? It
was a little bit. Yeah, well, I certainly felt it. Yeah. I'm sure it goes down in the book.
Yeah, of course.
They won't say brackets sheepish next to it, a little asterisk.
Turn around the corner, just before singing. Well, if Harry Everett's managed to make his way into the scorer's box, it might do.
Yeah. So Harry Everett was doing the announcements yesterday here.
Oh, yeah.
Several videos coming out of the scorer's box.
I think he's next door chewing Ricky Clark's ear off.
Yeah, poor old Ricky.
Trying to get him to play a game of Somerset Stragglers probably this afternoon.
Good to see Ricky.
Oh, he's great, Ricky Clark, isn't he?
Yeah.
What a cricketer. What a pair of hands. Just didn't drop catches. I saw him drop one once. It was the weirdest thing. Shock. Nice shot from Gregory. They might come back for 2. Parkinson, no, does really well, Callum Parkinson. Spends a lot of his days when he's not bowling. He bowls his overs very quickly. Spends a lot of his days down at third or at fine leg. Usually quite wide as well. So Sophie and I were saying yesterday, brilliant to have Luffy here. I know she's brilliant, Sophie, when she's on. Unfortunately for us, we can't get her that often, but fortunately it's because she's playing a lot of pro cricket. So
Not a lot of sports where you can reminisce about players and say, oh, what a pair of hands. Cricket's definitely one of them.
Cast is
I
down.
think goalkeepers you could, couldn't you,
Yeah.
in football?
Wicket keepers.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Probably basketball we could add. There's a few, I
Basketball,
reckon.
oh, what a pair of hands.
Don't hear it often. though.
LeBron James, what a pair of hands.
108 gone. 455 for 70. The Brighton cast speed gun, thanks to Eurolate for that.
What would they say about your hands?
Safe hands, David Seaman. Remember, he used to
Is that
sign
what
his.
they say?
sign-
Oh, is that? Oh, you're right. Yeah, yeah.
I don't
Safe
know
hands,
what they say,
David
but I haven't caught a ball for a while. There's some video footage of you catching, isn't there?
yeah, yeah. A few years ago now. I caught 4 of 6 at the high balls that Paul Tweddle had smashed up into the air.
I wouldn't fancy that. I'll tell you what I would say, Charlie, and I will say it, is that while we've said, yeah, Durham, we're thinking, the best we can hope is a draw. I don't know if they will. They might know it deep down.
Yes, I think
but
there's more of a...
But Ryan
yeah.
Campbell, they'll foresee and will believe, I'm not sure to what extent, they play this positive brand of cricket. Well, they'll go, right, fine, well, we'll have 100, 200 run lead by halfway through day 3 and then we'll bowl them out. Simple as that. They will believe that.
So, 100 run lead would be, well, we're going to be looking at least 600-ish.
Fine. Got 5-3-1 for 7 declared last week.
Yeah. Oh, they can do it. Let's see what the pitch is doing here, because they're bringing on the spinner. They won't spin much unless it bounces. Parkinson. Yeah, and that's that. You back yourself to do it. You say, yes, we can win from here. But when
Whose slogan's that? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Yeah. Oh, down the pitch, over the bowler's head. Oh, that's big. 6 runs. Now this will, and Somerset fans will be happy to see it come off a Somerset bat. What they probably won't like is the fact that a spinner here is being taken downtown.
Well, yeah, but they're in this strong position with a sort of little bit of pressure off, a chance to free their arms. And we saw Parkinson get a couple to turn, which would have piqued Jack Leach's interest. And that of Archie Vaughan and Lewis Goldsworthy. They won't mind. I saw a bit of footage of Michael Vaughan, who's I think doing the TMS up at Lords, and there's a clip of him saying when Archie went out to bat, like I said, I've not been this nervous at a cricket ground for a long, long time, and I'm not even there.
Yeah, priorities, Michael. That's a chance, isn't it? He's cross with himself, Parkinson. He should have caught that, I think. Got a lot on it.
He should have caught it. You know what? I think what surprised him was how slowly it got to him.
Yeah.
I think he was there early. Maybe he just held it back. But he had to wait. You see, he gets his hands there and eventually he sticks them out.
He's gone too early, hasn't he, with the jump?
He's
on his way down, yeah. Well, it's a chance, goes down. It's a chance to spin as well, which is important to note just because Somerset have got 3 frontline spinners. Archie Vaughan, probably not a frontline spinner as such, but very useful spinner. Same with Goldsworthy. You've got Leach, Vaughan, Goldsworthy. You've also got Umeed in there. Now, they won't want to rely on Umeed, but he did pick up a wicket against Warwickshire. It's his old team. And he could, point of difference leg spinner as well. So Somerset will be very happy to see chances to spin. They'll be also very happy to see them put down at the moment. But the fact is that spin obviously isn't quite as easy to play, perhaps as Aldridge made it look earlier on in the over where he smashed Parkinson over his head for 6. Now, I'm assuming that's asleep. Because
Having a great otherwise.
the owner's very relaxed, I'm assuming. That looks quite nice. Go for a little snooze in the sun. I was thinking that.
Spin at both ends. George Drizzle. Or as Harry Everett might say,
Dressel?
Former Somerset loanee, George
Right.
Drizzle going on
Oh,
to
I
the
see. So how else do you pronounce? All right, yeah. Well, this is Somerset who obviously were thinking about spin, weren't they, when they put this team together? I'm sure that's why Vaughan is in the side. So they won't be disappointed to see Durham thinking, well, let's try it both ends.
Yeah, and there's an element perhaps of the ball being a bit older, not doing much. It's not going to reverse swing yet. It's 30 overs old to actually save the legs of the seamers. You've got to be really careful. In this situation, if the player's going to go after it, pick up these last 3 wickets, hopefully cheaply with a little bit of turn. Drizzle's going to come around the wicket.
Atkinson's moved on to 118 at Lord's.
2-1-2.
Keeping you
Doing all right there, boy, isn't he?
Mm.
Drizzle in, 1 slip. To round the wicket, so it makes...
Hang on. Oh, no, he's out. 118. Sorry, I did him. I absolutely did him then. 118. And so Shoaib Bashir will join Ollie Stone at the crease, presumably, unless they declare.
Turned into the leg side past Ashton Turner. Just be 1 though. Daniel Hogg doing the fielding down there. Gus Atkinson's highest score in all forms of cricket, beating his 108 for Surrey second 11 back in 2018. Good venue. Got
all
more
forms, love that.
More hundreds at Lords than Sachin Tendulkar, more 5 there than Shane Warne. Sweep shot for Casey Aldridge, but Bastillada is out there at deep
Well,
square.
I was taking a look at the list of all-time most hundreds in a Test career, because Root obviously picking up another one, moving on to 33 now. And Tendulkar's 51 is just unreal, unbelievable.
So he began appeal. It's going to be very difficult to get LBWs from around the wicket there, though. I'm sure we'll have another look at it.
Yeah, to the right-hander. Yeah, he's going to have to
Hit him outside the line, I think, on that back hit, because he's pitching it outside off. So it's got to turn a lot to then come back in far enough to be hitting him in line.
Yeah. Reverse sweep.
Little reverse tap, yeah.
Quite get hold of it. That's gone very square. Just coming off the toe or something. Not quite where he meant it, I don't think. But it's just, yeah, 51. If you think Root scored 33, and that's a lot. He's still got 18 to go to get to Tendulkar. That shows how good Little Master was.
Into the over. 110 gone. Somerset already have maximum. Batting bonus points. Durham can't pick up any more bowling bonus points in this game now. There's a beautiful scene here at Cooper Associates. Is that a bit of rain or is that just haze over there?
Surely not.
I think it must be just haze.
Yeah, I think it's hazy cloud, isn't it? Hazy sunshine. No, it's a lovely scene here at Taunton. Not many days left of it, sadly, in this season. It does seem to fly by, doesn't it, the cricket season, compared to other sports which drag on for quite a long time.
Yeah, but we've got a jam pack. We were every day in August, though, weren't we? So.
Aldridge getting his head down, patting it back to Parkinson. Parkinson, who's picking up a few counties now, the way he's playing. Sweat is a shout. It's a good shout, I think, but not good enough. Parkinson's got his hands on his head. Nearly picked up a wicket in his previous over. Dropped to C&B chance. Let's have a look.
Led a couple from that river end that looked very close yesterday.
Well, that's not too far away. Perhaps impact, is it?
Maybe what saved him is the fact the umpire can almost see all 3 stumps.
Yes. Yeah, probably helps. It's not a bad shout, though.
They had 2 really, really close ones yesterday.
Yeah. Well, a couple of close ones today. Cast was close as well earlier on. Pitch itself still looks pretty good, really. Holding together well. Has taken a bit of turn. Nothing that's looked unplayable from the spinners yet, really. Picking up another one there. Scoreboard just ticking ticking over nicely for Somerset the way they've gone about it. They don't need to worry about bonus points anymore. They've got all the points they can. It's just about how... Well, it's two things actually. It's about how far can they go, how many runs can they rack up, but also about how much of the game they want to use up getting there.
That's beautiful, Parky.
Because what you don't want to do is let this drift as you carry on going, get to 550 in a lot of overs, and you've used up the best part of 2 days. Because what you want to do is give yourself the best possible chance of taking 20 wickets. And that's not going to be easy at the moment. On the pitch we've seen here, 20 wickets is not going to be easy. So they've just got to bear that in mind as well. I don't think there's any problem at the moment, the way they're going. Gregory and Aldridge, especially these two, can speed up if they really think they need to.
Get yourselves into the ballot. If you log on to the Somerset County Cricket Club website, we've got some international cricket coming here to the Cooper Associate County Ground. Heather Knight's side taking on the West Indies on the 7th of June. Log on, get yourself in that ballot, and then you will hopefully have access to some priority tickets, because they will sell out. They always do down here.
Yeah, love the West Indies. West Indies women's team is fantastic. Love watching them play.
Here's Drizzle. Reverse sweep.
Well read.
Yeah, Scott Borthwick saw it coming. He was running. On the move. Saved a couple of runs there, I reckon. Still in at slip, as he tends to be, Scott Borthwick. Field spread otherwise. Reverse sweep again. Just
Same
those
again.
two playing the game at the moment. Probably start a gully go. Scott. Casey Aldridge showing a couple of deft touches.
Quick look round the grounds while we're
Yeah, why not?
between the balls. I'll wait for this one to be delivered.
Picked the wrong over, mate. Spinner. Should have done it
Well,
with the
there's-
seamers on.
Not a lot of choice at the moment.
That's true.
Warwickshire playing Kent's 156 all out, a 262 for 4, so they lead by 106, and they've still got 6 wickets in hand, so Kent really struggling in that one. Worcestershire made 266 all out. Essex in reply are 106 for 1. They're doing nicely there.
Elgar still in?
Elgar is in. No, he's not. He's made 29. Elgar hasn't had a brilliant season, has he? Hasn't been the perfect return, but plenty of talent there. Another single to the total here.
He's not the leading run scorer in the competition.
Is he? I don't think so. Is it?
50 partnership out between these two from...
He's barely made. Barely made any. No, like not the big noticeable scores, because I haven't been keeping enough close of an eye on Essex. I'll wait for Sam to prove me very wrong on that one. Hampshire, in the meantime, are 385 for 9 against Lancashire. Lancashire, who have really struggled. They've got to pick up wins, or they are destined to go the other way.
You're a hard taskmaster. You are Charlie Taylor.
Yeah, go on, is he? He's doing well.
932
Not enough.
at 58. Only Alex Davies ahead of him.
What's his average?
58.25.
Yeah, we'll allow that. Okay, he's had a good season. Nottinghamshire against Surrey. Surrey are 403 for 5. So going very nicely there. Who's in the runs? Siddharthan is on 40. Clark on 47 at the moment. Of course, there was earlier on Rory Burns making 161.
He's having a good season.
Yes. Yes, so for me, Rory Burns, in my head, Rory Burns is having a better season than Elgar, but obviously that doesn't play out in the stats. But maybe that's only because I'm thinking of the 2 most recent innings of Burns.
Recency bias, Charlie Taylor.
Yeah.
He's not far away. 8.82 he's on,
Yeah,
Burns,
very good.
at 58.
Reverse sweep in the air and gone. Yeah, wicket falls. Aldridge has to go. He's top-edged one. And the umpire nodding his head before he raised the finger. So Aldridge goes, 44. Another good innings from him with the bat.
He looked back as if to say no, and then started shaking
Yes,
his hand. That's hurt.
Yeah.
Managed to hold the pain back.
Yeah. You do what you can, don't you? Hold it in until the finger goes up. Let's have a look. Watch his gloves then. Yeah, straight with his thumb, I think.
Well, maybe he's saying it's
Oh, was
a
it
bit
above the
further on
wrist?
wrist,
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, he's gone. Have to be a little bit careful with that kind of thing. Let's have a look. Side on. Is he saying it's come on? Oh,
Bit of a glitch.
it's hard to say. It's more of his reaction afterwards. I wonder if he's pointing to where it's hit him.
Maybe he's...
Let's have a look here.
Yeah, no, he's saying arm, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
yeah, perhaps he feels it came off his arm.
It's one of those. It'll be in the live text as adjudged.
Yeah, judged.
A judge caught behind.
I do like the word adjudged.
You know what a judge means, don't you?
Adjudged, caught behind. Yeah, Somerset then 467 for 8. Very good score. 500 still very much.
There he is.
No, yeah, you can. Ooh, I don't know. And then he's flicking out his fingers as if they hurt. So I don't know with that one. It's hard to.
Oh, he's just taking off the paint. Should have done. Should have
What, the
started
pain in his
really
arm?
rubbing
I was
it,
going to
steady
say.
rubbing
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
The best number 10 in county cricket.
Somerset bat deep, don't they? In this setup, when they've got Vaughan and Goldsworthy in as sort of bowlers, kind of. It does really lengthen your batting lineup, doesn't it? Because they're both very good bats. Oh, down the ground. Hello. There you are, Craig. Welcome to the game. 6 runs, 4 runs, just bouncing in front of the right one. Take a moment, Craig. Have a look. Oh, he's got big levers and he's decided to use them there. How far inside the rope was that? Not very far. Nearly 6. Takes a look behind him. Score up to 471. You've watched a bit of Durham, haven't you, this year? So they've had a good season. They've had a...
Yeah, they lost a game at home to Worcestershire. It was a brilliant win for Worcestershire, actually, but that really set them back. I mean, there was an outside. I liked him at the start of the season, but even before I started working there, I thought he got potential title shot. Play positive cricket. They've lost bowlers.
Doesn't help when Potts gets called up as well.
Nah, yeah. So they had Stokes for a bit. He was brilliant, but yeah, they've had injuries to bowlers. Carter's missed a bit.
Yeah.
Beddingham and Ackerman. Congratulations, by the way, to Colin Ackerman, whose wife gave birth to twins yesterday.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
So that's why he's missing this one. He missed the last game. Dave Beddingham's missed a couple as well.
You instantly just pick up and check your phone.
Just in case,
Just
yeah.
in case. For those
Yeah,
who don't
I
know,
am.
Sam's on tenterhooks now, aren't you? Is that
I am keeping a close eye. Full term
full term yesterday?
yesterday.
For Mrs. Sam.
There's those solar panels that Charlie Taylor is going to open up a panorama investigation into.
A panorama. Panel.
What
Panels.
what level of energy drop? Where does the
Well, this is what I
scales
think.
tip? How much are you prepared to lose for aesthetics?
That's the question I want to ask the person who decided that they've got to take out, because they're quite big, the letters on there, aren't they? You lose a fair bit of it.
If ever we get off a bad light
But
in future, it'll be the fault of those.
Yeah, some is better than no solar panels, right? So maybe that's what they're thinking. It's better to have this than not have. I'm just interested in the other thing is how many people can see it. We're up high here,
That's
so
the
we
thing,
can
he
see
can't
it.
really see it.
I don't think if you're on the ground,
All those passing helicopters, though, will
it'll look good
pick it
on
up.
sort of satellite view on Google Maps.
Yeah, good for that
That will look
zone, drone view as well for the pictures.
Yeah,
Ideal.
yeah, that's true.
Vic's just come back into the box. He might think Charlie Taylor's still banging on about
No,
solar
I haven't
panels.
spent the
We
last
did have half
hour
an hour
talking
off them.
about it. No. I tell you
We
what,
did move away.
that's probably enough of me talking about solar panels, because Vic, I can see, is desperate to relieve the listeners of that misery.
Oh,
down
good
the
use of
ground.
the feet from Craig Overton, who's come in and been positive straight away. Just about watches it sail over the ropes for 6 and then turns away. He's coming for a good time.
I think Craig knew that Vic's on the way, so he's decided to start hitting out, and I'll let Vic come in.
Thanks, Charlie. Off to investigate those solar panels. He wants to find out the source, not of the energy, we know where that's coming from, but of the holes, the gaps. Craig Overton not looking for gaps, he's looking to go over them. Goes again. Goes up in the air. Ben Rain stands there. Am I going to be involved? No, I'm not. Back to back. 6s. Doesn't matter where you have gaps if you hit it over the rope. Craig Overton going along nicely. Hello, Vic.
Hello, Sam. That's quite exciting now. I'm expecting Casey Aldridge is in the pavilion and say, why isn't he reverse sweeping?
How does it feel as a member of the off-spinners fraternity
Well,
to
I have
see a fellow?
sympathy.
Yeah.
This boundary's never been long enough. But the differences between this generation and probably previous ones is that they don't regard long on and long off loitering right on the edge of the boundary there as deterrents. Craig, well, he's got, hang on, it says 17. I thought he'd hit 3 sixes, but I may be wrong.
The first one bounced 4.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's a problem when these fielders on the edge are not deterrents, and the batsman is utterly confident that if the ball's in the right slot, he can clear them. And I think Craig Overton wasn't quite so sure about the second 6, but it actually cleared him by a fair distance without him totally middling it.
Around the wicket.
And now he's nurdled him for 1.
Creeping up towards that 500 mark, Somerset.
I wouldn't say creeping.
Well, that's true, yes. That's bludgeoning their way. The best number 10 in town is out in the middle. Still got Jack Leach to come as well.
Yeah, and that's number 11.
It's not bad when you're 9, 10, 11 Gregory, Craig Overton and Jack Leach. End of the over. 4, 8, 5 for 8. What are Durham doing here? What's their mentality? What are they trying to do?
Well, they can't get... They were trying to... I think the seamers have sort of... They've done their work, really. And they tried... They kept Cast on a long time, partly in search of bonus point, to try and get those... He was the likeliest, possibly, to get the wickets that would get them another bowling point. And once that became a non-starter, they gave him a break after quite a long, about a 6-over spell, I should think. So he looked quite dangerous. Rain, likewise, stalwart. They brought him back. Now that the bonus point's out of the question, they still need to. They've got to stay in the game. So they need to get a couple of wickets. But I think they feel that probably their seamers. They didn't. Baz de Leader hasn't bowled, and he went around the park a little bit yesterday. That's the other option, who has not been visited.
Yeah, Cast has bowled 22, but it's his first game back after a period out.
There's one other. Who's the other? Hogg.
Hogg's still a very young Matt.
Maybe they're kind of protecting Hogg
I think they are.
from having too much flack. He did what? Reach that.
Saw him coming, didn't
Quite well bowled, a bit wide, but he's got a long reach.
You don't want to call them dead overs, but Hogg, for the last week when he took his 7th, it was the first time he'd ever bowled 20 overs in a day. So to actually ask him to go back for back, or back 2 back. He bowled 13 overs yesterday. You almost think it's better to keep him fresh for the second innings. It's a difficult balance.
He's out there, I presume, is he?
Yes, yeah, he's been out this morning.
Yeah, well, so one assumes he's perfectly fit. He only bowled 13 yesterday, you say?
Yeah.
Well, it's mildly surprising he didn't have a little go, I think. Assuming he's fit. Or is he at that? Well, it's safe, and it's 4. This is, I was talking with Charlie earlier on, and this is terrific. Particularly, I reckon, for Gregory, who's not had much time at the crease lately. And he's a key component of Somerset's T20 side, obviously, in every field as captain, bowler, but also to great effect sometimes as batsman. And it's hard, even if you're a good player, to go in, I imagine, because I never played T20 at this level, but if you go into a T20 match and not feeling good nick, it's quite a challenge, because you've got no time to acclimatise. But you'll feel a bit better now. He's timed some lovely shots in this innings so far. The only thing that will disappoint him is that doesn't seem to be turning enough. There was obviously the expectation that this pitch might turn, and it might still, but it's all fairly gentle. I think the pitch inspectors, well, there's no point even getting in the car. Craig Overton's warming to the task. He's getting rid of his jumper.
Bring a bit of a sweat on. I don't know why, because he's not running. All in boundaries. Lovely.
And then the 2 old pros probably having a quick tap of gloves.
There he is.
All right, there he is.
Asking some questions. He's got the solar panels in view, and he's making a few investigations.
Do you think so? Yeah.
Charlie Taylor, bless him, he's been unwell, Charlie.
I've heard.
He went on holiday,
Yeah.
picked up a gastro illness on his first day. Very rarely gets a holiday, Charlie. He's a really hard worker. I know he was all over the place, covering the 100 as well. He's brilliant at what he does. Does the breakfast show on BBC Somerset. He's getting a real good little zoom in. He's almost kind of Tom Cruise Top Gun-esque here, Charlie Taylor. Looks deeply concerned by whatever's on his phone. He's been under the weather. Great to see him back. How was the Test match last week, Vic?
Well, it was quite a good game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't had a real nail biter, obviously, this summer, but the Sri Lankans fought back well. They're going to have to fight back well in this game too.
Dab and run. Craig Overton calling Lewis Gregory, who just a little test for that groin of his. Looking back at Craig, like he's pointing to it, going, "Cheers, mate."
I think there was a bit of a punch of gloves between overs, where they might have said, "Hang on a minute, it's going to be more fun batting on this than bowling on it. Let's stay here for a while." Although he is the captain, Gregory, for captain and vice captain, they can't be too. They know that the big challenge in this match is to get wickets now. They've done the first job beautifully. Maximum batting points. Hello. What's happened to Drizzle? I think it's just. I don't think it's a problem. I think studs are falling out. So it's breaking up in the popping crease, perhaps. And the umpire's probably got a little stud key there.
They carry everything, don't they? Saw them this morning. The umps over at the sheds went over for a lovely coffee.
So Rob Bailey, who's one of the senior citizens now, isn't he? Must be, because I played against Rob. And Mike Burns, is
Mike
it?
Burns, yeah, Mike Burns.
Yeah, well, two stalwarts. Mike Burns, ex-captain of Somerset.
Proper all-rounder, wasn't he? Kept wicket a bit as well as bowling.
Yeah, I mean, he was
a
a sort of batting. He was a batting all-rounder,
Yeah.
but he could keep wicket, and he bowled little seamers or swingers.
Got a Mike Burns 4-day shirt.
Have
At
you?
the end of the season, they used to give them away.
Really,
It's a real source of guilt for me, that one. Because we used to gather, when the players were in the Colin Atkinson pavilion, we used to gather underneath for kit to be chucked down
oh yes.
on the last day of the season. It was a bit of a health and safety nightmare.
That's has he? No, he hasn't. It's going to be gone. He scored on the edge. So Drizzle's got a wicket. Carson's caught him. Overton went for the big one, and he succeeded a couple of times, but he got underneath that, and he's probably a bit fed up with life. But he's going to walk off briskly and just get loose for his spell. Although, perhaps Jack Leach thinks, well, what sort of shot's that? I'm going to be perfectly capable of staying around a bit longer. But Somerset want any runs they can get come pretty quickly. Because time will be a factor in this match.
Yeah, but the way he almost sprinted off there, I'd suggest that Leach and Gregory, they know the plan. They're going to still play the same way. I think he expects to be bowling relatively soon.
Well, they might well think, what would they least like? Durham's openers.
Bit before lunch.
Well, what they would not like is 25 minutes or 20 minutes before lunch. You can't achieve a great deal, but you could lose something. So I expect Gregory's got in his mind that we'd like to have a little bowl at him just before lunch. But Jack Leach striding out, looking like the batsman that he's nearly become, really. Somerset's last all-rounder. Quick chat with his captain. Jack Leach, of course, he's expanded his game. I mean, he used to be a rock-solid blocker down the bottom, but he's tried to keep up with the times, and now he plays quite a few shots. And he got 100 early in the season for the second team, batting up the order. Always wanting to improve. And he is, a very, very capable lower-order batsman now. He rarely bats at number 11, but he's number 11 today. Might have a slightly has to give him a slip. He's supposed to turn this pitch. Off spinner to a left-hander.
Yeah, it'd be good to.
Give him a slip. He might go. Borthwick might go there.
Yeah, he will.
They're taking a lot of time to set the field. It's a few scats that. But even for Jack Leach, there's a long off, and I think I don't know if there's a long on. I'll have a look. Yes, there's a long on. They've heard that he's changed his game plan, but you do have a slip. Leach is waiting. Let's get on with it. That's just missing legs.
Looked quite tight otherwise, didn't it?
Yeah. I don't think he did it, but it's not quite right, but not far off.
If you know a guy's coming, would you go slow and wide?
I don't know why Drizzle's sending that man back deeper. Maybe they're thinking give Jack a single, we'll bowl at him rather than Gregory, I don't know. Oh, that's what we want to happen. That's what Jack wants to happen. It's a lovely ball. Drizzle's got his wicket, and he's just bowled a beauty to the left-hander. That's what Archie Vaughan is partly in the team to do, and it's a big ask because he's essentially a batsman who bowls a little bit of off spin, but that was a beauty.
Got a couple of left-handers as well, both openers, Lees, McKinney. Scott Borthwick, left-hander. So that's what the off-spinner is in for. That is a beauty.
Yeah, too good. Too good for Leach. So 3 left-handers at the top of the order. Is that right? McKinney is highly rated,
so he's
isn't
good. I watched him make his maiden first-class 100.
And he's a modern dasher.
Tall man, yeah. He drives through the covers beautifully. He's quite strong off the back foot as well. When he had a couple of drives early in his innings that were a little bit uppish because he doesn't quite get his feet going early on. Not taking a run.
Oh, well, if I were Jack Leach, I'd have my hands on my hips and say, Skipper, I don't know if you remember, but I can bat myself. It's hit some deep mid-wicket, and Gregory's not running. No, everyone's gone on the boundary. If you're going to do that, we're going to put him on the boundary.
Yeah, why not? How many Test match half centuries have you got, Skip?
Yes. So, yes, the field is spread after they see Gregory do that, and he's got to take a run now. No, he's going to get out. He's walking to the pavilion. And he's on his way. Well, that's a strange piece of cricket from Gregory, but I think probably, I tell you what I assume was in his head, is we're going to declare at the end of this over. And I'm just going to make merry and try and hit some sixes, which he signally failed to do. So,
in a nutshell.
And that might explain why Overton ran off in a rush, because he knew that by about 12:30 we're going to be bowling and I want to get limbered up. So there we go, 492 all out.
Yeah,
that'll do.
Yeah, we'll see that a little bit later on. Somerset, remember, winning the toss, electing to bat, couldn't have started worse. Andy Amid nicking the first ball of the game off Ben Rain to Ashton Turner, but it got a little bit better, but not before it was a little sticky period. 68 for 3, but there was that huge partnership between the two Toms, Tom Abel and Tom Banton. There's that last wicket, just reaching. Parkinson bowled really well there, actually. He thought Lewis Gregory was going to set up to go leg side, so put that on outside off stump. Fuller, Gregory just stuck straight up in the air, but a very, very good effort. That 185 run partnership between Abel and Banton. Banton and Abel both falling to Parkinson, actually. Banton made 73, Tom Abel made 124, James Rue resumed overnight on 89, made it to 103, slightly sheepish celebration of his 8th first-class 100. Remember, he's only 20 years old because he nicked one through slip very soon after. It might have even been the very next ball. He nicked one 2 slip and went for 103. Casey Aldridge had a bit of fun. Banton 73, as I've said. Archie Vaughan on first-class debut. He won't mind that too much. 30, 31 for Gregory. Overton coming at 10, made 19. So a pretty decent card, that, 492. All out for Somerset. Hard going for the Durham bowlers. Parkinson the pick of them. 35 overs, 4 for 136 in the end. Remember, it's that Kookaburra ball again. So it did a little bit early, then it flattens out. Maybe a bit of reverse swing. And to be honest, if you speak to any of the players, they say after about 60 overs, it's a ball they wouldn't give to their dogs, is what a few of them have said to me. And there's those Somerset partnerships. So Somerset in a very, very strong position. Durham won't have given up on winning the game, certainly not.
No,
openly. That's not Ryan Campbell's way.
Well, and there is a way. We've got to that stage of the season, actually, where if you're looking up, and I think both Somerset and Durham are looking up rather than down, you're thinking, how are we going to... We've got to have any chance. We've got Surrey coming down next game. How are we going... We've got to beat Durham, and we've got to beat Surrey. Ergo, if you're Durham, you also have ambitions to get up that table, not far behind. They'll be of a mind, right, we bat well enough in this innings to stay in the game. Yeah, that might require them to get, for the sake of argument, 350. I mean, they might get more, but 350 would be adequate. And then someone set that, and they will declare, because they want to win this game just as much as we do, and we'll chase it. We're at that, so I think both sides are secure enough in this table to think, well, we haven't got, we don't want to fret too much about losing this game. It's worth, at this stage of the season, we're pretty secure of trying to take risks, as Somerset were thinking about doing it, obviously, at Warwickshire, to go for it. Ergo, this game is not dead and buried. And it might be that it turns more. I don't know. That's the idea. We've seen the odd ball turn, but not really viciously. It's quite interesting watching the bowlers out there, and there's Jack Leach. But there's Archie Vaughan. And he's been picked, not as a frontline spinner, I'm sure, but he has been picked as someone who can bowl some off spin, particularly at those left-handers. Hopefully not the top three. Have they got any others down below? I don't know. But he's a good bowler against left-handers, and he's you mustn't expect too much from Archie Leach, but he will bowl some overs, and that's why he's out there with the ball in his hand, alongside Leach, bowling at one end.
Yeah, they like his bowling. Definitely been picked as a genuine all-rounder. I knew he was going to play when I arrived at about 9:30 yesterday, and Steve Kirby was over with Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton. They were marking out their run-ups, and I heard this sharp whistle from Jason Kerr, and he pointed at Steve Kirby and said, basically saying, Archie Vaughan's ready to bowl, go and get your mitt on. And at that point I thought, okay, Vaughan's going to make his debut here. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes. Maybe the left-hander plan. I think sensitive Somerset know, right? If they're ever going to win that championship, you've got to find a way of winning 6 or 7 home games.
Well, exactly. Although I think I'm right in saying that Somerset won a match away from home this summer, and their 3 victories have all, curiously, been here, and they've all been extraordinary victories. Actually, because there was the 2-day game against Essex where the pitch was green and no side got much bowling on 200. It was absolutely riveting, but it was all over in 2 days. There was the amazing game against Kent, where Crawley got 200 odd, but Somerset had scored so many runs in the first innings that it still wasn't enough to prevent Somerset knocking off the couple hundred they needed at the end, which is on the final day. I mean, that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was.
And then we had another. I mean, they've had a treat here by and large. The run chase against Warwickshire.
That was wonderful.
Slightly surprising declaration, actually. Well, in hindsight, anyway. And then Abel playing brilliantly along with several others, and Somerset win, chasing 400 odd. So, in our heads, and in my head, they're going to have to do something about this surface. And I still think that's the case. It's too balanced. Often it's too balanced in the 2 games, last two victories. You're thinking, well, it's just too flat to get a natural result. That's still in my head, but the facts are we won 3 at home and not won anything away, and drawn everything apart one from
there was the reverse victory at Durham, which was a horrid performance. Durham were brilliant. But
you were up there for that one.
Yeah,
and that was a seeming sort of surface.
Yeah, it was Tom Abel's first game of the season, and Ben Rain had him in all kinds of trouble, and it was one of those, they were behind the 8 ball from the start and then just playing absolute catch-up. And this can go one of 2 ways. I watched Durham, they won last week, and it looked like a
marmalised Worcester, really.
They did, but it was a bit harder because there was a bit of rain set for the last day. So if Nottinghamshire had been... Worcestershire went up there and won, actually, but it was Nottinghamshire last week, But they lost Wagner, who took 4 wickets in the first innings and then couldn't bowl. So they were a bowler light in the second innings.
Right.
Bit of rain coming, but they did win it. And it looked a huge margin, and it was a huge margin. But it's one of those games where it's a good surface. One team makes 5-3-1 for 7 declared. And then it can go either way. Either the team in their first innings but batting second, if that makes sense, gets 600 as well. Or the pressure tells and they get skittled, and then suddenly you're into, can we bowl them out twice for less than we've made, which is what they did. But yeah, they'd have had ambitions on the title. They'll still be looking upwards. I think they were glancing nervously. Ryan Campbell was saying that last week before the win. Kent are pretty much down now. You'd imagine it's going to be just one side.
It's getting almost mathematically.
Yeah, it was
tricky. They're so far behind at 69 points.
And that Worcestershire beating them last week was probably their last real chance. Lancashire in real trouble. Nottinghamshire playing Surrey. Surrey missed out on a batting bonus point. Maybe every single bonus point will count.
Yeah, it's only one though. We've got one back.
Oh, I know, but you got to claw them back one by one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating table. I mean, we've got Surrey, who are 30 points ahead. And that's a couple matches really. But they come here.
And they're at Trent Bridge this week, which we saw when Somerset went up there. It became pretty docile, didn't we? Have Tom Banton and Tom Kohler-Cadmore bowling.
Well, we need, from a Somerset perspective, we need Joe Clark to get another double 100 really, or someone. Essex likely to win, I think.
It's tight, isn't it?
I mean, Surrey will take some catching, but down the bottom, as you say, there are about 3, 4, 5. Durham probably feeling fairly secure, but it all changes if you lose and others win. But there are about 5 sides down there who, just keeping an eye on things.
Somerset go to Lancashire as well. So that's Surrey. If Somerset can somehow
beat Surrey,
get a win here, and Surrey draw at Notts and can be within a win of Surrey, then you just never know.
Anyway, it's bubbling up. It's bubbling up, but there's a lot of cricket left in this match. What I don't know about, but you're so well informed.
Oh no! Don't you always say this, and then I don't know the answer. you need to learn a lesson.
Well, just taking the broad perspective of the county game is what's going to happen about Bristol.
Yeah, I mean that's such a shame for them, isn't it?
Well, it is a terrible shame, and the oddity is, of course, that Bristol's been the source of run gluts galore. And I don't know, from this distance, I'm wondering whether they thought, well, we've had, as you often think, we've had enough of this. We can't have 600 playing 600 again. But it's sometimes difficult to get the right balance. I'm not so sure it can be just weather dependent nowadays.
Yeah, they're on that.
The weather's not that different in Bristol as it is in Taunton.
It was. This season's the first year they've allowed hybrid pitches in the county championship. They've previously been worried about them being too good, actually, not deteriorating. The problem, almost Gloucestershire were. The issue was they had bowlers who were too quick. If they didn't have Ajit Singh Dale and Zam Akhtar in there, actually the Northants were no problem because they've got Justin Broad who took 7 foot, but they've got no one of real pace. You've got guys operating in the low 70s. So by having guys flinging it down there at 85 miles an hour, I think Singh Dale got one to jump at Rob Keogh, and that was the last straw the umpires went.
In fact, in the game, Northants were ahead of the game. Anyway, it's a real oddity and a puzzle, and we'll see what happens. So much for Bristol. Let's get back to Taunton, where the ball's not been misbehaving much.
You do feel for them, though, because they've missed so much cricket for rain, and for a county, that's that's revenue gone as well, which is sad. Overton around the wicket. Alex Lees off the right. Alex Lees has actually changed his game in the last couple of years. There was this perception of him being a blocker when he was in the England side. Actually scores his runs much more quickly now.
Yeah. Well, I think when he started with Yorkshire, he scored pretty quickly. And then he became a traditional Yorkshire no-nonsense opener. And now he's expanded again.
Shot from Ben McKinney. This lad's a lovely little player. He's not that little, actually, he's massive.
It's not a bad start. He's just drifted onto his pads and he's flicked it away through the onside. So,
look at that.
McKinney played in the Lions game,
Yeah, he
did he
did.
not?
They really like him. As you said, 19's captain. Just got 100 for Durham in the one-day cup against Kent. Then went to the Lions, missed the last group game, then came back and got 100. Big tall man. It's just early. If he doesn't get those feet moving, he can sometimes drive on the up. I'd almost be tempted. Got Tom Abel at cover. I'd have Catcher in there and maybe a couple of them, maybe an extra cover too. But when he does time it, well, his dad, bless him, was watching last week. Sat there, didn't move for 2.5 hours. Couldn't bear to. You know what? I think it's like for superstition. Can't move in the dressing room. Can't move if you're watching your kid because you might be the reason they get out.
Yeah.
Oh, that was lovely. Really lovely knock.
There you go. Come on, Craigie.
Craig Overton immediately turning around and having a chat. Big smile on his face. Brilliant to see him back in a Somerset shirt. He's been. I was wondered if he might be close to an England white ball call-up. His numbers in T20, if you take the 100 and the T20 into account, are exceptional over the last couple of years.
They are exceptional, and he's been terrific for Somerset. The only thing I would note is that he's a specialist early innings bowler in the short form game. He's not. He's. I think he's kind of pigeonholed now, and the stats would probably support it. Come back late. He can bowl that searching length, a fairly orthodox length, early in an innings when the ball is new and moving. He's never been very comfortable bowling at the end of an innings. And I think that would make people wary of him. But sometimes, actually, it's difficult to bowl those first 6 overs because you've got the field up. But he's managed to get wickets, sometimes nicked, sometimes caught. Skiers as they attack him. And I think that's one reason why in white ball he's not entirely trusted. Because he can only do one thing.
Right, fair.
That's my. It may be unfair, but that would be the perception, I would guess.
Yeah, and he does take. I think if he takes wickets, if you get a couple of wickets in the power play, which he does so often, then it's almost worth. Sometimes for Somerset, he only bowls 3 overs, and then he's so good in the field.
Yeah,
you know, how many
he's
catches
great
did
in
he
the
take?
field, and he's fantastic in the field, and bats well down the order. So he has a lot to offer, but he's sort of the forgotten man. He's got to do something extraordinary to. I would.
Well, what we do forget is in the last series pre-Bazball, he was the opening bowler. They gave him the new ball in the West Indies, which was an odd move given, like, why not give him the new Duke's ball in England, which they've never done. But yes, he's one of those who the door, maybe there is.
Yeah, and he's not. I mean, you look at what's the difference? Just from his, but what's the difference between the Craig Overton and a Potts? It's not in terms of pace, and it's not that different. Slightly different in style. Both quite good all-round cricketers, as it happens. Anyway, but when we had this discussion, people getting understandably grumpy. Look, all these white ball sides being picked. There's no Somerset man in it. No, we don't say it's great because we like our players to play.
Well, we do,
England.
but we want them to win the championship. Who's going to be missing in the championship run? They're all good enough, but let's say, go on the tours in the winter.
But my point is that actually, when you get round to it, it's quite hard to identify who should have been picked. I'm not, Craig is a possibility. I mean, you can't pick a Roo for the T20 because he's never played it at
That
the
would be
highest
very
level.
England, though, wouldn't it?
It would be very England to do that. Yeah.
I'd argue Banton is as good as he's ever been, but you could also go, here's 4 or 5 England. Here's 4 or 5 England white ball sides.
Yeah. So, and then before you get too paranoid, you have to point out, well, actually, they do pick Shoaib though, with no evidence. So it's not. I don't think we can worry about that. I mean, I do feel. In a minute, I'll just see whether Gregory can find something. I mean, Abel's just finished that ball. I'm not talking so much white ball cricket, although he's doing very well in 50 over cricket. I'm not sure you'd pick him for T20 at international level with the options that England have. But I mean, I hope Abel's very close to that Test squad. I know he's not quite there, but I feel he should be extremely close.
Ryan Campbell said that yesterday. He said, I've not seen much of him play. Didn't get any runs up at Durham. He's like, this kid, wow, he's a proper cricketer. Describe him an old school batter though. He's set up. He plays like.
Yeah. But he's not dull. I mean, he's not slow, but he's not flamboyant. But he's extremely well organised, and he's the one I think they should be thinking of in terms of Test cricket, Test squad. But we shall see. Nothing much untoward so far. What's the betting? Gregory slips on Archie Vaughan for an over just before lunch. They're the two left-handers.
Teasing outside of the off stump of Ben McKinney. As Craig Overton always looks a bit. You know, there's pictures of him playing and his hair is all over the place. He pulls all sorts of facial expressions. You can almost hear him grunting in the photo when you see them. That's the sort of player he is, Overton, isn't he? Full pelt, everything. Here he comes again. That's on the stumps. Had to be played out.
It's going to go probably for 4, is it? But it's a moral victory, but that's no good.
It's a good ball. He's got away with a 4 there, but as you say, that's
went along the ground. It wasn't catchable, I don't think.
Three slips early doors. Around the wicket, carving it out through point, straight to the fielder though.
Just as well, it was travelling, wasn't it? He's obviously, well, he's first time I've seen McKinney in the flesh, but he's been getting rave reviews many times. The ball sweetly there.
Full and straight. Oh. Like a juggler there, the way he was.
That's Michael Holding would have been proud of that.
Flicked it up with his boot and then a few touches with his hand. Let's watch that again. In he comes. Through the fielder, Archie Vaughan, I think it is there. Managed to get something on it. It's worked for him, hasn't it? Abel coming off the captaincy. That was kind of the thinking behind it, was to let him focus on his batting, and it seems to be working. Yeah,
the only pity was he was sadly hampered by that hamstring injury, because otherwise you feel he would have probably knocked up 1,000 runs by now. He's hit at least 2 centuries for Somerset since coming back. And playing as well as he's ever played. I prefer Overton over the wicket to the left-handers to start with, but he's just bought one ball there. It's likely to get that edge, perhaps to the slip corner. There's no obvious demons there. It's an interesting sort of balance. Somerset this summer, by and large, they played 4 seamers in this minute, and that's been the balance. It's a different challenge with this attack. You have to get spin on early and rely more on spin.
Oh, that's close, is it? Very straight, might be.
I think he must have hit that. I don't know. We'll have a look. It's very close, I must admit. And Gregory's looking down as if to say, someone give me an explanation why that's not. Did it pitch outside leg as well?
It might have been a bit short. It was on. It was close. It wasn't a bad shout,
No.
Captain.
It might have been pitching just outside leg. I'm not sure. You'd like to see, as an umpire, you'd like to see the ball actually move back in from off to leg to convince yourself that that ball pitched in line. We'll probably get a replay in a minute, and we'll scrutinise it and be slightly the wiser, but not absolutely.
It's one of the things about this game for Hawkeye, or in these games where you don't get it. This is when the tracking's in. You never know. You just think, well, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. It's just part of cricket, isn't it? You don't know. I guess it's part of sport, really. A lot of the what ifs.
Yeah, I mean, Hawkeye sort of is not 100% accurate, but it's as good as we get, and we sort of take it as gospel, don't we? Now?
Well, I think we have to.
Yeah.
As long as all teams
Yeah.
sort of pitch in and are willing to go by it, then it's about as good as it can be. Inside edge on that one. Just early on.
A bit of movement there, back into the left-hander. He's looking for those LBWs. It's off the pitch or in the air. It's hard to say when they're running towards you.
Well, with no minimum amount of innings, in this game we're seeing the two players in Division 1 with the highest average. We're seeing McKinney, whose average is 131, but he is only in his second match. And we're seeing Abel, whose average is 82.66, who's into his 5th game now. That's quite a lot. 5 games to get an average, you know, that's not
too shabby.
No, that's very good. If you can finish the season averaging around 80, you'd be a very happy player, wouldn't you? That really does stand out. Beddingham is the next one, another Durham player.
Who's on international duty?
Yes. So not featuring in this one. Goodness. And then you've got Jordan Cox, and then you've got Ollie Robinson. So Durham are 3 of the top 5 for averages with no minimum innings, including. Okay, so that's why they're doing so well, is their batting has been brilliant. Tall, doesn't he, McKinney? I don't know how tall he is, but it looks quite.
I think he is
big at the crease. Yeah.
In fact, this is quite a meaty. I mean, he's not meaty. He's well built, McKinney. Alex Lees is also a tall man,
Stocky, isn't
and
he?
quite stocky, tall man.
Neither of them have the physique that screams batter. Do you know? It's sort of you get an idea of the sort of player that does look like a batter. Someone like Tom Abel's physique, I guess, is pretty much there. But these two, if you said one was playing rugby or one of them was a rower, you'd say, oh yeah, no, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean the greatest rates in cricket have tended to be quite short. I mean, we're talking Bradman, Tendulkar, Lara, probably more than about 5'7". But we don't want to generalise too much. There's been some great tall players as well.
Absolutely. How big was Viv? Well, I guess he still is. But how big was this?
He was
height?
probably. We certainly know more than 6 foot. I'd say, and might be slightly under. But I mean, fantastic physique, triangular,
broad shoulders. Yeah.
Then not a bad size. Sort of struck and well stopped.
His footballing skills being put to the test here. Craig Overton's coming along the floor to him, but not seen anything yet from Overton's bowling that's like too much of a problem for either of these two.
And look at the field. I mean, there's just 2 slips, which is unusual at this stage with a new ball. What a good piece of
Great
fielding
stats. Tom Banton. Brilliant.
So Tom Abel just run over to congratulate him. Well, he's hit the field. won't be long before he slips a spinner on, I tell you. Two crunching shots for no runs for Leith.
Pick up some runs here.
Yeah, well, that's a good little glide. I mean, that's a controlled glide. Already, I think Vaughan's been. It's going to be a. He's just bowled a few deliveries at square leg. No, he's not. I mean, he's not exactly the trump. I mean, Leach will bowl more overs than Vaughan, but because they're two left-handers here, and because he will want, Gregory will want to get Vaughan in the game, and he's batted quite nicely yesterday, he might put him on before Leach. And that's 4 more.
Bit easy that.
Well, he's got 2 slips out only, and no one at third man. And Leith is so confident in the bounce, it's going to be true, that he's just gliding, not terrible deliveries, down there. I mean, I'm wondering whether, if you're Overton, he's got a short mid wicket. I think he might prefer have a short mid wicket at third man. Maybe he'll entice him with that gap just to get a nick. One more go.
I think that's what he's looking for, isn't he? Playing it across the left-hander, offering that gap there. But Leith was more than up to it, and both those shots looked very easy.
Well, he went for 8 in that over, and he could have gone for more, if we're honest.
I think he's getting a bit of a telling off here from the umpire.
Who is?
Overton doesn't look happy. I think he might. Well,
What for?
He let out. I don't know whether
an
it was a
expletive.
shout. I wonder if it was. Yeah. And he's just, the umpire, when he handed his cap back to him, just having a bit of word. Still chatting.
He's still chatting to Mike Burns. We know another bit. So Mike Burns is still in conversation.
Oh, it's going to be Leach.
It's going to be Leach straight away. And shows you what Somerset are hoping is going to be their trump card. Overton's marching up to his captain. I think he's actually marching up to mid-off. I think probably Gregory will go slip. So Gregory and Leach just plotting. I mean, I'm sure essentially both these left-handers will not want just to sit on Leach or any bowler, because they don't do that now. And actually, if you're a spinner, I know everyone says, oh, it's lovely when they attack you as a spinner, but actually you quite like it if they're just looking to survive, because you get confidence, because you don't feel under pressure to keep control of them, and you find it easier to just to hit a length. There's 3 men round the bat, big gap at extra cover. Archie Vaughan just brought in a bit on the leg side boundary. Let's see whether Leach, with a hard ball, can get something happening. He smacked it. He just, I mean, that's slightly over pitch, but it's a very confident shot. That's where the big gap is. But they're not going to try and block it. He's just over pitched, and McKinney's laced into it. We'll see if you can do it again. See, he's just slightly over pitch. You just get him to try something that is not quite so full. Perhaps something will happen. Something happened then. We're at the wrong end, but I think that turned. And Rue.
Oh yes, turn. Good turn. He's missed it overall, but hopeful signs for Leach.
I think we know how McKinney's going to try and deal with him. And you can see a lot. He's prodded forward to one delivery, and it's turned and it's up in the air. Didn't hit it, but it was caught just round the corner. So he'll rationalise just at the moment. He's probably safer playing aggressive shots than defensive ones. You can hear the it's just gripped a little bit. The ball's still hard, of course, isn't it? Likely to turn a little bit more quickly.
It's a great feeling as a spinner getting an all from your team.
It's quite nice. Wicket's nicer though.
Yes. Yeah. Second best at wicket. That's it. He's causing a few issues here. That first ball was smashed for 4 through cover, but since then, Leach has been on top.
Can't decipher everything that's been said out there, but they're chattering away.
We'll see. Sorry, Vic. You can see it's coming off a lot of inside edge, turning into the batter there, and that's why we're seeing these sort of squirt off into the leg side. Be interesting to see if Vaughan is brought on. In fact, yeah, here comes Vaughan now, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah. It's shiny new Somerset cap, and this is a. You have to. I'm already leaping to his defence for.
He hasn't bowled a ball yet.
No, exactly. And he's in this life. he has essentially been a batsman who can bowl some off the break. So all I'm saying is, he's bowled nicely in the Metro Bank, and his father told me he's actually quite good bowler to left-handers. But just don't expect too much. And he'll have a slightly more defensive field. He's just got, but not very. He's got a sweeper outside on the off-stump. He's got the possibility to try and spin it away from the left-handers. But it's quite a moment for him. And here he goes. And that's one. And he's off as a first-class bowler. And it's
not the worst ball he'll bowl in his career. I hate to use the
phrase, but it's in the right sort of areas.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that. Bit of respect being shown as well from McGinney here. Probably back of your head thinking, yeah, I know it's his first class debut, this young lad. I know he's Michael Vaughan's son as well, because that will, you know, likely it is, that's going to be in your mind.
well, ball's obviously already needing some treatment from the umpire. Well, maybe that the seam's a bit straight.
Yeah, looks like the scissors are out, I think. It's just picking away at the seam.
Well, actually, it's just before lunch too. That's nicely bowled. As a batsman, you've got a choice too. He's a young callow Osman. Come on, do you go after him, or do you think, well, he's bound to bowl some rubbish, so I'll just wait? And it is just before lunch. He's on target with 3 deliveries, though. Very nice, and that's okay too. I mean, it's fractionally short, but only fractionally. I mean, it could be on all afternoon if it keeps going like this. I just want to see one turn there. Well, that was a little bit short, but it's still a dot.
Well, he's on for a maiden.
Yeah, but we want wicket maidens. Wicket maidens.
No pressure.
No.
Got one, Archie.
No, he just wants to drag him slightly forward. That's all. That's a good length.
Oh, good ball. Got it! Wicket maiden! Vic, you called it.
Well, it spun too. That's the first one that's really spun. And he stayed on the crease. He didn't want to come forward, Mickey. What a start to his career, eh? He's supposed to be a batsman. He's just come on, bowled the 7th over of the innings. He's had an interesting career already. Run out with that facing first time he plays. And now, on he comes. He's supposed to be a sort of half an all-rounder. And he's taken the first wicket, a left-hander. That's why they picked him. He's bowled a very steady first 4 or 5 balls, but we're aching for him just to get it slightly fuller. And the batsman was playing him off the back foot, but he couldn't get away. And that one, well, it pitched middle and leg. And he stayed on the crease. He misjudged the length, and it spun. Let's have another look. It's got a pitch in line, which I'm pretty sure it does, and thud into that left pad, just above the knee roll, but he's bent, and up goes the finger. What a start to Vaughan's bowling career. And I wonder, I'm just trying to think of his old man now, who's probably commentating somewhere, well, up at Lord's, trying to keep calm. He'll know, though. He'll know. He always knows. I'm sure that there'll be things buzzing in his ears and his phone.
He'll have people telling him.
He'll know, and he'll be proud as punch. And why not?
He might even be watching. If
he might even be. This one might even be a better bowler than his father.
Oh, there we go.
I think he's a better fielder already. No, I'm sorry. But what a start. What a start. And in terms of the context of the game, too, we've talked about this pitch turning, but, you know, the spinners so far haven't done much. But Vaughan's got that early wicket with a standard delivery from a very good piece of bowling. Borthwick, another left-hander coming in. So Leach's role is just to keep it quiet while Vaughan gets the left-handers out.
Well, brilliant start. Just to say, his stats now 1 over in first-class cricket. His figures are 1 for no runs at the moment. So brilliant work. Leach comes on at the other end. And you could see as well, what I liked there was how excited the rest of the team were for him. Knew exactly how big it is on your debut. Get off to a good start, and he scored runs in the first innings. Did he score 30 off 55? Perfectly respectable start to career. But yeah, this is, as you say, this is the reason that Archie Vaughan is in the team, isn't it? A, because he offers the spin, but B, you've got the top 3. Who's the next one coming in? Robinson. I don't think so. But you've got those top 3 left-handers. I want an off-spinner in there just to take it away from the bat or straighten up on those ones. Oh, now is that for thought from Leach?
I don't know what Jack was getting excited about. He thought there might have been an edge there, but in fact, I think he turned, but didn't hit anything. Suddenly, there are possibilities. There won't be too many liberties just before lunch, you'd think, from the 2 batsmen, even these. Leach can come round the wicket now. He's got a bit of turn there. He wants to bring the LBW into play against the left-hander. Opens up that offside, but it also, brings a bit of jeopardy if you're looking to hit it against the spin through that area. Vaughan's coming up from deep square leg, so he can just keep Leach there.
What that wicket might do as well is put Abel back on top of the batting averages, given that McKinney only played 2 games and now he's got out for 15.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be top of his priority.
No,
but
I doubt
nonetheless,
it.
but it's a statistical quirk.
Yes, let me refresh the list
Yeah,
once that wicket's been added to it. Pulled hard.
Yeah, it's a good shot that he's just dragged it down, and they're going off for lunch. Well, the clock, what's happened to the Pavilion clock? It's behind us.
Yeah, it is. It's wrong, the clock, because it is exactly 1 o'clock by my
Oh well.
mistake.
Well, much excitement for the Vaughan family, for Somerset to see Archie Vaughan come in and calmly, 4 or 5 balls in his first over in first-class cricket, which were on target, and then just getting that one to turn a little bit fuller, and he's got the wicket. He's just getting a little low 5 from, I think, Tom Banton. He's probably on quietly. He's not a demonstrative character, but he's probably quietly on cloud 9. However, he's got a lot of bowling to do, and he's getting a little tap from his captain, and he's got his first wicket in first-class cricket. He's got some in the old Metro Bank. So, intriguing stuff. It's going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, it's a fascinating first session. That Somerset all out 492, and in reply Durham 29 for 1. We're going to have a break now for some lunch. In the meantime, we'll show you some of those bowling figures and batting card as well as we go through it. But as far as landmarks go this morning, it was James Root who rather streakily got to 100, 103 he made before he was out in that 492. Here we are, the bowling card for Somerset. Leach has had 2 overs and Vaughan there, just the 1 that they could squeeze in, whereas his runs per over is still on 0. He has got a wicket in the column, which is very important. Somerset need to take 20 to win this match, 19 more. Vic, thank you very much. We'll be back with you and with Sam Dowling and me, Charlie Taylor, after the lunch break.
So today we're meeting up with somebody who was born to be a Somerset player because he's got the name Somerset in his first name. So it's Derek John Somerset Taylor who's joining us today, the wicketkeeper from the glory years. Derek, lovely to see you in Somerset.
Thanks.
Sitting in a chilly morning in front of a nice warm fire at Blackmore Farm at Cannington.
Cannington, correct.
So what's it feel like to be back here?
Oh well, we always like coming back. We haven't been back for 3 years, obviously COVID, and so we've all been looking forward to it, and lucky enough to bring our daughter and grandson with us this year.
Brilliant. How do we come to have Somerset in your name, Derek? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, well, it was mentioned in my benefit brochure, but it was a made-up story. The real truth is that it's from my grandfather's side on my mother's side, and her father was Henry Somerset Wicks, and one of his brothers had the name, but prior to that we don't know where it came from, so just have to blame my great-grandfather, who was Henry Rowley Wicks, but there was no trace of Somerset before that, so it's a bit of a mystery in that respect.
You said you've done a bit of family history background with the genealogy side of things,
Sure.
and you maybe have tenuous links with Casey Aldridge, because Aldridge is a family name.
Well, that's right. That's on my mother's side, the same part of the family. But on her mother, my grandmother was an Aldridge from Gloucester, and she had lots of brothers, sisters, aunts, cousins, and nieces, and they were all over Gloucestershire, Tewkesbury, and every Stroud, Gloucester. And I noticed that Casey's from Bristol, so not too far away.
Oh, interesting, isn't it? Might be another one in the family coming through.
You never know. Yeah. Haven't had the chance to meet him yet, but hopefully one day.
Good. Tell me, how did you get into cricket in the first place? You were born in Amersham, weren't you?
That's right.
And so how does it come about that you started with cricket in the first
Well,
place?
I don't know. My brother and I liked playing cricket from a very young age, and the local cricket ground was just down the road, Amersham Hill Cricket Club, which is no longer. And from there, my father and mother liked sport as well. But and the uncle I had an uncle Derek, who was unfortunately killed in the war, and he was a good sportsman, cricket, tennis, soccer, and so that's where it came from, I think. But and then we progressed through. We then joined Chesham Cricket Club, and then on to Buckinghamshire Young Amateurs, Buckinghamshire Minor Counties, and Michael went to Nottingham when he was 18, I think, 19, and then it was 2 years later I joined Surrey at 21.
Let's just go back to you before then. You played football a bit, didn't you, in your younger days?
Well, until I got injured when I was 19. But I played. Yeah, I played for the local Amersham town, and Michael played in Nottingham as well, and had a trial at Vicarage Road. Didn't go any further. But it was at the stage even then that you had to decide soccer or cricket really. But Jimmy Standen, who you may remember, he's a bit older than us,
goalkeeper.
but he lived at Chorley Wood, just down the road, and I think he did both, and I think he's the only guy to win a FA Cup medal and a Championship medal.
64 he won the FA Cup,
Something
didn't
like
he?
that, yeah.
I think it was.
And he Worcester when he played for Worcester.
He did indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've remained a Watford Football Club fan. Who would just talk about one or two of the names when you were growing up? Who's sticking in your brain?
Oh, at Watford?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Cliff Holton.
Cliff Holton
was the number one. He's still a big name there, really, although he's been gone a long time now. And they were all sort of local guys, and there was an Australian actually, Frank Mitchell, played for Worcestershire, played a bit for Warwickshire, played in the Warwickshire League and Birmingham League, but he played for a number of clubs, including Watford. And then, Pat Jennings, he started at Watford, and a number of others right up to he got in the Premier League.
Yeah. Let's then move on to your cricket. You played minor county cricket with Buckinghamshire for several seasons, didn't you?
Yes, I first played when I was 17, and then in the minor county championship I played from 18 until I went to Surrey.
And I think, got a funny feeling you played a game against Johnny Harris, didn't you? one of your first games.
Yeah, John Harris was playing for Suffolk.
For Suffolk, you're absolutely right.
He started running from the sight screen. I couldn't had to play forward in the end. No. Yeah, John Harris. There was a few old timers playing in the minor counties in those days. A guy called Perkins that played for Suffolk.
Yeah.
He played till he's 50 odd, I think. And another guy that played for Kent, Ted Witherden.
Yes.
He ended up at Suffolk, I think. Bill Edrich.
Of course, yeah.
Norfolk. and then Alan Revel played for Berkshire. Played, was at Derbyshire.
Derbyshire, yeah.
Well, he might have played for Leicester as well.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure.
think he did.
G.R.J. Root,
Yeah.
Berkshire, before he joined Surrey, and I can't think of other players that went on to play first class cricket. Not in not long term.
No.
There was the odd one.
Yeah. Now, how did you become involved with Surrey? How did that come about?
Well, basically, Arnold Long was the established wicketkeeper, but they didn't have a professional reserve wicketkeeper, and they basically advertised.
Right.
And at the beginning of '74, it went down pre-season to the Oval with a number of other guys, and I was fortunate enough to be the one that was offered a contract.
So you were obviously then moved to London?
Yes, I had to. That winter, I moved to London to qualify by residence, and that took me through basically to nearly the end of '65.
Right.
So I didn't get a first team game till '66, the university game at the Oval. But then I played in the county championship at the Old Arms Park. That's my county championship debut.
Right, at Cardiff.
On a interesting wicket. Rain affected, of course.
Yeah.
And but John Edrich played very well, and we won comfortably in the end.
Who were some of the people that you sort of would have been involved with when you were at Surrey? Was Arthur McIntyre part?
Oh yeah, he was the coach.
Yeah.
Big disciplinarian, and he helped me enormously, and I always thanked Arthur for that. And Mickey Stewart, of course, who was the captain, just finished 75 years at the Oval now.
Yeah.
Incredible,
90.
15 to 90.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to him for a while, but he was the club captain, and of course there was Ken Barrington, John Edrich, and any number of good professionals that were also played at Surrey at the time. Even Bernie Constable was the oldest, I think, in those days. He was still there in '64 and '65. He was well in his 40s then. But we sort of lived under the shadow still of the great side of the 50s.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we were always expected to win the championship, whatever. But it did happen the season after I left, '71.
Yeah.
And it's happened a few times since. But in the '60s, well, I think we got to the Gillette Cup final.
Yeah.
And that was about it, I think. But we were always, high up in the championship. But
I was looking at one game that you played in. I think it was the seconds. David Gibson got a 9 for, 7 for, 9 for.
Well, actually, I always rated David Gibson.
Yeah.
And because he could bowl in-swingers and out-swingers, and he bowled them very well. You couldn't really tell which way it was going if you just come into bat.
Yeah.
I remember playing once in a second team game and against Hampshire, and Gordon Greenwich was in his teens, I'd say, and it was at Cranley, and it was green as a bowling green, and he gave him 2 outers and the in-swinger, they all fell over. But nobody would have played it, let alone Gordon at 17. No. So he was very, very good bowler. Unfortunately, not with us anymore.
No.
But it was Ronnie Tyndall. Played with Jimmy
Chelsea,
Greaves, Chelsea, West Ham. Man, he ended up in Australia.
Yeah, did he?
Yes, he coached in Perth.
Right.
Soccer mainly. I met him there. He came over to the East Coast for a coaching trip back in the '90s.
Right.
Yeah. Saw him then. And David Sydenham was another one.
Yeah.
He could bowl in-swingers and out-swingers, and just a bit like Budgie in as much that he held the ball up for the away swinger and down for the in-swinger on his approach.
So you knew which way.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's interesting.
So
let's move on to how you came to Somerset. I mean, obviously you built the Oval from 64 to 69.
That's right.
Probably had 10 Champo games, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then how did you come to make the move?
Well, I was keen to obviously play first class cricket more, and I had a number of opportunities from, not a number, but I mean a number of other counties interested. But I never actually got a contract anywhere through different circumstances. I remember I was coaching in South Africa, and Middlesex wanted me to join because they said John Murray wasn't going to play anymore, but of course he did. So that didn't come to fruition. And so, excuse me. In the end, I got an approach from Somerset in '69.
Right.
And I went to, that's the first time I went to Taunton.
Really?
August, '69. And met the captain, Mr. Langford. Robert was in attendance, I think. And Richard Robinson was the secretary then. And signed on. Well, I think they wanted me to play at the Western Festival.
Right.
But because Surrey were could have won the championship that year, they didn't want to release me because of in case Arnold Long got injured. So I came back at the beginning of '70. Very cold, April the 1st.
So obviously, when you signed, what sort of a deal would they have given you? Can you remember what that was?
It wasn't that exciting. I signed on to play, but I was guaranteed to play.
Yeah.
But it was actually, the annual income was less than Surrey 2's.
Really?
Yeah. But with, if we happened to win a game, or and appearance money and things, it was more or less, I think, worked out about the same, really.
And what sort of contract would you have been signed on?
Oh, I think I had a 3 or 4 year contract.
You did, right, okay.
Yeah, so that was good from that point of view.
So you then moved down?
Oh, I was coaching abroad, and then on April the 1st I reported to Taunton. Right. And I moved into one of the supporters club's houses. With our signing from Sussex.
Alan Arthur Jones.
Alan Arthur Jones, yes, mine host in Greenway Road.
Alan Arthur Jones, you shared a house with Jonah
for about 6 months, I think.
Right.
At the maximum. No, we shouldn't be. He told me he was a cordon bleu cook.
Did he? I bet he wasn't.
Didn't quite work out that way.
No, and obviously, Closey was. You were there before Closey because Lange was your first captain, wasn't he?
Well, actually, the last game of 1970 was Yorkshire at Hull.
Right.
We they had a few days off, and then Hull for Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Harrogate on the Sunday. So it was a bit of a tour, and we lost quite comfortably on the Tuesday morning, I think. But that turned out to be Brian Closey's last game.
Really?
Yeah.
And did we know he was coming to Somerset then?
No, not then. No, definitely not. Because Tom Cartwright had also joined, along with Alan Jones and Maurice Hill and Stephen Hallam. Steve Wilkinson and Hallam were qualifying, I think. And so there was at least 6 new players for that start of that season. And then 71, well, I was away again playing in the Currie Cup that winter. So then we learnt after Christmas that Closey was coming.
Right.
And that's also when Kerry O'Keefe joined for a couple of seasons. Yeah. Right. So we had the start of 71 was fantastic because it was very dry. Yeah. Not particularly warm, but and the wickets were conducive for spin. And we got off and we won 2 or 3 games in May straight off. Very good games as well.
Did you like keeping the spinners?
Yes. Well, Lange was captain.
Yeah.
And he gave Kerry every opportunity, and I think got 47 wickets in May.
Right.
So and that together with Tom and Joan. Oh well, I'm trying to think who the other opening bowler was. I should know, because Roy Palmer had left in 70.
Yeah, and Ken had gone 69.
Ken had gone in 69. God, I get told off for that. Who was the other opening bowler in 71?
I'm just trying to think.
I just can't think of it. Well, Budgie was. Yeah,
Budgie
was there.
Yeah.
I suppose he must have opened with Jonah, and then Tom would have come on first change, and then Kerry and Lange. So it was, quite a good attack, really. But then the rain started, and we still did all right. I mean, it's a good. We got to the semi-final of the Gillette as well that year against Lancashire at Taunton, full house. So that was. I remember that game well. Unfortunately, we lost. But coming from like last in 69 to a Gillette Cup final within 18 months was a pretty good performance.
Yeah, but people have always liked their one-day cricket at Taunton, haven't they?
Oh yeah, well particularly the Sunday League and the Gillette Cup. But
because you played obviously before the one-day, before the Sunday League came in.
Yes.
Gillette came in 63, Sunday League 69, I think.
Correct.
Didn't it?
Yeah, and then the Benson Hedges started in 70, didn't it?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was 55, so
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
And we did pretty well in the Benson Hedges over the years, and then by the time 73 wasn't a great season, I don't think, but 74 we had all the young superstars.
Yeah, you did.
So Lord Botham and Sir Vivian.
And what was it like when they came into the dressing room? I mean, I can't imagine they ever came with sort of shy, retiring violence.
No. Well, actually, Vivian was. I met Vivian in at Bath in 73.
Right, yeah.
Because he'd come over from the Caribbean and was playing for Lansdowne.
Yeah.
And when we played at Bath, he came down as 12th man. And no, he was very quiet. But shortly afterwards, met the Lord. And he wasn't as shy after that. But but Ian was always very exuberant. I remember him playing pre-season, and he was a very confident young man. And everybody knows the Ian Botham story, don't they? So we went from strength to strength then, and along with Vic and Peter and Phil Slocum, and they were the main three, and Jerry Lloyd's, of course.
Yeah.
I think he came the year after 75, perhaps. Yeah. And then, but Closey was still playing. I mean, I never forget. I think it was. It must have been 77, and we played one of our first championship games at Hove, and after the first day's play, I was with Budgie and Tony Gregg, who was captain then.
Yeah.
I think. And he said to Budgie and I, "I'm looking for an opening batsman," and we looked along the bar, and there he was. Don't be vague, have a Hague. Big DB Close.
Yeah.
Surely it's the best player he can pick. And 2 weeks later, Craigie picked him. But I mean, he did all right. But I mean, the thing was, he was 46, and it's atrocious, really, what happened at Old Trafford in the dark with Edrich and Close.
Yeah.
No helmets, dark, and the fastest bowlers in the world.
Yeah.
Bowling 4 or 5 bounces and over.
Yeah.
I mean, it just wouldn't be allowed to happen these days.
No, it wasn't.
No helmets, nothing.
No.
But Closey just kept chesting them off, which he did. Well, that's right. After that game, we were playing a Gillette Cup game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and I went to see him because we travelled up from Somerset, I suppose, and he was in his room, like, covered from here in bruises.
Bruises, yeah.
So I said, "Are you going to play tomorrow?" He said, "Of course I can, lad." And we performed terribly. We bowled out for a low 150 or something, and Closey got 70 on. So everybody felt embarrassed, I think. And of course, Warwickshire won. But, oh no, very brave.
Yeah, and he drew that side together, didn't he, really, that Rosie took on?
Yeah, he did. But, look, I mean, Closey did. He was an extraordinary bloke, but he also did some extraordinary things, particularly in one-day games. I think we were playing at Taunton against Gloucester once, and you know, we got 2 or 3 wickets out, one thing and another, and he then put Merv on. You know, excuse me, Merv. And I don't know if he got a wicket or not, I can't remember, but he got a wicket somewhere, so he thought he put Merv. But then we lost the initiative, and then Mike Proctor got into, because Mike Proctor was a great player of spinners, and poor old Kerry kept going out the ground. So game over. So he did a few crazy things in one-day games, but of course he always liked to attack, and that, you know, that won him a lot of friends, and he was popular with everyone. Really.
Fielded pretty close to the bat, didn't he?
Well, he was never far away from me.
I was going to say, you must have had quite a lot to do with
Especially
him.
if we were on top.
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
I remember. Yeah. Oh, on so many occasions when you know, it's intimidating for the batsman.
Yeah. And then obviously, Closey went, and Rosie stepped into the job. Didn't
That's
he,
right.
in '78.
Yeah. Well, there were a number of us were sort of in line for the captaincy, and then but the club chose Brian, which on hindsight was of course the best decision that could have happened, because
Was it at the time?
Sorry.
At the time, was it, or what did you think?
Well, it proved to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, he was. It was obviously changing the guard, and from a personal point of view, I was older than the rest, apart from you know, Merv and Budgie.
Yeah.
And I would have thought I'd have had a chance, but overall, I've got no regrets, and that was the club's decision, and that's what I stood by. And Brian proved to be a very good captain, totally different to Closey, of course. And we were very unfortunate not to win in his first year.
Yeah, you were.
Well, we were a bit unlucky in Closey's last year. That was another. But at the same, you know, we lost to the worst side, or the bottom side in the Sunday League at Cardiff, and they'd had the worst chasing record in the league. What did Closey do? Put them in. But anyway, that's, you know, by the by. But we should have won that game, and then we'd have broken our duck. But so in '79, we got full revenge.
You did the double, didn't you? Just tell me about that, Derek. I mean, did the fact that you lost the year before because you got beaten by Sussex, didn't you?
Yeah, well, that was ironical as well, because I think we'd already played Sussex 4 times in the twice in the Championship, Sunday League and Benson's, and we'd beaten them every time, all 4 games. So I suppose there was an air of overconfidence in that respect. Excuse me. But from memory, Ian and Viv didn't let us down, you know, they both got runs. But Vivian didn't get 100, but I mean, you can't expect him to get 100 every game. But we didn't get a big total, about 220 or something. And then we bowled badly with the new ball to Guion Mendes and John Barclay, who were square of the wicket players, and we bowled short. And they had a flying start, and we got them both out, and Imran and Javid. And we thought we had a chance then. They were about 100 odd for 4. But Paul Parker played very well, and that was it, game over. So, and then the next year, we got a better score against Northants, and we were pretty confident we could, with Joel as well. Well, Joel would bowl very well then, and we got early wickets, and but Alan Lamb and Jeff Cook played very
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
But then, fortunately, Alan Lamb was stumped.
yeah. By you. Yeah,
Off Vivian.
yeah.
And that was it, game over.
Very nifty bit of keeping, dare I say.
Well,
I've seen the replay
one
of
of
it.
the better ones, shall we say.
Yeah.
Well, it was he hit over a half volley, so always difficult to take. But so that, I was happy with that. And then that was it. And then, well, we didn't think we'd win the Sunday League because Kent had to beat Middlesex at Canterbury, and but they lost.
Yeah.
And we beat Nottingham pretty comfortably at Trent Bridge. So that was it.
And that was Budgie's last game. at
And the
Trent Bridge,
boots up
hung
over
his
there,
boots up,
and he
didn't
votes. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Never
mean-
saw him for 37 years after that.
Yeah, I mean, you must have some very fond memories of that. The glory years run.
Oh, yes,
playing
yeah.
with people like Joel and Vivian.
Well, with us, the Australian game was Joel's at Bath was his debut.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I personally, I think half the others had never met Joel then.
No.
And the Bath Pavilion,
Yeah, indeed.
and his head was above the door.
Yeah.
might help with a few deliveries. And he bowled very well straight away. But all the lads bowled well. And
Budgie did quite well that day, didn't he?
he did. He could always move the ball around at Bath.
Yeah.
And he mesmerised a few of the later order Australians, and got a fifer. And but although I'm sorry to blow my top, but his first wicket was a leg side stumping.
Yeah. there you
Craig Sargent, the opening batsman. So that got him on his way, and then Ian chipped in, but Greg Chappell got 100, but they only got 200, I think. And then, that was another. This might be cut. No, but we had Closey just had time to get a duck
Yeah.
on the first evening, and then there was a reception at the Bath, the Roman Bath.
Yeah. Yeah.
And IT Botham, DB Close and D Breakwell wanted to christen Kerry, who was playing for the Australians
Yeah.
in the Roman Baths.
Right.
But unfortunately, DB fell over. And the next morning I had a phone call to Derek Lennon at the hospital. Can you take over? Because I was the vice captain.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we never saw him till lunchtime, but we batted very well because Rosie got 100. Well, they all got runs, and he turned up. We were 350 for 3 or 4, and Phil had 50 or 60 as well, I think, and declared the innings closed. He said, "I want to have a go at them before tea and after tea." Yeah. So, the Aussies ran off, and Slokes and Rosie were still out there. We had to drag them off. But anyhow, he came out to field, and after about 10 minutes, he said, "It's no good, lad. I've got to go off again. I'll leave it to you." So, we managed to bowl them out again, although David Hookes got 100, one of the few hundreds he got in overseas. Played very well. But we only had to chase 180, 190, and we won comfortably by about 6 wickets. And Ian and Viv were in at the end, hitting them all round Bath.
That must have been one of your memorable games.
Oh yeah, it was.
To beat the
Yeah,
Aussies.
yeah, that's
First
right.
time I'd ever beaten them.
Well, I remember Greg Chappell coming up to me on the second morning. He said, because I tell him about Closey, and he said, "Do you mind if Doug Walters has a substitute fielder?"
Right.
So I said, "Well, for what reason?" He said, "It's been up all night playing cards." I said, "I do mind, yes." So he had to go out and field. Well,
Right.
I mean, it's still, but I mean, those were the days, as they
Yeah.
say. But he was another one, great player in Australia, and natural athlete. But well, I mean, it wouldn't happen today anyway, would it?
Right,
But well, yeah, I suppose the latest comparison would have been the late Andrew Simons.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, indeed.
but that was all brought on by other things as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So here we are.
And one of the things you've not talked about, you talked about the Benson and Hedges, but you actually hold a record, don't you? For the Benson and Hedges.
Yes.
Tell us about that, Dan.
Well, last season I played actually. We were playing Oxford and Cambridge at Taunton in one of the zone games.
Yeah.
And it was a bouncy wicket for Taunton, and they kept nicking it, and I never dropped one for a change. 8 out of 10. Yeah. Off, I think every bowler. Well, Both opened the bowling, I think, with Dredgy, of course. I've forgotten Dredgy.
Yeah, Dredgy.
But Dredgy wasn't playing in set. No, he didn't play until. I'm thinking back to what I said earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
But he wasn't there.
No, he wasn't playing then.
No. Dredgy played. He debuted at Bath. He bowled Glenn Turner out on debut.
Yes, that was his first wicket.
Yeah, he couldn't believe it, Glenn Turner, like an off break. Anyway, yes. So there was Ian and Colin, and I think Vic played certainly, and Hallam, yeah, and Peter Roebuck. He bowled that. I caught a couple of him. So. Well, no one's ever caught 8 since.
No.
There's 2 guys got 6 catches and 2 stumpings.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be honest, the way it's played now, how's the wicketkeeper ever going to catch 8?
Yeah, exactly.
They're all on the short boundaries.
Absolutely.
So so that was good. Yeah, well, I didn't realise, but at the time that was the first time a wicketkeeper had ever got a gold medal.
Absolutely.
I remember playing in a game at Street, funny enough, and against Gloucester. That was a Benson Hedges, and I caught the first 3 off Hallam, I think. And Jimmy Folk got 70 odd, and they got about 170. And apart from running Rosie out, we only lost 1 wicket.
Right.
And I did get a mention that 80 odd not out, but I didn't get the gold medal.
So you got the gold medal for 8 catches.
Yeah, I thought it was Jim Laker, I think. Jim Laker. He mentioned me, but thought I had a chance. Perhaps I shouldn't have run Rosie out. But I can't remember. Oh, close. No, that was the game because we won by 9 wickets with 5 overs to spare.
Right.
And when I came in, Closey said, "You've got to remember, lad, there's world-class batters waiting in the pavilion to bat, like myself and Vivian." So I said, "Thanks, bro." Yeah.
Gary, during your years at Somerset, I mean, you obviously played against a lot of really good players who were about at that stage. Who would be a sort of the best bowler that you faced during your playing career?
What fast bowler, spin bowler?
Yeah, fast bowler and spin bowler.
Well, the fastest bowler, 2 bowlers, was Michael Holding and Jeff Thompson.
Right, yeah.
Definitely the quickest. But I mean, Dennis Lilly was a great bowler, but even quite as fast as Jeff Thompson or Michael Holding. Andy Roberts was a great bowler. I think I opened the batting against Andy Roberts more than Jeff Boycott.
And of course, no helmets were there in those
No
days?
helmets, no.
So you were...
Well, it was Wayne Daniels and a number of others. But I remember in my last year playing against, I think it was the last year, playing against Wayne Daniels with a helmet.
Yeah.
And it seemed to make a big difference.
Right.
But that was just when they were coming in. And then, lots of, not lots, but I had the utmost difficulty playing Bishan Beatty.
Did you? Right.
I thought he was a very good bowler.
Yeah.
And there was a whole plethora really of good bowlers. Derek Underwood.
Yeah.
And he was always difficult to get away. And I suppose just trying to think who the others were, but so many names really.
Yeah. And what about from a Somerset perspective? Who did you enjoy keeping to best?
Oh, I
during
think
your
with
Somerset days?
in a way, I suppose I'd say T.W. Cartwright.
Right, you used to stand up to him, didn't you?
Yes, yeah, mostly. Not
Yeah.
always, not if it was a really rain-affected wicket, perhaps. But 9 times out of 10, yes. But I enjoyed keeping to all of them, really. Some were more erratic than others, shall we say. But Tom was very accurate.
Yeah.
And I always enjoyed keeping it to Budgie as well, because I knew what he was going to do.
Yeah.
And although he's only there a short time, Kerry as well,
Yeah.
and Brian Layford. And then, but they all had their merits. So.
And you've obviously batted with Vivian, I'm guessing, quite a few times.
Yeah, I did. Yes,
What was it like standing the opposite end watching a masterclass like that?
Well, I remember we were playing Gloucester once at Weston, and he had 60 odd, and I had 60 odd because I'd opened. So he caught me up easy enough, and he came up to me and he said, "Shall we both get hundreds today?" 2 overs later, we're both out. I said, "You well said, Viv," but that was just one of the funny things. But no, well.
Back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton, where we've got a lovely late summer's day. Here, a bit of sunshine and a great game of cricket in prospect. Somerset made 492 all out in their first innings, picking up a full 5 batting points. Durham missed out on a bowling point, but they did in the end pick up all 10 wickets. And in reply, they are 29 for 1. So far we've seen 1 over from Archie Vaughan, his first over in first-class cricket, and it was a wicket maiden, getting the wicket of Ben McKinney early doors. So 29 for 1. Alex Lee's on 14, Borthwick yet to face a ball. I'm Charlie Taylor, and alongside me is Sam Dalling. We'll have Vic Marks with us a bit later on as well. Afternoon, Sam, and we're going to see a bit more from Archie Vaughan now.
Yeah, shame Vic's not on to talk us through the wickets he's about to take. That was a wonderful moment, wasn't it? Wonderful moment for Archie Vaughan. Very proud day. It was a lovely speech. It's worth having a look on the Somerset social media accounts for Andy Ameed handing him his cap, as Archie Vaughan is going to continue around the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick. Bit of turn as well. That's why he's in the side, I think, Archie Vaughan. These left-handers. That turn. Beautiful. Played a bit of cricket at Taunton Dean as well, a couple of seasons before he moved to St Andrews. They were very impressed with his bowling. I was chatting to one of their first team players a day or 2 ago. Played alongside Archie Vaughan. They loved him as a bowler. The reason he's in this Somerset side.
He's still yet to leak a run. Over and a half into his first-class career.
Easy game, isn't it?
Score your 30, pick up a wicket maiden. It's a good ball.
Yeah, good from Vaughan, good from Somerset. Pick these spinners, goals worthy as well. I wonder if we've got 65 overs remaining today. I reckon we might whistle through them with a fair few overs of spin. Durham were well on time yesterday. Could be even earlier today. It's Vaughan. Borthwick is jabbing it in to the leg side off the mark. Scoreboard not quite fully working opposite us, but Borthwick has won. Alex Lees is still there, unbeaten on 14. In a bit of nick, Alex Lees. Strange last week because Alex Lees actually top scored in the innings for them, but he wasn't the headline. The headline was McKinney, maiden first class 100, and then Ashton Turner on his debut also made a beautiful 100. Lees just got on with it. Quietly, unassumingly, made about 140 odd. Strange that, to not be the headline when you top scored with a big 100. Looking to to see Leachy, do you reckon?
I reckon so.
Tom Banton hasn't taken the helmet off, suggests.
Leach is coming in now. Yeah, going to see Leach. I don't no reason to change him yet. Because it certainly wasn't. He hadn't brought spin on because the seamers were tired. He brought spin on because it is genuinely turning.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this Kookaburra ball, that if you ask a quick bowler in Somerset, I'll tell you, because they were 60 over 3 yesterday. It's that first 10-15 overs. That's when you might get a bit out of it from the seamers. But they knew. I think they knew what this pitch was going to do. I'm not sure it's brand new. I'm not 100% sure on that though.
It's still, from up here, it still looks pretty good, the pitch, doesn't it? Doesn't look like, isn't it? It's not one of those which is cracking and breaking away and puffs of dust all the time, but it is definitely offering a bit of spin, bit of grip. Left armour Jack Leach then, coming over the wicket to Alex Lees, who's played that beautifully out through the cover region for 4. Just lent into that drive. No real, not trying to overhit it, not really doing much of hitting it at all, other than just leaning in, as we'll see there. There we are, lovely stuff. It's the risk, isn't it, with Leachy bowling to left-handers. They're offering that there. They've left that big gap there. They've got a lot of men around the bat, waiting for a mistake, waiting for a bit of turn, maybe. Roo, hands on his knees, waits for this one.
I think it was you were saying, I've said this up on the Durham comms as well, that if you said Alex Leeds was a professional number 8 in rugby union, you'd be like, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, yeah. He's built like that, isn't he?
It's because he's got a short name as well. It looks tiny on his back.
Yes, yeah. Big broad shoulders and a 4-letter surname. Coming down the pitch and doesn't get all of it. Keeps it out though. That's the key. If you're coming down the pitch when the keeper's standing up, got to hit it. 64 overs. I wonder what percentage of that will be spin. I'd say quite high. That one does hit the pads.
It's all right when you got 2 spinners on. I feel yesterday it was Callum Parkinson and Bryden Cass. I'll need to have a look at that one.
It did turn a lot, didn't it?
It did turn. Hits him outside the line.
Yeah.
But poor Bryden Cass, bowling off 30-yard run up. He gets about 2 minutes break.
Yes.
Callum Parkinson's whizzing through Maidens.
It is a bit harsh, isn't it? Down the pitch in this one, he's playing through mid-wicket, and that'll go for 4, because once he's got it over the infield, there's no one out there. So Lees is not being scared of the spin here, taking it on, obviously hitting with it when you're a left-hander facing a left armour, and playing it into the leg side. Still taking on the risk, because as we've seen, the previous ball in this over, this odd ball is turning a long way, which I like. I really enjoy watching spin bowling when it's turning. It's not just sort of using up an end or holding an end, when it's properly a wicket-taking threat. It's great to watch. It's so different to any other sport, that. With fast bowling, you can sort of see similarities in baseball and that kind of thing, because it's a quick ball and the batter's hitting it. Obviously in T20s it looks a lot more similar to it, but spin bowling is unique, really unique. I can't think of anything similar really in any sport. That's trying to judge what a ball's going to do. Is it going to turn left? Is it going to be, when you're following a leg spinner, is it going to be a googly? Is it going to go straight on? Do I come forwards? Do I stay back? It's it's
a lot going on in your mind, isn't it?
Oh, it is. There's a lot happening. And as a commentator, I'm thinking that, let alone what it's like facing it.
Well, I hope there's a little bit more peace in the mind of Scott Walker, though. The Badger, as they call him, is Vaughan's in. He has a mind that races around a bit as well, full of energy. Mr. Durham. He was in good nick in the One Day Cup actually as well. Batted as well as he's ever batted, really.
Been around for a long time now, Borthwick.
Yeah, and he doesn't bowl himself very much now. I don't know if that's a captain's thing, but remember he played a test as a leg spinner. I'd have liked to see him have a bowl there. Didn't go to Turner. Parkinson and Drizzle bowled. He got Ashton Turner. I can see why Ashton Turner might not, because Drizzle's in there as the off spinner, but a bit of leg spin.
It's good, this from Vaughan.
Very good.
Not a great deal of Michael Vaughan about his looks. He's not whereas you look at Rocky Flintoff and you can instantly see Freddie in there.
Yeah.
He's not as obvious with Archie Vaughan.
Apparently Tuffers is impressed with Archie's wicket. Like the look
Oh,
of it.
yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, you can see a bit of Mike. When you look close, you can see Michael in
We're a
there.
long way away to be able to.
Yeah, got my
say.
binoculars out.
Yeah. It's wide of the crease. Flick through mid-wicket, despairing dive of Lammonby there. Unable to cut it off. So first boundary conceded by Archie Vaughan in his first class career. Scott Borthwick picked it up.
Well, quite right that stuff is like. I don't think there's much to dislike about Vaughan's wicket. I think it's a classic off-spinner's wicket, isn't it?
He does look like he's got very repeatable action. A little bit of zip in it. Not one of these bowlers that just sort of walks up, has a little bit of oomph to it.
Does a little trot, a little
Yeah.
sort of skip when he starts his run up.
There's
There it
the
is,
skip,
look, little
that
right foot.
leg.
Yeah, goes up towards his bum. Good stop in the field there, Tom Lammonby.
End of the over. 11 gone, whizzing through them. 43 for 1.
Good stuff, Archie Vaughan. I mentioned it earlier on. I do think there's extra scrutiny when your dad's someone
Yeah,
like
of
Michael
course
Vaughan, or if you know, Rocky Flintoff the same, and De Caris as well with Atherton.
He gets away with it a bit.
Slightly different, isn't it, when your name isn't the same?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I quite like that. Because, yeah, you just want to see... Problem with Rocky Flintoff is he bats so much like his
It
dad.
just looks like it's unbelievable how similar those two. And even like the helmet's on wonkily, you know, when he sort of they look quite. Freddie always looked quite dishevelled when he was batting, a bit like he'd sort of shuffled up there, got his helmet on at the last second, probably only just finished strapping up his pads when he had to walk out. And Rocky looks exactly the same. Whereas Vaughan is slightly different, I'd say. Michael Vaughan had a less... He had his own style, obviously, when he was batting, but it was less obvious. As you know, Freddie had a very clear style, didn't he? Which I guess it also... Whereas Vaughan was a bit... Well, was much more technically correct. In comes Leachy, then. And they're going to pick up a run here. So that's just defended, really. Can you imagine a team? Flintoff and Vaughan, England team. The two of them in it.
Yeah, it's a very distinct chance.
Yeah,
Very
absolutely.
early for both of them, but
Absolutely a possibility. Yeah. Similar
Right,
age,
yeah.
aren't they?
ball just practice ball. Ah, it's the games of cricket. Oh, brilliant.
Whoops.
Excellent stuff. Oh, and whoever's just chucked that back has thrown it
Done 'em.
aimlessly.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's done them. Look after the new ball, sir.
Straight into the cars there.
It's gone underneath the car. No, it's bounced back. Guess good news.
Ooh, hammered. Before.
So this is good from Durham. They're just counter-punching.
Mm.
They're not going to, and Ryan Campbell has told them this, Borthwick's positive, Lee's positive. They're not just going to sit there and allow themselves to be bowled at by these spinners. And it's good as well because Lees was using his feet against Leach. Borthwick's going back, so they're not just doing the same thing. Borthwick was banging that back foot, was deep in his crease, so just a fraction short, was able to pull it.
Good cricket this from Durham. 49 now, the score moves up to.
Yeah, not wrong with the run rate.
Now, it was a good game of cricket in the car park that I was watching on the stream yesterday. Oh, he's packing away his stumps.
Probably hit that.
It's good effort. Yeah, look at that. All in one bag. Very useful.
50 up from Durham.
Leach would really ideally like a right-hander out there, I think. Got plenty of left-handers out in his time, but that's where he's most dangerous. Offers a bit of difference though, doesn't it? The batters, one end you've got an off-spinner, right-handed finger spinner. Well, that wasn't far away from the short legs hand. Yeah, one end you've got to deal with slow left arm, the other end slow right arm. Point of difference. Gets them thinking, I should think, because the pitch is offering a bit of turn. That's a good view of the ground. Got the Dutch cricket scorer there in screen, Kate. Just keeping an eye on Baz de Leder, I should think, although he's not out there at the moment.
Yeah, I think she was on tour. She was over in the score box yesterday. I know Harry was in there, saw her, put a couple of videos out.
Lovely.
A few Dutch connections down here as well. Well, they've got Brandon Glover up at Durham, down here, Paul van Meeker in, Rudolf van der Merwe. You know who else played? What was he called? Tom Cooper. Remember he came over?
Yes, yeah.
He scored no runs whatsoever and then went back to Australia and did score runs.
Yeah, I remember that. He really struggled when he was here.
Andre van Troost.
Yep.
Mead just being moved in front of square. I think it's Goldsworthy out deep backward point now. Mead's going to come across to this the mid-wicket area where Borthwick flicked that boundary, which was uppish past Lammonby. So there's two of them there in catching as well as a short leg.
Good ball.
Gets Borthwick on the back foot.
Stayed straight, that one. Yeah, watched a great innings from Sterikalis recently over the summer. Just getting his bat in on. Just did straighten up a little, actually. Yeah, excellent Dutch cricketer. Plays a lot in England. Has a lot, some of them, well, most of them do actually, don't they? Play a lot in England. There was some complication with Brexit, wasn't there, about Dutch players and the difficulties? Has that been ironed out now?
It was about... Should just be 2. He's going to go all the way down to the boundary. A couple of runs. I remember chatting to Paul van Meeker at the point. There was a... He certainly couldn't, because he was trying to qualify as English qualified, so he couldn't be out of the country for too long. But yeah, I can't remember the nuances without going back and reading the article.
Fawn in. Coming forwards to defend that is Borthwick.
Another one. Just happy to rotate the strike. Ball left in the 13th over. Well, this is good from Archie. One is 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Started with a wicket maiden. Durham 54 for 1.
Somerset will need wickets. If they're going to win this game, those 20 wickets are going to be hard work. So they've got to get them as quick as possible. Weather's not ideal tomorrow. Just taking a quick look ahead.
Oh, really? Is it not
I
ideal?
don't think so. No, I've got a feeling that there might be some rain around tomorrow. Let's have a quick look.
I mean, I was saying to Soph yesterday, as soon as someone says, my head's in that jukebox mode,
Yeah.
so I was black-eyed peas as soon as you said, I've got a feeling.
Oh, yes.
But I don't know why my brain's doing it the last couple of days. It's a bit fried, my brain. I've got a lot going on.
You've got a lot. That's the sort of thing radio presenters get a lot of. I think you sort of hear a lot of songs and they come up with feature ideas based on songs. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible, but there is the slight chance of rain around in the afternoon. Sunday looking dry.
What are you looking at? Not the BBC, mate.
Yep, got a bit on the BBC here.
We're in Taunton here. I'm going to say right, Taunton.
I'm actually to my home address here, which is in Burnham-on-Sea. So
Ah,
actually,
right.
it actually looks better in Burnham-on-Sea.
We'll
than it
come
does
to
in
you,
Taunton.
shall we?
Yeah, why not?
It says no 0% rain in Taunton here.
I've got up to 20% by 6 o'clock. So in the afternoon.
DA1, interesting. See, I've just got Taunton in, and there's no rain at
How
all.
funny that it's two different. For Taunton
Can't
and
trust the
TA1.
BBC. TA2, nothing.
But TA1, Leach in again. Oh, just played out towards the fielder. Short leg goes through his legs.
Yeah, a bit in TA1. This is another one of your Dean Elgar's not having a great season moments, isn't it?
Well, he's not by his standards.
Not reached 1,000
Sorry.
runs yet. We'll definitely bring that up a few times over the next couple of months, as you would expect. You'd be disappointed if we didn't.
Absolutely. But do you know what I mean? There hasn't been sort of. What he's done is he's done classic Dean Elgar, churn out the runs without really making headlines, just runs after runs. You know, there's not been like a big Dean Elgar scored a double hundred.
I think Jordan Cox has taken the headlines and down there.
Yes, that's true. That's very true. Can't find through the legs of the fielder. They've got a very short leg. Yeah, it looks like we'll get the vast majority of the game in between now and the end of Sunday. So for Somerset, it's those wickets. Durham have got to think about drawing level at least with Somerset here if they can. About 500 runs. Hit on the legs. Leach likes it, but not a lot of interest from James Rue or anyone else for that matter. Let's have another look. It's not bad, but I can see why there wasn't much interest. Leach might be saying to his teammates, come on, when I go up like that, don't make me look a fool. Someone else needs to come with me. That's the scene here. Fairly good crowd, and they've closed the Somerset stand, or 4 of the 5 blocks of it.
Oh, yeah,
so the crowd's condensed a bit, but still, it's pretty good.
I love how they all flock to the Jimmy Hildreth stand.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to be associated with that particular name? Somerset greats. You spoke to him recently, didn't you?
Yeah, Vaughan. Yeah, I did. He spoke to me. Vaughan around the wicket.
Did you not reply?
Swept for thought. Nice shot from Borthwick. Just stands there. He's some groundskeeper's nightmare. Borthwick. He's always making his mark on the pitch, but you know, some ground staff are a bit precious about their pitches, even though that's what they're there for. Yeah, he did a piece. He wrote something for the Cider Press blog. The blog that goes alongside our podcast, Charlie.
Very nice. Yeah.
Got a new writer coming soon as well. Gordon Hollins has agreed to do something, which is nice. Get his view. Enjoying his semi-retirement, Gordon. Yeah, I think he's down here today.
Semi-retirement is... So what's that? Is he sort of...
A couple of days a week, I think.
A couple of days a week.
Yeah.
Nice. Lovely stuff. He said he managed to blag his way in today. I don't think that's true. I suspect he gets in all right.
Vaughan around the wicket to ball. He's got 19. Just tucking him away into the leg side relatively easy. Arguably a tad too straight, Vaughan.
Vic raised a good point.
He tends to do that.
Yeah, he is. He's got a knack. And that is that the pavilion clock is 5 minutes slow. And it normally isn't. That's not like players will know that, oh, that's 5 minutes slow. They will now because they've probably noticed it in this match. But someone needs to... Well, now, what's the deal with that clock? Has someone got to go up there? We could send the dog up there, maybe. Train it, get up there. Because it's quite high up.
There's Jack. Camera's picking up his name. He's having a great old time.
Yeah.
Love dogs. Made me miss my 2 dogs back home in Cheshire. It's horrible being parted from them, but it's lovely when you go back because they completely lose their mind. Although one of them, Teddy, gets so excited. The thing, it's like called displacement or something. So what she has to do is, rather than see you, she runs off and gets a blanket and has to chew on it. Like that's her way of coping with excitement. But she's smart. She goes into the pen. They've got 2 pens next to each other. She never goes into her pen and takes her blanket. She always goes and gets her sister's
the other one
and takes it out.
Not touching the one that I like to sleep on. Yeah.
Why would I do that, Sam?
We is that Jack again? We came back from holiday. I say holiday, wasn't much of a holiday.
I was saying earlier on there.
I was ill abroad more than a holiday. Anyway, I'm fine now. Oh, there's half an appeal. Oh. And so we went to pick up our cat from the cattery, and it was pretty much the opposite of what you've just described. We turn up, cat very not bothered. Sort of, he did come outside eventually to see us from his inner bit, but then he wasn't that bothered. Pulled hard, that'll be 4. As the fielder comes around, nope, unable to get there, 4 more. So they are picking up regular boundaries here, Durham keeping that score going. But yeah, it was. You can see that turn actually a bit too short. It gave him a lot of time to pick it. But you can still see that turning off the pitch. Yeah, he was excited. Once he got home, he was excited. He was pleased to see us when he got home, but it wasn't that. You know, with a dog, you see the tail wagging. Excited straight away. Yeah, we didn't have that.
So, no.
While I was recovering, I was at home a lot, and we started a jigsaw.
Oh, nice.
Love a jigsaw. And
What kind of piecage are we talking about here?
1,000 piece.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a classic. And we've got one of those sort of roll-up mat things that you can put away a jigsaw if you're halfway through it.
Of course you have.
And because we're regular puzzlers. Good shot. You're going to come through for a quick single. And the cat loves it. He loves the feel of the mat. He likes to go and sleep on the mat. But obviously, he risks ruining the puzzle.
Yeah.
Anyway, he got a bit excited one day. We were sitting on the sofa. The thing was in front of the telly on the floor. And the cat just got so excited, he just ran up, jumped on this felt, puzzle pieces everywhere, the edge that I'd just spent ages putting together, all over the floor. Umpire not interested. Leach getting a few more of those, though. So he does get excited, but mainly to destroy
Your jigsaw.
work that, yeah, exactly.
See, Luffy and I were on here talking about Bop It yesterday.
Bop it?
Bop It.
What,
game.
the game, yeah?
Yeah. You're more of a puzzle man. I get it.
Yeah, I would. Or I probably would have chosen a puzzle over Bop It, yeah.
I like a bit of Bop It.
Bit stressful.
Yeah.
Bop It.
Particularly when you get into when you're looking at big Bop It numbers, closing in on records.
You should bring. Have you got Bop It?
Oh, I must be.
Bring it in for the rain delays. That's a good game to play.
Well,
in the rain, isn't it?
Sophie was saying it's a disgrace because she was on the team coach the other day and someone had it and it's only got 2 things to do. Like the level of brain power
2?
required. Yeah, exactly.
That's not enough.
Not worth it. Vaughan is in. It's time Borthwick's on the back foot. Now these two look really nice actually. Partnership. It's now 41 and they're scoring quite quickly. 41 in 55 balls. Only 27 minutes as well because actually we're getting through the overs so quickly here. We've already had, what we've been back 25 minutes and we've had 8 overs after lunch, maybe 9. Racing through them.
Top order of Sri Lanka's failed again. 54 for 3 against England's 427. I know you were talking about it earlier, and I heard you talking about it yesterday as well, but still trying to get to the bottom of exactly what went on at Gloucestershire yesterday. That game abandoned.
Still waiting for a few more details, but basically the pitch was too dangerous.
Some big scores, couple of games in Division 2. Yorkshire 526 for 6 against Middlesex.
Big 100 for Johnny, wasn't there? Pulled by Lee's, just a little bit short in his 4 runs. Vaughan kicks the turf in frustration. That's what they've done really well, these two, keeping that pressure on, not just allowing themselves to be bowled at. Very easy just to pad it back, block it back, end up a series of maidens, and then you feel a bit of pressure.
160 for Bairstow, as you said. And Sussex are 549 for 6.
Ooh, that's better from Vaughan. Inside edge. Goes past. Banton onto the pads, end of the over, 17 gone. 70 for 1. What else we got going on, Charlie?
Just quickly looking at that Sussex innings. Hughes, who is we've seen him play here, haven't we, this season in One Day Cup? 144.
Good signing.
Very good signing. And Simpson on 109 there. So he's been another good signing for Sussex.
Yeah, on a great somewhere.
Yeah. Carson on 61. So Sussex going very nicely against Derbyshire, who picked up a win. First win in about 2.5 years, 3 years nearly for Derbyshire, wasn't it? At home, I think, in the last round of games.
Been a long time coming. Good for them. Good for
yep.
I saw David Griffin did a lovely video. He did one of his usual post-play videos. He's like, oh, and I've got a few special guests. And he turned the camera around and he was in the changing room and all the Derbyshire boys gave him a big old cheer. So that was nice. I liked it.
Yeah, that is nice. Hampshire all out for 389 and Lancashire 23 for 1 in reply. Division 1. Terrible season for Lancashire so far. Not a lot to get happy about, other than in T20s. A lot of Lancashire players in the England setup, though.
It's not in a great summer, are they?
No. Short leg and leg slip in place here. Ball turning into the left-handers from Jack Leach. Regular slip as well. Lewis Gregory, the captain, keeping an eye on things. Surrey still batting 477 for 8 they are at Trent Bridge. Big score. Essex were going along quite well following Worcestershire's 266. But they're now 185 for 4, so just slipping a bit there. A few wickets gone down quite quickly. Warwickshire building a big lead against Kent. Kent all out for 156. Warwickshire 351 for 4. All these teams, Warwickshire, Durham, all up amongst it, looking to jostle with Somerset up in this top bit of the table. All trying to catch Surrey, really. Just a single there.
It does feel like that, as if they've just gone ahead of the peloton.
Mm.
Desperately trying to keep up with them, but it's hard, isn't it, to keep pace with them.
They just go, there's such depth. I haven't really looked much at the bottom of the table, if I'm honest. Is it risk? Lancashire and Kent, no surprise. Kent have had a shocker, haven't they? Just the 1 win from 10 games, 6 defeats. And Lancashire also around there, but they're only just behind Nottinghamshire, Lancs, and Warwickshire.
Lancs are in a bit of trouble, I reckon. It's just not quite right what's going on up there. It just doesn't feel 100% happy. They should be doing better than they are. Right, still Archie Vaughan, having a look at the board already. Kookaburra, 18 gone. 55 left in the day, so we won't quite get to second new ball territory. We might though, actually, if they rattle through the overs quickly enough and you play to 6 o'clock. And we might. Vaughan around the wicket, ball wickets on strike, he's got 28. Now he's got 32. Again, perhaps a tad too straight. From Archie Vaughan, I think that's the 50 partnership up between these two. Warm applause.
Shot that, well played.
Just needs to move that an inch or two to have stump. Still making play. Able to get down and sweep at the moment. You do take the LBW out of play then. Nothing wrong with the run rate. Always positive in the way they play their cricket, Durham. Oh, well bowled. Genuine outside edge. Just didn't quite carry. That's where he wants to be, Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, lovely ball that. As you say, that's a proper edge. Proper chance.
Proper
Tough one. Would have been difficult.
Proper job.
Proper job.
Just that little skip. That right foot goes up.
Yeah. Posing problems, isn't he? The odd ball that can be hit away, but he's picked up the wicket. There's that chance just then.
Still that couple of mid-wickets catching almost either side of Banton. What's Rob Bailey seen? Now the cap. I think James Rue's cap may have come loose. Give that one a bit of flight. Floated it up there. Trying to tempt Scott Borwick, who goes back, taps the pitch. think about two. Borthwick's quick. They'll come back. Right to target the non-strikers in there. I think Alex Lees is not quite as sharp as Scott Borthwick. Borthwick, who's been doing a bit of commentary, did the Durham T20, doesn't play T20 for them anymore. I think he's done a commentary course, actually. Some of us could do with that.
Yeah, I'd love to get on one of those.
So he's quite serious.
No
about
comment
it.
from you, please, Vic.
Archie Vaughan around the wicket. Yes. Charlie Taylor's going to make way.
Yes, I'll make way for a bit of Vic, who I'll be taking furious notes from. That's about as close as I can get to a commentary course.
This is the University of Life for commentary, Charlie. Yeah. Might have a double sub. We've got a special guest. 19 gone. I'll let Vic get settled and then I'll make way.
Well, I'd take Leach off.
Would you?
I would.
You don't say that very often, either, do you?
No. I'd bring it back later.
Okay.
But usually I'm saying put Leach on, but just now I'd take him off.
And who would you bring on?
A Seamer. I'm not sure which one. They're all available. Possibly myself. I'm captain. He looked the most dangerous, actually. I'm conscious of the fact that this Kookaburra ball, which we're using, until it starts to reverse swing, if it does, and it didn't do that much in the Durham innings, it loses its capacity, its hardness, and the ability to swing it conventionally really quite quickly for the seamers. So if they don't bowl with it soon, it won't be a very attractive looking ball for them. Leach's got a lot of work to do, and Leach will bowl much better at the right-handers if we can get them in.
Gregory's at first slip. And the immediate leg slip from Banton at short left. They batted right, these two, though.
They have batted
been
well,
positive.
Yeah. They picked the length very well. They've pulled both these spinners, especially Jack. And sort of blunted the threat quite well.
Well, at the end of the over, I'm going to make way because the president has arrived. And when the president arrives,
It's going to
we
be a
must get him
presidential
on.
address, do you think?
Yes, I think so. Let's get him on, why not? Good to have him down. Saw he was wandering around the ground at lunchtime on the pitch. Harry Everett allowed him on this time. I shall make way, Vic.
Well, excellent news. Let's see. Well, Gregory's got a few puzzles. I mean, the feature of the day so far, apart from the arrival of the president to the commentary box, has been Archie Leach taking a wicket with in his first over as a first-class cricketer. So, give us your overview, Mr. President.
Well, I was sorry not to be here yesterday. I was actually at the Test match on Bash Watch. And I didn't see him. Saw a bit of history with another 66, Joe Root. And today, well, it was a bit of fun this morning. Good to see James Reed get another century. But it looks like it's going to be hard work taking the wickets this afternoon, doesn't it?
It does. It was lovely to see Vaughan get that wicket. That's an absolute beauty. More of that, what I say. In fact, it's quite a good round of applause, that one delivery, but it's the perfect off break, except it didn't just clip the outside edge. But see, he's looked more dangerous against the left-handers than Leach.
there's great interest in everything Archie Vaughan does, disproportionately compared with our other young players. It must be, I suppose he's lived with it his whole life.
I suppose one could argue it might be a bit easier here than up in Yorkshire.
Yeah.
But I think he's handled all that with aplomb in his brief career. Yeah?
There was a young Botham on the stage, wasn't there? Didn't quite make it in.
Well, he
cricket.
played, and he'd played not here. Liam Botham played at Hampshire. I mean, there's in cricket probably more than any other sport. There's a lot of families up there. I mean, there's the Broads, the Stewarts. Sometimes the son outstrips the father.
Yes, I never quite followed my father's 5 for 13 for the gentlemen of Chippenham against Chippenham Technical College, which was a fine bowling performance. I used to score for my dad's cricket team, which was, I suppose, well, apart from being dragged along to Somerset from a very early age.
Dragged along? Oh dear, you don't get dragged now.
No, not at all. But no, it was absolutely required viewing from a very early age to watch Somerset. My mum and dad were both members. My dad played.
Coming down from Chippenham?
Coming down from,
Yeah.
well, yeah, so we would watch, Bath Festival was the highlight of the summer, really. Taunton was a special treat. More rare would we come all the way here, but I saw Somerset in the Sunday League, featuring you, at Glastonbury Street,
Yes.
Bristol Imperial,
Yeah.
all over. In fact, at Chippenham, I got Brian Rose's autograph. He was the last of the team whose autograph I didn't have at Chippenham.
What were we doing playing at
It
Chippenham?
would either have been a second 11 game, or there were a couple of Benson Hedges games against the minor counties, which took place at Chippenham, which was very exciting for us, as you can imagine. There's not much happening out there, by the way, at the moment.
Oh, we've got the pictures. There's seems to be a dog. They're focusing on dogs at the moment, so there can't be much happening in the middle.
In fact, when I got your autograph, Vic,
I didn't tell you to go away.
No, but you were very young at the time, and my mother, who was punctilious about these sort of details, said whenever you get someone's autograph, you should always write the name of the person and the game and the date that you got the autograph. So I'd have to go back and check the game and the date, but I do know that under your name it says Vic Marks, Oxford University.
Well, I was probably still a student, I guess. But also with a sort of summer contract with Somerset at the time. I got a funny feeling I got no runs. I used to play Wiltshire at Chippenham, I fancy, and I failed to score many runs there once.
So it was probably a second 11 game, against Wiltshire.
There was
Very
people like
possible.
Jim Merriweather were bowling, and
Yes.
they had a young a bloke called Butch White, I think.
So Richard Merriweather would have been Jim's son. He was in the year above me at school.
Right, yeah.
Everyone in Chippenham was taught music by my father.
Right.
So he definitely knew the Merriweathers for sure. So my youth was music and cricket.
And now here you are,
Yes.
holding the presidential reins. Have you checked the morale of the gathering throng?
Yes, I think
It's
I
one
think there's real pride in this team being so West Country focused. So I did a little bit of work on becoming the president in terms of listening to people who are associated with the club and come here on a reasonably regular basis to understand what was really important to them. And one of the things which lots of people emphasised was this deep-seated kind of value that the club has in bringing people through the pathways and taking a special pride in West Country cricketers, and this is a team which is replete with local players, isn't it? Which is tremendous to see.
Yeah, and of course we regard local as including Devon and Cornwall,
Yes.
and possibly even Wiltshire. I don't know where we stand on Wiltshire, but we've got concrete connections with Devon and Cornwall.
Yeah, we definitely look west more than we used to when we were playing in Bath and Bristol.
Yeah.
There was when I was at school, there was a bit of a sort of choice. Sometimes we would go to, I'm slightly ashamed to say, we would go to Gloucester if Somerset were away in some far-flung place, but it was never quite the same watching Gloucestershire. We never went so far as being members there, but did go to some fantastic single wicket events there. Did you ever get to one of those or hear about those?
I think Ian Botham used to go and play against Procky usually.
That's right.
And used to lose, presumably. Probably being out drunk as well. Well, no, I can't believe Ian was out drunk.
Yeah, I see. Clearly the result didn't matter, but they were fantastic occasions. Both of them played against Proctor and Richards.
Was Hadley there, perhaps? I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, they sort of got out of fashion, but they
I
used
suppose
to have
the T20 of its day.
Yeah. But I'm sure you're right about it's a real bonus, and to be in every sense to have such a local feel to the team. And the support from Somerset has been unwavering over the years. I do remember we had a captain here in the 90s called Andy Hayhurst, who'd grown up playing in Lancashire, played for Lancashire. And Somerset weren't playing very well. They were languishing, nowhere in the championship or no sign of it. And I remember him saying to me once, he said, well, if I was back at Old Trafford, I mean, we would be getting constant abuse from the pit of hate, they used to call it, the players, somewhere around the pavilion.
Right.
And he was slightly mystified that it didn't seem to happen at Taunton, where they just get a little pat on the back and say, "Oh, don't worry, it's always next year."
Yes, well,
but there has been this. Yes,
social media provides a safety valve for some of that discontent.
Yeah,
I think these days.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm
trying to think of a positive for all that social media. There, you found one, sort of.
Yeah, I'm sure there are people commenting at the moment that it's a disgracefully long time since we took a wicket, and Durham nailed on for 700. But I don't know, that ball from Archie Vaughan was quite something. If you could find a few more.
Well, it's amazing in that, we categorise him, I think, as a batsman who bowls a bit, but actually he's bowled perfectly respectably, and partly because he's bowling at left-handers more threateningly than the great Jack Leach. He's just trying a different angle round the wicket. Hasn't caused too many problems for these two left-handers. He hasn't quite got his rhythm. He's no doubt frustrated by that. One wicket can change it all. It'd be more comfortable to get a right-hander in as well.
Yes.
So your role, in a sense, you are the sort of, potentially, you need to have your ear open. That's one of your functions, I suppose, to sort of pick up areas of mild complaint around and pass them on to the powers that be.
Yes, it's a delightful role in the sense that it has lots of apparent power and zero responsibility.
The
president.
Catch! What a catch! He's got one, and that is one that didn't turn. And they've been playing him off the back foot. That's quite full, and it just kept going round the wicket. The angle might have helped. And one feature of this team, and most teams actually, is the quality of the catching is astonishing. Remember, Craig Overton, 6'6", but he stands at slip, and he should stand at slip, and that ball's about 1.5 inches off the ground, and he's down, and he's waiting for it. Makes it look very, very simple. It's not quite as simple as he made it look, I reckon.
No, that was very good. And that's ball flip.
Yeah.
Gone for 35.
Well, that will... well, obviously that cheers everyone up. There will be less grumbling and mumbling.
Yes.
Wait till we got another wicket.
Yeah.
It would also make a huge difference to Leach, who, it doesn't matter whether you're Jimmy Anderson or Archie Vaughan playing his first game, just getting that wicket and just relaxes you a bit, makes you feel a bit more confident. You'll probably have a right-hander coming in, a formidable one, of course. This player I've actually not seen much live, but has a sparkling record, and many people thought would be keeping for England. Ollie Robinson, because he has a reputation for swashbuckling very effectively. So this will be interesting, but it's a little shift in the balance.
Yes, so I now live in Kent, although I'm working on living somewhere logistically more convenient for Somerset. But
it's not just Sussex; it's got to go a bit further than
yeah,
that.
yeah. But work has required me to be in the southeast for a long time. But Ollie Robinson was very highly regarded at Kent, which is that's the county we live in at the moment. So they had Billings, they had Ollie Robinson, they had Jordan Cox, and
they've lost 2 of those.
Yes,
of course.
and Billings is only playing white ball cricket.
So you're retiring. You've been at NSPCC for
11.5 years.
11.5 years as their chief executive.
That's right. Yeah, which is that's a fabulous job and a wonderful charity, and I enjoy it a great deal. But it's a full-on kind of accountable, responsible job. Highly visible.
Unlike the presidency of Somerset.
As I say, the president of Somerset is zero responsibility. You have no vote in anything, so it is an enjoyable way of, as you say, sort of taking the temperature from all sorts of people, trying to reflect in all directions, really, the opportunities, the challenges, the I mean, it's really important to me that this club stands for the things which have made it great, and one of those are the pathways through the West Country players, for sure, and one of them is competitive, enjoyable cricket in a fantastic environment, and so holding on to these things really matter, and there are all sorts of issues, big and small, which some of which are completely under our control, and others which, as you know, are extremely difficult to influence, because the game is dominated by the ECB, which is dominated by television money, which is dominated by the Indian market, and Somerset has a part to play in all of that, and it's really important that we influence where we can, and stand for what we believe in, but at the same time,
we're sort of bystanders in a way, aren't we? We can express a view, but we, unlike you, we don't necessarily have a vote or.
Well, I suppose we do.
Will eventually.
We will.
Have a vote.
Yes, we will. There is some formality in there, and it's vitally important that the game remembers that, and the counties with the votes don't get railroaded into something which doesn't meet the best principles and interests of the game. But these are challenging times for cricket, but also really exciting times for our county as we continue to produce.
Well, it's unprecedented, I think, actually, how many significant young cricketers have been coming through, far more than when I was here. And you've just got to look round the counties now, and you could probably get very close to a team of, not exactly Somerset exiles, but people who've started at Somerset and decided to move on, or perhaps been gently nudged in that direction because they're not getting an opportunity here, whether You know, I mean, I can't list them all off the top of my head, but there's a Gilchrist at Kent, there's an Eddie Byram, and there's several others that I've just...
George Bartlett,
Bartlett,
Jamie Overton.
Exactly.
Yeah, and of course we've got a few out on loan at the moment.
Yeah.
And every time someone doesn't play in the Somerset first team, this is another chance for social media to say what a brilliant player they are. It's extraordinary how good you can become by not being on the pitch.
Yeah. Yes, you can become very good when you're not playing, when you're just down to the team. Now then, Leach has got a right-hander. And I don't think Robinson will want to be shackled for long.
It's off the edge.
And that's make him run. Yes. He's not as fleet as the foot, Alex Lee, so you've got to make him run.
So yes, just coming back to the president's role, it's quite nice to be slightly semi-detached from the board. So I just try and position myself between the board, who have the obligations and responsibilities, the executive employees of the club who do such a fabulous job to put these occasions on for us and deliver for Somerset County Cricket Club, and then the members, but also the potential members, and certainly with my sort of NSPCC background, engaging and involving young people and listening to and understanding what it is that inspires and interests them is vitally important, and Somerset's been really good at that. And I thought the family day here, especially on one of the Sunday 50 over games, was just an amazing experience for so many young people who were coming to cricket for the first time and having great fun and enjoying bits of what turned out to be an extraordinary game of Derbyshire, one of them, wasn't it? Which was went
last
the wrong
ball,
way,
but it was a last
really
fascinating, exciting last ball, last over finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, and lots of those things which people attribute to the 100 are true of occasions which Somerset have put on at the Cooper Associates County Ground down the ages, and that's what can be so frustrating, I think, to a lot of our supporters, that some of the things that are attributed to the 100 we've been doing for a long time. It looks very different from other places, though. So last week we were at Warwickshire, and some people there were saying, the 100 is so different because we bring families in to the ground, whereas the T20 is just a drunk fest for lots of mostly men of a certain age. And you think, well, you kind of bring that on yourselves to some extent by marketing the Holly Stand as this extraordinary
that's true.
alcoholic place.
See how long you can get the plastic cup snake.
So it's a different world and a different kind of contextual environment, and I think they are being quite successful at Edgbaston in bringing families in. Yeah. But we can do it here.
I suppose we are able to bring families into the T20 Blast. I mean, there'll people be drinking plenty of cider and beer, no doubt, as well. One of the potential assets, and it's been an asset, is the sort of connections. Cricket in Taunton and Somerset is quite important insofar it's quite a significant part in a way that it may not apply in other places, and there are not quite so many distractions in many ways. So that relationship between the support and the players is a lot tighter and closer than many clubs, and we're lucky. We've got to keep that.
Definitely. Yeah, no, it's to have this beacon of sporting excellence for cricket in the heart of the West Country is what we need to be all about, and it's difficult to deny that, especially when we are winning trophies and serving excellent players up to England as well as to the county team. So yeah, good times at Somerset. I think at the moment we just need to do our best to sustain them.
Yeah, in a volatile cricketing world. Out there, well, Vaughan is looking less comfortable, as he will do, against a right-hander, and straight away Robinson just picking up the length. He doesn't need it to be very short, and making a little bit of room and popping him through the offside. I mean, Vaughan's done really well. He's bowled 11 overs now, off the reel. And there's a juggling act for Gregory, I reckon. He's absolutely pinning his hopes on his spinners, which is quite refreshing in a way, but at some point they'll need a break, especially a Vaughan, who's not used to this. But for the moment, he's sticking with the spin twins, the latest spin twins. Each has just become a bit more economical and a bit more in charge of his length since he's got that wicket. Well, there's no point appealing and not thinking it's out. We'll have a look in a minute. We usually get a replay. Let's have a quick look. He's batting on just outside off stump. And I think that's going, nonetheless, I think that's just missing leg stump. It has spun.
We'll give the umpire the benefit of the doubt. Well, this is an absolutely fantastic view that you have up here of the cricket and over the Quantocks in a beautifully air-conditioned office.
Yeah, well, it's no surprise I keep turning up for this. It's the best place to watch in the ground.
I've cooled down very nicely coming to see you here, so keep up the great work. I shall be back to work next week, and I'm not going to be able to make it down for the Surrey game, which is very disappointing. So I shall be tuning in whenever I can to see how we get on with that one, and hopefully there'll still be something to play for.
Yeah, well, they will anyway, but it'd be great if Somerset can snatch a win here, and well, maybe not quite manage to do so. Then there'd be a bit more spice to that game, but it'd be a great occasion anyway. You know, the potential champions put in their place.
Yeah.
Who knows? Tractor, he's been around for since I played here, I reckon. Offering helpful hints.
The next president, perhaps?
Well, it's not quite like the MCC, is it? You don't appoint. I mean, the MCC, I think the outgoing president usually sort of anoints the next man in, provided the veto hasn't been imposed.
Yeah, that's definitely how it works at Middlesex. Because as you do, I was having a conversation with my Middlesex president, contemporary Mark Ramprakash, the other day, and he said he was beginning to think about who he was going to tap on the shoulder, and to be honest, I'm not quite sure how it works here. You emerge. I'm not quite sure how.
Well, no. Actually, there was a controversial presidential incident.
Oh yeah, I recall that.
So there was
a vote.
So clearly there was a vote.
Yeah. So I think it's probably
the CPI, we have to call it now.
Right. I think it's incumbent on the president, a bit like I'm doing at the NSPCC, to try and facilitate a smooth transition to something, whether it's an open competition or a highly acclaimed successor who no one can argue with. That's what we'll need to aim for. So that is a particular thing that I do have a bit of a responsibility for. Of course, the other thing that I did spend quite a lot of time on was the recruitment of the chief executive. So that there is some authority as a consequence of being on the nominations committee of the club, which is distinct from being the president.
So all those around the ground can blame you for something.
Yes,
along the line.
yes.
They probably won't blame me for that. Just in a minute.
If Jamie Cox screws everything up, then that's on me. But as I said at the last AGM, I think my main role with the CEO in the last year was to sit with Gordon Hollins at T20 finals day as he got whiter and whiter and paler, assure him that it really would be okay, and not to worry, and everything will be fine. And I was a sort of blood pressure tablet for the chief executive, so I'm happy to play that role again in successive Sundays in September, if that's helpful.
I'm sure it will be. Although Jamie's pretty cool, it seems.
He is, I think, yeah.
Anyway, well, thanks for popping up.
It's a pleasure, thanks very much. As I say, keep up the great service. We managed 1 wicket in my time here, and maybe Charlie can take a couple more.
Cheers, Peter. Well, the tempo of the game's changed a bit, hasn't it? While we were meandering around, in that a bit more pressure on the batsman, that wicket. Very good catch at slip, give Leach his first wicket, but there's still a couple formidable obstacles out there. Lees has been there from the start, he's got 41, played the spin well, and Ollie Robinson is dangerous from a... that's also dangerous, but he's just managed to get it past Gully, but he's looking a bit more rhythmical and relaxed now, Leach. He's going to be a tired man at the end of this game, I think. So are you, probably.
Well, I'm a tired man always these days. Alarm set for 4:15 every morning.
You wouldn't give up your breakfast,
no,
though, would you?
It's true, I do like.
I often wonder, you know, as I listen to the people who broadcast at that hour of day. You can't complain. You've chosen it. You've chosen it.
And it's nice. The normal days finishing off in the afternoon is very pleasant. 100 up for Durham, 100 for 2. Are you going to be sort of dropping hints to Peter about becoming president then, Vic? Is that what I was sort of hearing you? Dangling the carrot.
I don't think so. But there was it. Yeah, anyway.
He wants a smooth transition of power.
Okay. Power, no power. Well, it is well, some power without responsibility, he said.
Yeah. With great power does not come any responsibility if you're the president, apparently. I'm sure he's just being modest.
Well, it's great to have, you know, all sorts of experience on that board, I guess, and you know, not necessarily in the cricketing field, but to have experience of running great big organisations can prove useful. But mostly, he's dragged that down, and but he hasn't put it away easily. And he's grumpy, and he should be. That was, you know, he's just exercised a bit more control, and then in comes Robinson, right-handed. He liked that, but he's dragged that down. And Robinson, well, he's quick on the ball now. He's shuffling his pack, and the seamers are having a real rest. And it's Andy Hamid, I think, who also bowls off spin. He used to bowl leg spin when he first emerged as a Somerset bowler in the Metro Bank last year. He bowled his leg breaks primarily, and he actually caused quite a bit of damage. But he's now, I'm pretty sure he's going to propel off breaks.
Well, he took his first-class wicket for Somerset in the last round of fixtures at Edgbaston.
So we've got 2 off spinners now in the team, both of who've got 1 wicket in first-class cricket bowling off breaks. Just get it in the right slot to the left-hander. Vaughan's done himself no harm at all, bowling those 11 overs off the reel in his first championship match, taking a wicket, being relatively economical. It's an impressive start. But I think it's a good idea just to let him have a breather. I'm still thinking, even though there is a glimmer of hope that it might be a case for just a few overs of seam at one end. Let's have a look. What is he going to do for the right-hander? He's giving himself protection just behind square on the offside.
Bad ball.
No. Pretty slow he is, actually, by modern standards. I'm going to have a look at the old radar. I think that came up at 44 miles an hour, which by modern standards is slow. That last one, that is, it's pretty slow. I mean, Jack Leach bowls about 56. In fact, I haven't been keeping an eye on his, but
it's just taking a bit of a leading edge there. Yeah, you definitely see the difference in pace between Leach and Umeed. I'm not surprised. I guess it depends on who they're facing up to. It's all about matchups, isn't it? But Goldsworthy's in the side as well. I'm sure we'll see him bowl if we're seeing Umeed.
Yeah, well, I was thinking in terms of the advent of Archie Vaughan in the team. I thought, well, we've got 3 spinners now, but I'm afraid I've done Umeed injustice. He's got on before Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy, I think, will. I mean, in this era, it seems to make a bigger difference, particularly in the first innings. You want your left armers to bowl to right-handers and your off-spinners to bowl to the left-handers. So, I mean, Durham in a happy position having one of each at the crease now. Leach is, of course, the man who's used to bowling long spells, but he hasn't been quite at his best. He's got that 1 wicket. And he fights, he's a fighter. So, even if he's not bowling as well as he can, he'll keep fighting. And claw it all back. He started to claw it back a bit. He's found the left-handers in particular a bit tricky. He's got one of them out though. And I'll give you, a contrast when it comes up on our new magic radar machine, if it does. I mean, that's actually quite slow by Leach standards. That was the last one was about 49. He usually bowls much quicker than that. So I'm keeping an eye on him. 51. But I've seen him bowl 55, 56 regularly. So whether this is conscious or whether it's just the way it's coming out, I'm not sure. Probably quicker, that one. Fielded.
Yeah, that's crucial.
It's getting up 52, 55. Just sort of old-fashioned cricket. This so rarely do we see 2 spinners in operation. We've had that ever since lunch.
It won't be easy for Leach, will it feel like? Shoaib is at the Test match and Leach is here. I'm sure he'd much rather. Well, not that he'd much rather. I'm sure he loves representing Somerset, of course, but I don't think he felt his time was over with England.
Well, I'm sort of hoping it's not, in that England go to Pakistan, quite soon they'll be picking that team, I'd have thought, because they travel at the beginning of October. We're nearly the end of August now, so it's only a month away. And Pakistan is not that spin friendly, but it's not seam friendly either, and the spinners you'd expect to bowl quite a lot. And obviously Shoaib's been playing all summer. You'd expect Shoaib to go, but I would have thought Leach would be in the party, and he's got experience.
Full toss,
beautifully put away actually. The poor ball, but he's just managed to find a space. He's even beaten Aldridge, I think.
Yes.
Well, it can't be stopped then. So my anticipation is, although there's Tom Hartley at Lancashire, who sort of disappeared this summer for various reasons. He was in the T20 World Cup squad but never played. But is that Leach would go to Pakistan as part of a 3/4-pronged spin unit. But we'll wait and see. But it is a weird scenario. For one to be first choice for England and another to be first choice for Somerset. Obviously, if Shaw had been around, he'd been playing in this game.
Yes.
He nearly played in the Warwickshire game. I'm not sure I'm in favour of too much of Mead at this point.
Yeah, I think I would have probably turned to Goldsworthy first. But
Well, I might have turned to one of the seamers. I'm getting
Yeah, I
grumpy,
think-
go grumpy, curmudgeonly old pro.
no,
Just to see what. I mean, I think just for a little change, not forever, but just 2 or 3 overs of either Overton or maybe even Aldridge, because that's horrible. And I think this will be his last over.
That's gone for 4, so we've had 13 runs off this over now with the ball to come.
I think it's a quirky little cunning plan that is more Baldrick than I don't know who else conjures cunning plans.
Well, in a good way.
In a good way. More Baldrick than Brearley.
Oh, very good. That is actually looks very well.
That's the best we can muster.
That is very good. Very good. Well, you are a wordsmith, Vic, so we come to expect it, really.
Well, obviously, I must have learnt it on some course somewhere.
Well, yeah.
That's happening. Is it?
Courses. I don't know where these courses are coming from. Sri Lanka, 97 for 6.
Goodness me.
No spin yet. Wokes has picked up 1, Atkinson 1, Stone 2, and Potts 2 as well. England probably looking at a big win there by Waking. So
Well, they'll have to. They'll have to enforce the follow on. The way it's
to
going.
there, I think, haven't you? Got to. It's 330 runs ahead with 4 wickets in her.
Well, unless there's a rally, they rallied quite well last match.
Well,
Sri Lanka.
it's 200, isn't it, as well, the follow-on target in a Test match. So could do it. Which brought me to the left-handed Lees, who's on 49. 1 away from. Well, he's had to work fairly hard, hasn't he, for his half. Well, he's been helped out a little bit with some bad balls.
He started quickly, and they've managed to exert a bit more control against him, but he's played the spinners really well, especially Leach.
There it is.
Yeah, well, it's a very rock-solid 50 from Alex Leeds. Really stalwart. Durham, a stalwart at Yorkshire for a while. England player now.
He came in and then out of fashion quite quickly with England, didn't he, Lees? He was brought in.
Well, yeah. I think he was a bit unlucky. He did play, of course, at the start of the McCullum era. And as you say, when he was first picked for England, he was in kind of a accumulator role. And obviously that wasn't what McCullum wanted. And he changed. He went back. When he started with Yorkshire way back, he was pretty aggressive, I think, and then he became a little more dour in his approach. Much shuffling of the field. Tempting. Well, 2 short extra covers, 2 slips. He's got the control to bowl to this. That's all right. And now he's hit a good balance. I mean, he scored runs quickly here, quite quickly. How many has he faced? Well, he's faced 101 balls, which is not that rapid in modern parlance, but it's been a positive innings and an invaluable one. It's in the air and it's not going anywhere.
Close though.
That's what he wanted, that leading edge. Look at the onside field. there are only 2 men there, which is saying to him, come on, you can whip me through mid-wicket, or sweep me. You might try that, but that was the leading edge that didn't happen. That's better.
He's been very lucky to find a gap in what is a very packed area there.
Yeah.
Is Robinson.
This is a better over. Got that false shot against Robinson.
What are we going to see now?
Well, where's the captain? Mead's got the ball in his hand, but I'm still not convinced he's going to bowl with it.
No, he's not, is he?
No, he's
going to be Aldridge, I think. I'm going to see Aldridge. You can see the match sponsors today, everyone active. Quite a few of the gyms around Somerset in the southwest.
You a regular visitor?
Not to that particular gym. But in fact, I haven't been to the gym for a while, actually, because I was ill.
Oh, yeah.
If you want more info on everyone active, there you go. QR code for you. No, they're not near my. They're not in my town. Everyone active, so it would be a bit of a faff to miss out on all of the local ones. So we're going to see some seam then. Aldridge is the man with the ball in his hand. So there you go, Vic. You were calling for it. you get your wish.
Well, I was certainly calling for a rest for Mead.
Yes.
After
Should we
12 balls.
call it that? Shall we? Yeah.
Obviously, they expect extravagant movement. They've only got a slip, one slip, and he's just juggling the field. There'll be a slip, and they're giving him a third man, which makes sense. Remember how Lee's guided balls away from Overton down to the third man boundary a couple of times with no apparent risk. So 5 on the offside, 4 on the onside. Can Aldridge find any magic and the change of tempo work? Well, it's a false shot to start with, but
So what is Aldridge in the team for? He's down on the cards. He's down at number 9, but actually came in at number 8, I think, didn't he? Just ahead of Lewis Gregory. So he's probably in his team more for his bowling than his batting, given where he's coming in. So this is his strong suit.
He's here to bowl, if necessary, 18 overs a day, to score runs at number 8 and to catch flies.
Drive, good shot, picked a gap. Won't go for 4, I don't think. Planting as well. Guiding it into the hands of Andy Mead.
Yeah, well, he quite likes that open face glide down to third man. And looking at the offside boundary, they actually got a very square third man. So it might be in Lees' thinking, well, if I can get it fine, there's 4 between the slip and the finish gully. But there is an element of risk there. I mean, it's not going to jag around much, but he's getting it on target, Aldridge. He bowled quite well. He bowled very well in that semi-final. You were probably still either in Spain or ailing.
I was watching on the live stream from my sick bed.
Sick bed.
It was great. That actually made me. That day was the best day probably of the lots of Somerset doing well in the semi-final. Yeah, I thought he did bowl very well, didn't he? Very good player, Aldridge.
And that's in the right quarter. So it's not actually doing much for him, but he change of pace. He's been on target there nicely in his first over.
Leach is still marching in with a bit of.
I think so. I think Leach, well, particularly after that last over he bowled to Robinson, where he induced that false shot. He set a not that unusual field, but a slightly odd field in that. I don't know whether Robinson is a sort of slog sweeper, because if he is, he'll be very tempted to give it a go. On the leg side, Leach has got a wideish mid-on and a man just behind square on the leg side, and that's it. The rest are on the offside. He's got 2 slips, quite close together. He's got 2 short extra covers, also quite close together, mid-off, backward point, and a man protecting the sort of square offside boundary. So he's inviting stroke play on the leg side, but could that be risky? Could that... And so he's posed a problem to Robinson, or he's offered him a dilemma. Do I try and manipulate him on the leg side, but risk a sort of leading edge? Or do I just smack him back over his head? Which he's done very well there. Good shot. With the minimum of fuss too. Let's have another look at that. I mean, he hasn't put much effort into that, but he's timed it beautifully, and it's sailed over mid-off. I think they're going to keep him up though. It's Aldridge there. So obviously they think that's a prime place for a catch to go. If Aldridge, that is Aldridge, I think. Yeah, he's quite close. And he's got him. He's got him. That's what he wanted. Well, he wanted his wicket.
That's brilliant work, Jack Leach. Fantastic. Just kept at it. And it was interesting what you said there about not changing the field, sticking with the plan. Next ball, plan works.
Well, it just turns, and it's another good catch. But it did spin. And he was sort of caught between, should I defend this or should I just push at it? So it kept going, and Leach, almost with relief, arms in the air, another hug for Overton. He's a reassuring bloke to have at first. And also a bit of more doubt sown in that question, because that did spin just perfectly for him. As I said, to the right-handers, I think Leach will be, as he gains confidence now. I promise you 2 wickets now to his name. 55 or 50. He doesn't like that too much. No maidens. Bit expensive. Leach has played him well. But there's something happening. And the confidence will start to flood back, I reckon. Who's coming in next?
Turner.
Ashton Turner, West Aussie. That's right, isn't it?
You can tell by the name Ashton, can't you? This feels
Australian,
Aussie.
does it?
Yeah, it's like Mitchell.
Yeah, there are not many English Mitchells, are they?
Not as many. Feels like
why is Mitchell so popular?
Mitchell.
They're neighbours.
Oh, they may well have been.
But I think there was a Mitchell surname in neighbours. I don't know. There's a lot of Mitchells in Australia. Oh, it's EastEnders.
Oh, Phil Mitchell, that's right.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The Mitchell brothers. And
I'm not very good on my soaps. Okay, that hasn't really resolved it. Anyway, Ashton Turner, who's a bit of a dasher, I think. Presumably he's here sort of partly replacing Beddingham. Okay. Sam will explain, but he's just whispered. He's here. He came for the T20, but Beddingham being away, he stayed with them.
Batting average of 35-ish. Oh, big oohs and ahs out there now. They know Jack Leach will...
well, it doesn't turn like this at the whacker, I can tell you that much. But it's not a Bunsen burner, but there's just enough hope there now. There's the 2 slips waiting. Bat pad in. And relaxing wicket for Leach. So he's sort of... might have a bit more rhythm.
Deficit is still huge here. It's worth remembering. Another wicket or 2 and Durham are in real problems. At the moment, no need to panic. They can still put together some big partnerships, but 128 for 3 as we hear the applause for Jack Leach. Just puts them in a precarious position now, those 3 batters going in this session. Oh no, actually it was the one just before lunch, wasn't it? 52 for Leach, Turner only 3 balls faced.
Yeah, well, I'm enjoying this. That's what I'm getting to.
It's great cricket.
Because we've watched a bit of cricket here, and there are moments where you think, well, this pitch isn't going. It's too batsman friendly, batter friendly, and you really are dependent on batsman error to get a wicket, and there's just enough there for the spinners that you can actually bowl someone out, and he bowled Robinson out. I mean,
Yes.
It wasn't a perfect response to that delivery, but it was a pitch turned, pitched on off stump, forced him to play. Slightly tentative, probably wasn't quite defending and not quite attacking as it happens, but it did turn, as did the wicket that Vaughan got. So there is something there. So it's a better balance.
Oh no, all 3 wickets have been bowlers' wickets, if you like.
Yeah.
It's not batters getting themselves out, although I'm sure they'd look back and say, well, I probably could have played that better, but it's not them.
Not from a horrible hoik that's gone up in the air.
No.
So it's interesting, and once you get settled in on here, as Lees has demonstrated, you can adjust to the turn and you can score runs, but it's not quite as straightforward as sometimes. And quite liking what Aldridge is doing too. And his role at the moment, it's not doing anything for him, but there is this pressure. Batsmen, especially, they don't like it if they're not scoring, and it helps Leach if you've got batsmen who are getting tied down, albeit by non-deviating medium pacers.
But Lees knows as well now, as he has to scamper in to finish off that single. Lees knows that he can't go too hard because he's only with 3 down. They've only got a brand new batter at the other end, so he has to bring himself in a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, he's played more discreetly against Leach. He played a big shot over wide mid on, and he's now got that single down there. They've got man back, which is right. I think they should have that man back. So he's got a single there. But otherwise, he's just playing everything on merit. Really, he's not playing any extravagant shots. I haven't seen a reverse sweep or anything like that against Leach. So he's playing Leach just on merit. So if Leach starts to bowl better, he's more likely just to yield the odd single here and there. And he won't mind doing that with a new batsman at the other end. Now what's happening? Well, oh my goodness me!
Everyone's moving.
They're going all over the shop. They're setting. They obviously know a bit about Turner, and they set. Well, there's 2 men back on the leg side. There's a leg slip. They're going to go. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, there is the odd field placement for the shorter ball. I think first of all, full and straight and see what happens. Oh, and that is full and straight, and he doesn't quite middle it.
He was a bit late on that, wasn't he? He managed to jab the bat down. The field itself looks like almost like the players are the dots in the inner ring in a circle, the way they sort of spread evenly around what would be the inner ring.
Yeah.
So they're, as you say, sort of guarding it, keeping Turner giving him a bit of pressure, try and get off strike. You're going to have to get yourself some runs here. We're not going to give them to you.
Make the Aussies sweat.
Yeah.
Roll dry at the Aussie. That's what they Ashton Turner's Western Australian. I mean, it was just wonderfully simple, and it still stands. The coach or the captain hit top of off stump, bowl dry, and that's how you bowl.
That's
essentially.
cricket, yeah.
If you can do that well, you'll get wickets and you'll win a few games.
Easy to say it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hit the top of off stump, please.
Hit the top of off stump, bowl dry. Which is what Aldridge has managed to do, essentially, in his 2 overs. Yeah. Right, I think, Sam, you're due.
Yeah, you go and take a break because you were here throughout the presidential campaign as well.
4 more. I didn't hear the 4 more years though.
No. If you missed that earlier, president of the club, Pete Wanless, was with us. Having a chat with Vic. Oh, look at that! It's a bit of cream tea. Is that what you're going to go and do now, Vic? A bit of cream tea. And find somewhere. Cream tea. Lives in Devon these days, Vic, so I'm sure he does it the Devon way. Wouldn't want to offend his county men, not quite countrymen, but county men. Single there, 130 for 3 is the score. Sam Dalling comes up alongside me. You strike me as a jam first kind of man.
No.
Good.
Why?
Good.
Well, it makes no sense. It just slides off.
I don't. You don't need to tell me. Just thought I worried you were a bit of a contrarian there.
No.
Well, not in Cornwall. They'd be happy with you. It's defended back to Leach. No run.
We could do a survey, couldn't we, of that'd be a good bit of social media content. And this is exactly why I'm not in charge of social media anyway. Just jam or cream, they just get players coming off the pitch.
Yeah.
Just get them to clip it up.
Cream or jam first.
You'd have Goldsworthy, Gregory, it'd be interesting.
Well, Goldsworthy would have to, even if he does it the other way, he needs to stand by his Cornish roots.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be available for Cornwall selection.
No,
ever again.
he wouldn't be allowed. No, it's very important for him. I'm sure that's part of the culture that you have to sort of sign up to if you're going to be Cornish. Obviously, all the Devon players, there's plenty of those, they'd be quite confident in what they say. I was once told that the Somerset way of doing it is to sort of create a sandwich of it and put the two halves together again once you've buttered, creamed and jammed them.
You missed out. We had some scones up here, homemade scones yesterday.
Oh, miss out. Love a scone. Quick run. Yeah, and do just make it. At least was quick backing out. Throw was good.
He's very quick between the wickets, Ashton Turner. So Vic was saying that there was no intention for him to play red ball cricket. He's played for Durham for a couple of seasons now in the T20, and actually because they qualified and got through to the quarter-final, it's like, oh, well, he's going to be around. And I can't remember if he played in the 100. I assume he did play in the 100. He certainly played in the past. But anyway, he was going to be around. And then they knew they were going to lose Dave Beddingham to the West Indies Test series. So he went over there, as did Miguel Pretorius. And then I think they both came back to England. So Beddingham was actually at the Nottinghamshire game last week at Chester Street in the Nets. He got back the day before, and it's a bit of a risk to play him. But I don't know to the extent this was put on last minute or if clubs just hadn't picked up on it. But there's a West Indies South Africa A tour. In fact, it's not a tour, it's in South Africa. But they're playing some ODIs and an unofficial test. So Beddingham's basically gone straight back out to that. And well, Ashton Turner was around. He's not a bad little player to come in. So I don't think there was any plan for him to play red ball cricket. But he came in, made his debut, scored 100. So it'll be difficult to bring Beddingham back, really.
Yeah, you can't really drop him, can you? That seems a bit cruel.
I suppose Wagner would have made weight given his injury, which is a bit sad. Here's Casey Aldridge to Ashton Turner. Tall man.
Okay.
It's Tom Abel on the effects mic.
I was going to say, I've got a lot
We've got him mic'd up.
Got him mic'd? We haven't got him mic'd.
That'd be good, and that'd be a good step.
Yeah, they do that in the 100. It's chat to bowlers while they're running into bowlers. I do wonder about. Where is Tom? Where's our mic? Is our mic? It feels like it's down his jumper. Aldridge in again, full straight, and just managing to get the back on that. He's turning. Done well, Aldridge, because as Vic was saying, it's not offering him much.
There it is.
There's our
That's
microphone.
why.
That's where Abel is. No wonder we're getting a good sound of him there.
You don't see him at Deep Square in a 4-day game
No.
very often.
Can we get Abes to chat to us in there? Can we get him a Virtue Motors earpiece?
Can
please?
he hear us? Yeah.
Oh, that would
that'd
be
great.
fantastic, wouldn't it?
Push to mid on where there'll be no run. We've got a couple of effects, Mike. There's Tom Banton. So he can't hear us. Imagine if we get I don't think Tom would appreciate someone trying to put a Virtue Motors earpiece on him.
Can someone in the crowd near where Abel's fielding just tell him what we're up to? Say, look, put this earpiece on, and then he wouldn't even have to turn around. We can hear everything he's saying anyway, so just sort of talk normally. We'd be able to chat to him while he's out there. Talked to him about his century yesterday. Shorter
Short.
ball.
Nice, Casey. Nice, Casey.
Andy Mead would do it, I reckon. He's at leg
Yeah.
slip, leg gully. I think Andy Mead.
Yeah. Yeah, his social media is anything to go by. He enjoys that kind of stuff.
He's great, lovely man, Andy Mead.
I feel like we've lost him now. Have I lost him in my head? I can't seem to be able anymore. I'm quite enjoying that. All the clapping we were getting.
It was the face, but straight to Jack Leach at backward point. There he is.
There
Maybe
he is
someone's
again.
told him. Maybe someone in the crowd has told him.
Yeah, keep your voice down, mate. Trying to broadcast. No, we want to hear. As long as he's not going to swear. I can't imagine Tom Abel swearing at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wonder what his swear word of choice would be.
It'd be fiddlesticks or something.
Crumbs.
Yes, yeah.
Jack Leach gets sent out to deep backward point. I won't ask people to comment in the live stream what Tom Abel's
No,
share
don't,
was
no.
to. Please don't do that.
No, that wasn't a text-in question. That was very much rhetorical, wasn't it, Sam?
We should what we should say is they just take a thing out to deep backward point. What we should do is give them a number, give them Harry's number and say, text us which swear word you
Yes,
think.
yeah, which
Come on.
swear word. And then if you could put it in a sentence to sort of send, what would you
The
say?
context, yeah, what?
You, something, add in swear word here, piece of something. And just text it to this number. We just hand out Harry's number on air. Brilliant. I like that.
There we go. On screen, this I'm very excited about. It's in my diary already, actually. 7th of June next year, England women led by Heather Knight take on the West Indies in Metro Bank ODI. If you log on to the Somerset County Cricket Club website, you can enter the ticket ballot now. That will put you in pole position to buy tickets when they go on sale. Forget about Oasis. Forget about the Gallagher brothers. Don't worry about that. That's all going to crash anyway at 9 AM tomorrow morning. There's going to be absolute meltdown. What the ticket you want for next summer is on your screen right now.
Leach in then to the right-handed Turner. He's just digging this one out into mid-wicket. No run. Are you going to be trying for Oasis tickets tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock? Is that the plan?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought it would be. They're not cheap though. Not getting hold of all of it, but enough of it to go down the ground for 4. Feel like the exact shot he was aiming for, but enough power on it to pick up the boundary.
See Mike on the live stream says giving out Harry's numbers against GDPR rules. Don't worry, Mike, we wouldn't give out. We would tease people about it. We wouldn't give Mike's number out. GDPR is the bane of my life at work.
Got him! Bowled. And that's the end of Turner. And Leach picks up another, that's his 3rd. And this is what you get with a world-class spinner like Jack Leach. He's making the difference here. 136 for 4 and Durham are in trouble.
Just wasn't sure whether to go back or forward, Turner there. He ends up playing what's quite an ugly shot. He takes a little shimmy almost towards leg stump and then prods down at it. It's turned a little bit, it's hit the very top of the stumps. Well bowled, Jack Leach. Having a good time of it against Durham this year. 6 for up in the Metrobank One Day Cup. 6 for 27, wasn't it, off 10 overs? Good thing we didn't rest him for half the games. Yeah, 9. Yeah. I don't know, did he get, I can't remember if he played or got wickets up there. They didn't have much spin in that. And I don't think he had much occasion to bowl either.
I've sort of blanked that one out of my memory, to be honest. It was not a great performance from Somerset at Durham in this reverse fixture, but today and yesterday.
So he uses his feet there.
Nice.
Yeah, so he shimmies down towards him, but then pulls out of it, Ashton Turner. And he, for some reason, back outside leg stump. And so he pushes that front knee forward. It's a little bit tentative, look. It's a beauty from Jack.
It is an absolute beauty, and it's only just clipped off stump, but that's all you need. Brilliant work.
Top of off.
Top of off, bowl dry, as Vic was saying.
Basteleda is the new batter in. Fresh from runs last week, 89. In quick time. It was quite a different situation he came to the crease. He'd been set up nicely by centuries from Lees, from McKinney, and from Turner. Although Turner, I don't think they've got 100 by the time the lady was out there. But yeah, scored some quick fire runs. But a very different job on a very different pitch to do here.
Leach is just so good to watch when he gets going, when he gets in a rhythm. Especially on a pitch that just offers enough, which this one's doing. It's not turning square. It's just offering him enough, and that's what he's working with. And when you see him use those conditions, put everything together, it is great to see. He comes again now. Deleda getting forwards. A couple of overseas, one after the other there. Ashton Turner into Bas Deleda. Two slips, crouching, waiting. As this one does come out towards one of them. Jack Leach. Big round of applause for the man who we know is already extremely popular. You could hear that when he walked out to bat earlier today. There's a huge round of applause for Jack Leach. There always is, always will be at Taunton. What he's done for this club over the years, and also representing England. And this is why.
He's bowled, what, 18 overs off the reel from that end?
Yeah.
Probably will end.
3 for, what, 60 odd?
I mean, this is quite unprecedented. It's 23 minutes past 3. We've only got one more over to potentially bowl before tea. We'll go to 3:40. We are. I mean, I thought Durham were quick on their over 8s yesterday. We could finish this game in 3 days and still bowl the allotted number of overs. I can't see there been that much work for the seamers. Aldridge around the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who's looked good actually.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. He's looked different, isn't he, to the others? He's just been very confident, very settled.
And Farhan Ahmed, 7 for 140 on his debut. It's not a bad start, is it?
No, very nice. Very, very nice. No sign of Goldsworthy with the ball in hand yet. I think they're quite happy with these two. Wouldn't touch Leach at the moment. Let him do his thing.
Absolutely not.
Sticking with pace at the other end.
Tucked into the leg side. Ooh, medium pace.
That's how Vic described him.
Did he? I think he'll get there. England needs, Bryden Carson needs to look at. Probably early 80s, is he just about, Casey, at the moment?
Yeah, no reason why not. He's still got plenty of time left in his career.
He's very strong there, just tucking it into the leg side. It's around the wicket angle at him. He looked really comfortable last week as well. 56 he's got now. Is it 55 have I gotten? One too early. 55 from 115. Keep those comments coming in the live stream. A few of you enjoying it by the looks of things. Always enjoying Somerset wickets. Hopefully a few Durham fans in there too. A few Durham fans in the ground. I've seen a couple of Durham shirts, a few hats. Long old trip down, but they made a long weekend of it.
Yeah, why not? Nice trip, nice weekend for it. Shorter ball and defended on his toes by the Dutch international.
Bas Deleda trying his luck with the bat. Good cricketer, Bas. Very good in white ball. Not played much red ball stuff, really. Dozen or so games. Only bowled 7 overs. That's well bowled from Casey Aldridge. Right, if you're going to bowl back of a length, and they've got the field set for that with the leg gully, the long leg, which is Archie Vaughan. Tom Abel down at deep square leg. That's where you've got to be at. You've got to make batters play. Because if he wants to, he either has to sway out of the way of that, or let it hit him. Otherwise, there's a risk. Jack Leach goes out to deep backward point. Oh, that's a beauty from Casey Aldridge. Cut him up on the inside. Good take from James Drew as well. Kept a tad low, that. End of the over. 41 gone. Aldridge there. You can see the ULA speed gun. Oh, we could just gone. I think there was one at 82.9. That's a beauty from Aldridge. Jags back. Goes just over the stumps. One of the better balls he's bowled. And just dies on James Rue.
Just doing an important part of the day. As a commentator up here, you've got to do this every warm day like this. Just on ice cream watch.
Oh, yeah.
Not a lot going on the ice cream front, Sam. Not a lot going on.
There's the great man on screen, Marcus Trescothick, or an image of him, England white ball coach for the time being. If he gets the great gig full time.
If you've got a Virtue Motors earpiece in, wave your whippies. Because I can't see many at the moment.
Oh, there we go. Moved on, it's classy in here.
Oh, here we go.
What are we going to do, sir? Have you got a serve yet?
No, it's cream tea. Is it a cream tea day rather than ice cream, is it?
Yeah, lick the fingers, that's
I tell you what he's done there. He's not sliced his scone particularly evenly.
I like that, though. I like a thin, one thin slice, one really thick one. Yeah.
There's the clotted cream. Got to be clotted cream, isn't it? Lovely stuff. Now, what jam have you gone? Can we zoom in a bit on that? Has he gone for raspberry, strawberry? What have you got?
Slight delay on the pitch. I think it's in the field out. Interesting, funky field. There we are. Yeah, strawberry.
Strawberry. Fair enough.
I'm a raspberry
bit
man personally.
Yeah. You're a, what, a raspberry?
Yeah.
Oh.
Bit sharper.
Yeah. Occasionally see apricot jam, don't you, in
Oh,
those little
funky.
jars?
Yeah.
Not. I wouldn't go for that on a cream tea myself.
I don't think I ever have, but not against it as a. I'll tell you what is lovely in the winter. You come back from walk the dogs, you're a bit wet, and you go into a nice little cafe, tomato soup and a cheese scone, hot cheese scone.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
That's nice. So the man has gone for cream first. This is that's for me. That's the way to do it. But I know some people won't be enjoying that.
Plenty of interaction on the live stream first.
Don't show Lewis Goldsworthy.
No,
He'll
no.
be furious.
Well, that might get him like G'd up. Show him before he goes
Yeah.
out to bat in the T20
Yeah.
game.
Look at this.
Get him
It's
fired
cream
up.
first on this scone.
Lads, just if they want to wind him up, just on his locker, they just put a massive picture.
Cream first on a scone.
Little dab from Deleda. Sorry.
Going to run away all the way. Yeah.
Nicked your over, didn't I?
That's all right.
So, there's a few comments. Cider Junkie. Firstly, he said Harry. Harry and I get confused quite a lot.
Oh, yeah.
There's that all the
People
time.
think you're Harry, which...
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And then he lives off the fame.
I know. I know.
And second of all, no, I'm...
Look,
Oh,
we've got
nice.
the poll. If you're on the YouTube channel, have a look. We just put a poll up there just to try and work out where everyone stands on this.
17
I'm going to
votes.
vote now.
Instantly. 24 votes. Wow.
I voted.
I voted.
Oh, look at that. It's big. I can see the result. I don't want to give away the results just yet. I don't want to influence the poll before people have voted, so keep going.
Secondly, Cider Junkie, I would not be falling for the reading out The Simpsons calling Moe's Tavern. Thank you very much.
Now, what's happened there? It's ended up at Tom Banton's hands at slip. Second slip. Has that just come off the pitch? What's going on?
Interesting, getting live polling. Someone's withdrawn their vote. Back up now.
Oh, it just comes off the wicket keeper, I think, and goes to Banton at slip, second slip. Wow, lots going on. Bit of turn. Leach is in the game, massively in the game. Already picked up 3 wickets. Go on, sorry, back to the important stuff.
Yeah, the important stuff.
Someone says Somerset cricket trying to start World War III here. A lot of Devon and Cornwall cricket fans.
Cream should be... yeah. Barbarians putting cream on first.
What? Warm scone means jam on first, so this cream...
I don't tend to have my scones warm.
No,
though.
I wouldn't have
Not
a
on a
warm,
cream tea.
no,
Cheese
no,
scone, yes.
Yeah, no, the scone on a cream tea needs to be... Well, it needs to be ambient temperature, doesn't it? You don't want it cold. You don't want it, as in out of the fridge cold.
No.
So you put your cream, because your cream's your butter. That's for me. The
Yeah.
jam's is on top. That's how it, for me, that's how it works.
Archie Vaughan back into the attack. We've seen a little bit of Casey Aldridge, only a little bit. I was about to call him Archibald Vaughan, I don't know why. It might be his name, but I don't know what it just... Anyway, he's back into the attack, that little skip. Got 1 wicket, going to Alex Lees. It's just that line, he's just drifting towards leg stump again, isn't he? Like maybe looking to get that perfect ball that turns and hits the top of off. That'd be a beautiful dismissal.
That's how he did it. That's how he made the first breakthrough for Somerset.
Swept. That's just the one outside leg stump, and Borthwick did it as well, encouraging them to sweep. Got over 100 votes on the poll. It shows at least that some people do occasionally listen to us as well, which is quite nice.
Someone said you don't spread cream, and I'm glad to say that they've been shot down by others saying you absolutely do spread clotted cream. Thank you. Yes, you do.
Do you feel like you're on the breakfast show again? Do you feel like you're back at work?
Yeah.
Is your sort of what did you pick up? Was it Yeovil Town had missed out one of the letters in their name?
Not very clever. So on their official merchandise they'd spelt Yeovil wrong, which is not good.
I wanted to delay it. Slight outside edge along the ground.
So yeah, we had a lot of comments, but what we did, we talked about spelling and how important it is generally, and people texted in to say what words they struggle to spell, like particular words they struggle with.
Short ball pulled by, delayed it.
Yeah, that before.
4 more. So maybe we'll just chase that down. What did you get?
Loads of words, actually. Things, what words were they that people couldn't spell? For example, things like when you have to say Wednesday to spell it right, the way to remember stuff like that. That was one of them. Accommodation, how many C's, how many M's? Broccoli, C's and L's.
It's all right, that's what autocorrect's for, isn't it?
Exactly. These days you can get away with it. You sort of make a good old hash of it and it guesses what you want.
Bit of turn for Vaughan there as well, as delayed up,
turn.
Playing down the wrong line, but only because it turned too much.
That one, good idea, I think.
Still going then, 147 for 4 down to 30 overs remaining. Remember, they play until the later of 340 and 32 overs remaining. So good over rate from Somerset. There's those partnerships. They've just not really had a big one yet. Yet being the operative word. They need one. In a bit of trouble here at 147 for 4. There's Will Smead. Fit again, Will Smead. Had a coffee with him this morning. Said, oh, do you want a coffee? He said, yeah, flat white. And I said, oh, yeah, what kind of milk? He went, well, milk, mate. He said, yeah, fair enough. But I'm just used to, I don't know, dairy's not always the main option these days. And I said, oh. You wouldn't do well in London. And he said, nah, I'm very much dairy milk, beef. I said, yeah, you don't get those muscles without
dairy milk and
dairy
beef.
Milk and beef.
Yeah, when you say dairy milk, we're not talking about the chocolate.
No.
Although does sound good as well now, especially with the cream tea.
A few runs in red ball cricket for Will Smead.
Yes, saw that. Good to see, because he hasn't obviously played the white ball contract now with Somerset, but good to see him trying to get back into it. A bit of red ball, second 11 cricket.
We had a chat about that. Couple of slips.
How is he? Is he fully fit now? Is he? Or
Fully
is he
fit,
there?
yeah. Been testing the hammies. Playing for Bridgewater tomorrow as well.
So he didn't play a group game for Somerset, did he? But because he's on the books, I guess he could play in the quarter-final. Because we were having this discussion about how you can't sign someone who hasn't played a group game.
Different comp, mate.
Yeah, I'm talking about the T20.
Yeah, he played in that.
Did he play in the T20?
Yeah, he got injured halfway through it.
Did he get injured in the T20? I've forgotten that.
He could play.
That's right. He started, and then George Thomas came in, didn't he? Yeah.
In theory, he could also play in the Metro Bank.
Yeah, because he didn't represent any team in the 100, and is on obviously a Somerset
Well,
contracted player.
I think you can still play. It's just there's a sort of agreement between the counties that you won't do that. And I think that's the right thing. Yeah. That's assuming. I don't know Will Smead's contract. I'm guessing he might. I assume he's on a white ball, not a T20 only contract.
Yeah,
but
certainly reported as white ball, but as you say, it might not be. Given that he's almost certainly going to pick up 100 gig every time.
So he's essentially like us, just freelancers. Yeah. We're in the same bracket.
Mercenaries. Is that what we're saying? You're a mercenary reporter.
I think we need to be more mercenary than in which case.
Couple of slips in still for Leach. Just delayed her. Faces up. Oh, he's not played that convincingly.
I know. Good news was he really enjoyed playing red ball cricket.
Excellent.
He is fully fit. He loved watching Mr. Thomas do well in his place.
Quite right, I'm sure he did.
And he's very keen to play on Thursday and looking forward to it.
Thursday at Northampton. Interesting, can't wait for that one.
Yeah, and Durham have got a T20 quarter-final as well. They go to the Oval.
Yeah,
that's a big ask
games
for them. Oh,
yeah.
That's a huge game. Be a sellout at the Oval. Sellout at Northamptonshire, I think, already.
Yeah.
Sold that out.
Two slightly different prospects. as far as selling tickets goes, but still important to pack the ground. You can only sell the tickets that that you've got the space for.
Get that man to the top of the class. Archie Vaughan around the wicket. 2 slips, wait. Lee's defend.
I can't go to Wantage Road, sadly, on Thursday. I would love to, but I'm unable to. So I shall be keeping an eye on the coverage.
Well, Becky and I are planning to, but...
Yeah, might be 3 of you.
I think that would be a stretch even for us. But she's very keen. Loves watching. Craigo's her favourite player. Absolutely adores him. As do we all, really. Yep. It's good from Vaughan. It's good from Lees too.
So we think that scones and cream teas have overtaken ice creams here today. That's big news coming out of the county ground. Inside edge, it will run away just for a single there.
They were trying to shift pasties at lunch. I tell you what, have you seen the pasties here recently?
I haven't had a pasty for a while, actually, no.
Saw a couple of patrons tucking into one. Seriously dense meat content. I was impressed because so often it's disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, mostly potato. Yeah. I like potato, but you want a good spread, don't you? Ooh, that's
tucked into the leg side, able to do the fielding. You'd like it up at Durham then, because there's always 2 potato options. They do these meal boxes, and you always get like mash and roast potatoes in there.
Both, yeah.
150 up for Durham, 150 for 4, Lees has. 59 of them, Castellada has 9. Archie Vaughan into the final ball is the 14th. End of the over. 45 gone. What was it after lunch, Charlie? 68 left, I think?
Yeah, that'll be tea, I think, there, just to...
yes.
Yes, it was. 68 remaining, I think. So how many have they bowled?
40 over second.
40 overs. Lovely stuff. Plenty of spin, of course. And Leach doing the damage. Picking up 3 wickets, Leach, in that session by himself. Good work. Helped a lot by Craig Overton, taking a couple of those at slip. One of them, in particular, the first one. Really good catch. Not because Craig Overton had to do a lot to catch it, but because he put himself in such a good position and put his hands exactly where they needed to be, the ball came to him. He barely had to move. Well played, Craig Overton, getting in the right position. There we go. That's how things look at the moment. 150 for 4, still trailing by 342 runs. Durham in a spot of bother here at Taunton, but we will be bringing you the evening session in around about 20 minutes' time. Which will be fascinating one way or another. We'll see how they get on. Durham still with a very good chance of bringing themselves back into this match. Somerset, if they can pick up some wickets early on in that one, well, they'll be thinking about winning it. So we'll see how it goes. But enjoy the next 20 minutes, and we'll rejoin you there for the evening session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mary Elworthy Coven has been helping to raise funds for Somerset County Cricket Club for more years than she cares to remember. This year, Mary held her 30th and final annual fundraising barbecue at Howsat in Fitzhead. The event raised an incredible £6,000, which will be split between Derby Rimmer MND Foundation, the Alzheimer's Society and Somerset County Cricket Club. We would like to welcome Mary and representatives from each organisation onto the field to make the cheque presentation. Mary has been one of Somerset's biggest supporters over the years, and we would like to take this opportunity to make a special presentation to demonstrate what she means to everyone at this club. Mary, please accept this painting as a token of our unending gratitude for everything you have done to support the club for decades. Thank you ever so much. We hope you're enjoying the tea interval here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Time to bring you up to date with scores from around the country, starting with the second Rothsay Test match between England and Sri Lanka at Lord's. Day 2 there, England posted 427 all-outs in their first innings. Sri Lanka currently 129 for 7 at tea, still trailing by 298 runs. Into the Vitality County Championship, starting in Division 1. At Chelmsford, Essex, responding to Worcestershire's 266 all-out, are themselves 266 with 7 first innings wickets down. So the scores are currently level at Chelmsford. Up in Manchester, Lancashire batting in their first innings, replying to Hampshire's 389 all-outs. Lancashire are 102 for 2, still trailing by 287 runs. It's tea at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire, responding to Surrey's 525 all-outs, are 34 for 1 in their first innings, still trailing by 491 runs. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire hosting Kent. Kent made 156 in their first innings. Warwickshire responded with 420. Kent just started their second innings, are 4 without loss, still trailing by 260 runs. Moving into Division 2 at Cardiff, Morgan, responding to Leicestershire's 251 all-outs, are 316 for 5, leading by 65 runs. Down at Hove, hosts Sussex makes 607 for 8 declared. Derbyshire in their first innings are 44 for 4, still trailing by 563 runs. And finally at Headingley, Yorkshire against Middlesex. Yorkshire 601 for 6 declared in their first innings. Middlesex are 49 without loss in response, still trailing by 552 runs. You're up to date with scores from around the country. before we welcome the players and officials back for the evening session. A big happy 17th birthday to Elliot Butterfield off the back of 2 centuries for his club Sanford in Devon. Elliot is sitting in the Somerset stand with some of his teammates. A very happy 17th to you, Elliot. We hope you're having a great day. Please welcome back match umpires Mike Burns and Rob Bailey. Led out by Captain Lewis Gregory. Please welcome back Somerset.
Welcome back to Taunton for the evening session of this game, which Somerset certainly have the upper hand in now. Those 3 wickets falling in the afternoon session to Jack Leach's bowling, meaning that Durham are 150 for 4, replying to Somerset's 492. So still 342 behind with just the 6 wickets in hand. It's Lees there on 59 and Baz Deleda on 9 at the moment for Durham. And we've seen a bit of Leach bowling. In fact, we've seen quite a lot of Leach bowling, 20 overs. We've seen Archie Vaughan take his first wicket in his first over of first-class cricket. He's bowled 14 overs. We've also seen a bit of Aldridge. We've seen some Umeed as well, but the less about that, the better at the moment, the way things went. And Vic Marks is alongside me to see how things pan out in this evening sestion.
Now we're going to see a bit of Goldsworthy, who is going to bowl at, well, Jack Leach's end. I thought, I'm quite surprised they've taken Jack off, but perhaps he'll have a go this end. I don't know. But Goldsworthy is part of the spin quartet and the last summoned. I think Leach is now wandering off into the outfield at deep backward square leg. He might have a bowl this end. I don't know. We'll wait and see. Anyway, Goldsworthy it is. Left arm spin. Had a good spell in the Metro Bank, which is sort of halfway house between red ball cricket and T20 cricket.
Firing it in a bit more than Leach does.
He's yeah, and because he's a less accomplished bowler, he's got a less attacking field too, but he's worth a try, and I think he's probably a bit more reliable than Andy Umeed, whose 2 overs were a little sketchy. But he has picked up the odd wicket, Andy Umeed, in his time. But not today.
Yeah, just the one for Somerset, has to be said.
Oh, was it? Well, he's got some in Metro Bank.
Yes, he does. Oh, sorry, yeah, he does. Just the one first-class wicket, which he picked up last week at Edgbaston, and he looked very happy about that. Just getting an edge. Can't remember who was it he got at. Do you remember who it was? I'll have a look back and see who it was. Someone quite good. Was it Barnard? Someone like that.
Yeah, I think it was. For someone for a duck.
Yes. Oh, got him!
Oh,
What
brilliant catch! What a
catch.
fantastic catch! That's Overton yet again. I thought that bound to have bounced in front of him, and he just stuck out his left hand, and in it went. Well, what an inspired bowling change too. Well, just have a look at this catch. I mean, his hands are now currently on their knees, and then they go down, and then Bush. Oh, I mean, he is astonishing. I keep saying that maybe Aldridge is the best fielder, but I'm not so sure now. Greg Overton is just let back in front of him.
It's a toss-up, isn't it, between those two?
It is a brilliant catch, that there, slip. What reflex! And he gets. Remember, he's 6'6", but he stays down, and bang into those big hands of his. What an inspired by his Lees too, who's been the biggest problem for the Somerset bowlers.
Wow, what a start after tea that is. Wicket in the first over. Goldsworthy. I think at slip you'd always choose Overton over Aldridge. Aldridge may be in the outfield perhaps, but even then, that's brilliant. Just watching the replay again.
It is brilliant, and I've seen him It's not a luck. It's not fluke. I've seen him sometimes around the corner at leg slip, sometimes at slip, standing up to the slow bowler. It's almost a specialist position. You used to find that at England level a few years back, Nasser Hussain would feel it slip to the spinners, but he wouldn't feel it slip to the quicker bowlers. Probably because he'd break a finger. He always break. But he's brilliant against the quicker bowlers at second slip. Is Craig Overton, but he's astonishing there. Very close for Goldsworthy. He's not that quick through the air. He's quite flat, but he's not that quick. And he's got a crucial wicket. I would have thought they'd bring Leach on this end if he's.
Well, as you pointed out as well, Vic, getting least of all the players, he's the one who's looked settled. We were saying before tea how he's looked very calm, like he's played extremely well against the spin, but offering up a very, very tough chance, but it was taken. And Craig Overton is someone who he can. On his day, he'll take some of the best catches you'll see, and that was one of those.
And it is going to be Leach.
Not surprising, really.
Which sort of makes sense now. I mean, you've got another breakthrough. Perhaps he was always going to bowl that over. Perhaps they decided, well, let's just switch ends and let's get Lewis on. Well, he's got that wicket and 5 down for 150, and the pressure's on. Carse, sort of all-rounder status. My hunch is that Carse, more or less judging by the way he bowls, but I think he's an aggressive batsman. Would that be right? I'm looking to our Durham correspondent, Sam. Gets promoted into T20. Suggests to me he likes to play a few shots. But a tricky situation for him. Let's see whether Leach operates as well from our end. It's a pleasure to see him bowl from this end. You can see what's happening a bit better.
2 slips in place. Nice drive. Picking out the fielder though. He's got a batting average just a shade under 30.
Yeah. Well, that's serious stuff, isn't it?
Including 1 first-class 100.
A little bit of spin there.
Somerset can smell blood, I think. The way this has gone now. At least back in the pavilion. Didn't last long after tea. It's 5 balls.
Also, you think Goldsworthy's not their threat, is he? And he just maybe play a bit more loosely.
Down the pitch, in the air, over the fielder, who is at mid-on. It's going to bounce a few times before it reaches the rope. So there we go. That's the attacking intent that you were talking about, Vic.
Yep.
He's going to take the attack to Jack.
Well, that was fairly emphatic. Now we've got the little teaser. And he might just... He's going to wait for Gregory to come back. Gregory's sort of staying in the fit, but he's just wandering back.
No hurry from the captain. Coming forwards.
Essentially, they're not changing the field, but Leach was bowling the next ball before Gregory quite got back to his original position. But he's inviting. Go on, do it again then. Do it again.
This is a fascinating bit of cricket now. Somerset on the attack with 2 spinners. We're going to see. Presumably, Goldsworthy stays on. It wasn't just to allow for the end change.
I think so.
I think you've got to keep him on, especially after.
I mean, I think that's only his 7th first-class wicket. As I scurry into my Goldsworthy file. So he's bowled more in one-day cricket for Somerset and has been quite successful in that mode. But that doesn't mean to say he can't get a few more in this format. I wonder if he got some for Leicestershire. He might have done. Oh, that's that side edge. Looks like I think both of these players actually are inclined to counter this situation aggressively.
Which might be the right way to do it, but it will probably put hearts in mouths of Durham fans, I think, because that was a close chance there as well.
Yeah, well, there's the 2 slips there. Very close.
Coming from pretty wide on the crease.
Well, he doesn't look that threatening, but just land it in the right spot and a little bit of turns available. It's only the single, dragging that from probably just outside off stump, I think.
Yeah.
I think Cast will be minded to try and hit him back over his head too, don't you? But whether he will succeed, we'll find out. But I think that's what he's minded to do. Not that ball though. Wonderful over 8 in this match. Keeps everyone happy.
+9 at the moment.
Especially give bonus points. Yeah. Just a little bit. Not inviting the drive those two, but not too short. But
Well, they take.
once it's in his arc, I think Cast is eyeing the
Yep.
Botham stand. I'll hit it into our chairman's stand, they're thinking. Not that time either.
They do take points off for bad over 8, don't they?
They don't get purses for...
No, we'll see a lot more spin if that was the case, because
Yeah.
teams could get. Well, at the moment, Somerset heading for +9 points.
I mean, years ago they had a penalty system for slow over 8s. The trouble is, but they took it sort of... I think they assessed it at halfway and at the end of the season. So you could go 3 games with a bad over 8.
Yeah, and then
make it up
Yeah.
in you get a dead situation. Suddenly, you might find just bowled 28 overs an hour or something like that. And sometimes the batsman would collude by just patting it back because they didn't want anyone to get fined or anything. So it made for some pretty stupid cricket.
Yeah, you've got to do it game by game, really, haven't you? If you're going to do that.
Yeah. Now then, Leach, more attacking. Field's still up. I think the leader hasn't, I don't think, gone for a lofted drive yet, but he might. Oh!
Got him. Is there an edge? They're asking for it. It's a big ask as well. Not given. Look close. Look very close indeed.
Well, Rue is not the most demonstrative keeper. Was convinced. It was a beautiful delivery. We won't be able to tell much.
Well, he went to take the bails off straight away, didn't he? Which was, I guess, was probably instinctive. Then celebrated.
I don't know if he did. Did he take the bells off? I'm not sure he bothered, did he? Because he thought, he's nicked that.
I think he looked.
Well,
here we go. Here's a replay.
We're going to have a look. I mean, it won't be conclusive because we're wedded to Snicker.
He takes the bail. He does first, and then he celebrates. Yeah.
Oh, that turned too.
Wow,
I think it turns more this end.
Yeah, well, Leach will be happy. Here we go. Let's have another quick look. That's the last one. That's the last one. Yeah,
it's hard. It could have brushed. It could have brushed an arm as it passed.
I also think for wicket keepers, their instinct is always to take when they're standing up to always just touch the stumps.
We're going to have another look.
Right, let's take it.
Hawkeye.
Did this touch?
You make up your mind, dear viewer.
Oh, it's close. That is tight. Very tight. Oh, and another one.
That's the end of ball. He's got on the right end.
Absolutely. Well, this is what we said. Leach against the right-handers. Can be a real handful. Oh, it's close as well. In he comes again then. To Deleda, who's able to get this one out to backwards point, but no more than that. And that is the end of a very good over from Leach, nearly picking up the wicket of Baz Deleda. Somerset here, feeling like something's coming. Keep at it.
Well, it's a different proposition than some of the games we've watched down here. I mean, there've been a lot of runs scored so far in this match, but we've watched the wicket get better and better and more frustrating for bowlers. But this one is starting to turn. And it appears to be now. It seems to be turning more from this end, bowling from this end, than the other one. Unless Leach has now got into his rhythm and relaxed, having got a few wickets, and it's just coming out a bit better. But one or two really did turn in that last over.
Well, there's obviously a decision made at tee, wasn't there? Because they instantly, straight after tee, swapped Leach's end. Here is Leach now on the ball. 162 for 5. Still a big deficit there of over 330. What is it? Exactly 330 now. The deficit between the two.
Well, I can tell you, Jack Leach will be a tired man by the end of this match, but maybe a happy one too. Where's that gone? He's...
Good stop.
Aldridge. Yeah.
No ball.
No ball. You don't get a free hit in this format.
No. Yet to bring in the free hit.
Front foot, or he gets very wide on the crease.
Yes, it could be a back foot as well, a wide.
Oh, that's up in the air and it's gone.
Yeah,
that's fine.
There you go, there's the free hit.
Well,
and on that...
Does he know that was not a free hit?
He would have stayed there.
He probably does.
Yeah. I'm going to make way for Sam Darling to come in, join you. I believe he might have a special guest as well.
Okay, Sam's going to come in as well, is he? Yeah. Well, all excitement, because I don't think they're going to necessarily grind out of this situation.
And there is that. No ball from Goldsworthy. Thanks very much, Vic. We are going to have a special guest. I know he wouldn't describe himself as special, but we think he's special. Will Gidman, one of the coaches up at Durham. He'll tell us if Durham are going to grind out from here, what the approach is going to be. Not sure Ryan Campbell's ever played a brand of cricket that involves doing any grinding. I think that's the last word I'm going to say. I'm going to say the word grind as well. Hello, Will.
Hiya, how you doing? All right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I came for the view.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Have you been up here? So you probably this pavilion wasn't here when you last played, or
certainly not when I last played. It was here when I was last at the ground, but I never took the time to get up here, and I'm glad I have now. It's a stunning view, isn't it?
It's not bad. It's not bad, particularly when they put the pitch on right in front of us. It's quite good. We'd lose a few of the corners, but you're side on in that video.
Yeah, side on. Yeah.
You got decent memories of this ground?
Yeah.
Your time.
Oh yeah, not necessarily because we won plenty down here, but some decent memories because it was always just great cricket. You know, they get such good crowds down here, especially in white ball. So some of the Gloucester-Somerset rivalries were good and very intense. You know, and you used to come down here and they get a full house, especially for the local derby, and it was great fun.
Leach continuing. Triggs isn't here today. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? What was he like to play against?
Triggs was excellent. It's always competitive cricket. It was good fun. You always knew you had a game on your hands with Triggs, and you knew that either way with bat or ball he was coming at you, especially with the bat, obviously. But yeah, no, it was, like I say, it was good fun. Somerset have had some high quality teams over the last few years. It was always a good fun contest coming down here. And as I say, I think, like I said, they got such a passionate crowd here. And for the local derbies especially, they were right up for it. So it was definitely some of the bigger crowds I played in domestic cricket. So yeah, it was really good fun.
Leach, 3 for 71. Bryden Cast is on strike. You guys really like Bryden Cast, don't you, up at Durham?
Yeah. He's such an exciting cricketer, and I just hope for his sake now that he can get a run of games in. I appreciate I'm saying that as we approach the back end of the summer, but even if that's all it is for this summer, it's we're in trouble. Oh, he's gone.
It's a run out. It's just what Durham didn't need. Basteleda, Bryden Cast is down on his haunches. Deleda has the helmet off. He has to go. They tried to take a quick run to point that probably wasn't there. Durham are 170 for 6, and not quite what you needed there, Will.
No, not what we needed. I'm waiting to see a replay of what really happened, but ultimately in the context of the game, that's the last thing we needed. But see what happened.
Deleda is the man to go. So Jack Leach is continuously making things happen in this game. Let's have another look there, and just a push. Cast sets off. Deleda isn't expecting it, I don't think, and he's a long way short there. Let's have that replay. Rude demolishes the stumps, those black gloves.
Be interesting to see that, I think he's got quite close there.
Yeah, because it actually takes the throw's a bit high, isn't it?
Can't see from that angle, but obviously, so I won't do question it too much. But yeah, disappointing. We needed that partnership really to kick on. Two really high quality players. Obviously, we just started talking about Carsey there before that wicket, and Bass is the same. Two incredibly exciting batters, both with really good skill sets against spin bowling, especially.
I think it's Tom Abel with the run out. Right? They ran because it was to the left hand.
Yeah.
He was able to get around. He's very, very quick. Tom Abel in the covers. One of the better fielders around, gets a big high five from Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, it's one of those where when you're trying to build a partnership against good quality spin bowling, you want to try and rotate strike and be busy at the crease. Carsey looking to establish himself at the in the middle. Look, as I say, looking to be busy, looking to rotate strike and pinch the odd quick single, and on that occasion just missing out.
Ben Rain comes to the crease, another guy. People will know him for his bowling primarily, but a genuine all-rounder like Carsey.
Oh, he's played some really valuable innings for us in the past. One of the better number 8s you'll find on the circuit. I think there'd be a lot of argument to say at other clubs he'd be a 6 or a 7. So yeah, really, we got good strength and depth. So still opportunities for a partnership and to build a total.
170 for 6 is the current total. 492 Somerset made. Leach is in. Off a shout, he's way too far down the track for that. Yeah, what's the game plan got to be from here? Let's have another look at that one. I mean, Rain's a long way down there. It's difficult. I'd appreciate you coming up, Will, as well. Many people wouldn't have come up in this situation.
No,
thank you for coming up.
It's fine. It's nice to chat, and as I said, it's a good view from up here. It makes a change from the side-on view, and it's a pleasure.
So the game plan from here, how can you rescue something? Because you're in a bit of trouble, right?
Look, as I said, really, the first port of call is to try and build a partnership. That's what we haven't been able to do just yet. Certainly since Badge got out, Scott Borthwick at 3. So the first port of call is just trying to build some sort of 30, 40, 50 run partnership, re-establish the innings a little bit. Try and dampen the atmosphere a little bit out there. Obviously, they'll be up and lots of noise. They'll be creating an atmosphere out there, a bit of a pressure bubble, if you like. So just trying to dampen that a little bit, and that can only be done through a partnership. So that's the first port of call. And that will, in that small steps. I slid on that.
It did.
Slid on with the arm.
There's only 2 times to leave.
Yeah, and the way you do that is by starting in 10s. Almost just enjoy every 10-run partnership, recognise it, and then let's go again, another 10. Let's go another 10, and then before you know it, you might be on 40, 50, 60-run partnership, and then all of a sudden it's quieter. You've got to feel for the pitch, you've got to feel for the bowlers, and then you've got yourself a nice foundation to then go and make a big partnership that changes the game. But start with 10 runs. Do you know what I mean? Start small and build it up and up.
You use the word enjoy there, even in this situation. Like Ryan Campbell's big on that. In playing with a smile and enjoying, it was the privilege.
Yeah, every scenario is an opportunity. As I've said, we've got 2 guys here who are capable of scoring first-class hundreds. What an opportunity to go and do it on a challenging pitch that's starting to turn off the straight a little bit against against a team that is obviously mood is high. The crowd are enjoying their success as well. What an opportunity now for these two to sort of challenge that and kill the atmosphere a little bit and really spoil their day effectively. It's a great opportunity.
An unusual end of the over, 171 for 6 to be playing against this much spin in a first-class game. What are the guys saying about the pitch? Is it turning? So it started turning straight? Yeah,
it's just start. I think the feedback is it's just started. The odd ones just starting to turn off the straight. I think honestly the general mood is it's opportunity. As you say, we don't often get to play on these types of pitches stereotypically in England. Against good spin bowling, against a guy who's now played a decent amount of international cricket and a couple of other very decent spinners as well. So, but it's although the scoreboard isn't in our favour at the moment, there is still opportunity for somebody to go out there and do something special. And there's hundreds, and then there's hundreds that live a long time, and that's what the opportunity is here.
Leach continuing free wickets to his name. And that's what these guys crave. And you talk about opportunity. I think the Somerset side, if you look at it, there's, I think, 10 of the 11 have come through the academy or been on the academy at some stage, and you're heavily involved with that side of things. The second 11 at Durham. So can you give us a bit of an insight into your role up in the northeast?
Yeah, so as a second team head coach, which has been fantastic. Really good opportunity for me to have the, I don't like the word ownership. I always struggle to think of a better word. But for me to have the running and the ownership of a team, which I've really enjoyed. I suppose there's more onus on me in my decision making, which is a great responsibility to have. And then, as you say, with that, then you also have that responsibility of looking down as well as up in terms of the players coming through and how our academy is shaping up, and some of the players that I might look to get involved in second team cricket, who's ready, who's not ready, that type of thing, which is again really cool part of the job. And as you say, Somerset have got a proud history with their academy, and as have we, fantastic history with our academy. And one of the lovely responsibilities I have as second team coach is to carry that tradition on and keep bringing in guys from that academy and keep bringing, and then as a knock-on effect, into then first team cricket. It's always a special day when an academy graduate, I guess, if you want to call it that, makes his debut in second team cricket, and then even better when they kick on to play first team cricket.
Oh, that one's turned from Leach sharply. Let's have another look at that one. I think it might have hit James Root. It came back, went underneath the bat of Ben Rain. Who knows? Into the gloves and fumbled out. Another good over from Jack Leach, 172 for 6. I having spent a bit of time sort of around both clubs, it feels like they're actually quite similar in these sort of cricketing outposts away from the cities, but breed their own and very much at the heart of the community as well, and that's what's really important.
Yeah, absolutely. You only have to go to one of the local clubs up in the northeast, whether it's Chester Street or Sacriston, that's a club that I know very well. You only have to go to them on a Wednesday evening during the summer to see dozens of kids out there playing their midweek cricket, or whether it's a Sunday morning and it's All-Stars cricket, whatever it might be. And so to recognise what cricket means to the area, and we all know what the northeast is like for sport. They live and breathe it. And again, I really enjoy that. Again, I keep using this word that I don't want to overplay it, but that responsibility of sort of harnessing and embracing that love for their sport and developing it in the individuals that I coach. It's a fantastic job. I feel very lucky to be able to do it.
And you've done a bit of other coaching. I know you were with the Northern Superchargers women, and again, like Somerset, Durham have got a Tier 1 team, and you're very excited about that.
So excited, yeah, very excited. I got into trouble last
be
time.
Careful. Be careful.
That's a good shot. Yeah, really exciting times for Durham cricket, and again, obviously down here with Somerset as well. So can't wait to see how it plays out, really. All I can say at this point is that we're all, from the men's side, we all can't wait to have the girls up there and to sort of, I guess, be a part of their journey. Help in whatever way we can.
That's an interesting shot. It's going to get him 4, I think, Bryden Cass. Almost jabbed it. It was like a boxer's forearm jab from really tight to his body, 4 runs.
Yeah, it just shows Cassie's power there. I'm not sure how short that was from this angle, from where we're sat, but yeah, really good shot. Got deep in the crease, gave himself the opportunity then to extend his arms and open up that was quite a big gap, to be fair, at mid-wicket.
Goldsworthy picked up that 1 wicket straight after tea. Back-to-back boundaries, or have I called it too early? Archie Vaughan is very quick. He's not quick enough, though. Oh, phew. Bit of relief. I called that very early once he got past Tom Abel. Back-to-back boundaries from Cass. And that's what you were talking about. Just takes that little bit of pressure. It's only 8 runs, but it's just a little tiny victory.
Correct. And then with every boundary, or with every 10-run partnership, whatever you want to call it, the Somerset guys will get a little bit quieter. You'll get a bit more comfortable, and things can kick on from there. But when you're in this type of situation, in terms of scoreboard pressure, for want of a better word, that's the only way you can go, is start small and just enjoy seeing that partnership. I think they've got it up there. Current partnership, 12 runs. Okay, so they've ticked off the first target, a 10-run partnership. Now let's see if we can get to 20. let's get to 30, and then before you know it, you'll be on a 50, 60 run partnership, and you're just slowly clawing your way back into the game.
It's a long way back, but it is doable. 182 for 6. Jack Leach just taking his time. Andy Meads under the helmet at leg slip. Craig Overton has taken a couple of brilliant catches. He's got good hands, Craig Overton.
Big hands.
Huge hands. Doesn't drop many. Rain is on strike. All these guys as well, you see, I mean, whenever you need a night watchman or night hawk or whatever term you use, it's like a race just there in the Durham dressing room to get down those Paul Collingwood pavilion steps.
Yeah, they love it. I think Parky's done it a couple of times this year, hasn't he?
Well, he'd have himself in the top 6, wouldn't he? Don't take a run there to the left-handed Goldsworthy. Cast sends him back. Good to have him back as well. Missed a little bit of time, and you've got to be a bit careful with his workload, I guess, given how long he's been out.
Carsey,
yeah.
Yes, but then we will lose him to England now, which was obviously great for him that he's so, he's so highly thought of within their environment that they're prepared to bring him in so early back into the game, which is great for him, but obviously means we miss out on him. But yes, obviously got to be careful with him. You've got to recognise he's been out of the game for a while. Can't see that.
It's gone over Lewis Goldsworthy. There's going to be a chase on, and it's gone for 4. So yeah, just another boundary, free in the space of 5 or 6 balls for Durham. Archie Vaughan's warming up. Had you guys seen much of Archie Vaughan on the set? But you probably don't play second-team cricket against Somerset.
No, you don't. No, we don't. But there's enough. There's enough footage these days that you can pretty much get a decent enough feel of. I suppose there's nothing quite like. There's nothing quite like the feedback of a player who's actually faced him or played against him and that type of thing. But it's not a bad second option to see the footage. So there's enough out there these days to get roughly what you need.
Rain's got 5. Uses the feet.
Great shot.
This is good. Putting the pressure back on Somerset. Back-to-back boundaries from Ben Rain.
Yeah, and that's another good example of the other. Going back to your initial question of how do you sort of claw your way back into the game. I think in these types of conditions, you need to be very clear on what your game plan is. When you approach the crease, you have to know exactly where your boundary option is, how you're going to rotate strike, and again that clarity just gives you that help you need to be successful.
It's going to be Archie Vaughan back into the attack, replacing Lewis Goldsworthy. Left-hander Ben Rain back. Oh, there is a left-hander back out there. Ben Rain, non-strikers then. Bryden Cast, 99 on his back, has 22. Just a little bit of tinkering with the field. This is a big wide question. So for people that might not be as au fait with second 11 cricket, what kind of setup is it at the moment, and how did someone in your role try and manage people into the first 11? What sort of get that competitive edge, get them ready?
Well, first and foremost, you're trying to make them into better players. You're trying to create an environment. For me, my belief of second team cricket is you've got 2 jobs equally as important, arguably. One is to, as a team. Sorry, I'm just pausing to make sure there's not another run out. Firstly, as a team, learn how to win cricket matches, whether that's tactically or in terms of your attitude, your commitment to the game, that type of thing. Then the second job, which equally, if not more important, is to develop the individual as players. And then if you're doing those 2 things half decently, then you should be producing, somewhere close to a first-class cricketer. And then that obviously that success, or if you're having success in those areas, then that in turn is also making the first team better, because the more pressure they have coming on them from the second team, the better performances you're going to get from them, because they know they've got a place to fight for. So that's the type of environment I try to create, as well as making sure they have a good time. They've got to enjoy it. It's sometimes second team cricket can't, especially if you're a slightly older guy who's at the moment not playing first team cricket for whatever reason. It's not always the environment they want to be in. So again, it's also recognising, making sure you get the balance right, and understanding that you've got characters in that team that have different reasons for being there, and making sure you try and create an atmosphere that is enjoyable for everybody.
Gosh, using his feet again. Straight to Amid. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, now, because the days of maybe 15 years ago, end of the over 56, gone 190 for 6. You look at second team scorecards, and it would be 11 adults who had played a fair bit of first team cricket, and it's a slightly different environment. To have that experience it's quite difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this year we've had James Minto, who you may have been watching in the intervals doing his bowling and things. He's 16 years old. We've had 2 or 3 of them. Similarly, we've also had guys in their late 20s, early 30s who have, frustratingly for them, being left out of the first team, trying to top up their workloads or whatever it might be in the second team. So lots of different professionals, players, characters within that environment, and as I say, you've kind of got to try and produce an environment that keeps them happy and enjoying their cricket.
Leach, chance for catch. Big appeal goes up. Tom Banton thinks he's taken one. I never quite know based on reactions
Really
anymore.
tough.
We'll have a look. Rain. From first look, I'm not sure there's anything there.
It's one of those where it's tough visually to see it. You need to be out there really to hear. It's more one of those, if you hear 2 noises, it's very tough to see any deflection from here.
Good work from Banton under the lid.
The other thing that's really, really important for Durham here is that, okay, we're a long way off the total that they got, and that's fine, but there's also points to play for within our own total. You know, the first job will be to get 250, get that first bonus point, which, you know, come the end of the season will be hugely important. So again, it's not just about trying to match 492. It's also, you know, it's trying to tick off smaller targets for our own benefit. You know,
And if you start to look at 492 now, it becomes a bit daunting.
Correct.
Doesn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
That is a mountain to climb. Pushed wide of second slip, they pick up just a single. We talk about some of the characters in the Durham dressing room. I mean, you don't see much of Mark Wood in terms of playing, but actually he's around a fair bit, and he's very much part of the club.
Yes. Yeah. No. Very much so. I mean, we're very lucky with our England guys of their characters. Unbelievably brilliant to have around. And yeah, you're right. And Woody will always come into, again, if it's just keeping his loads up from an England perspective, or just to be around the group, he'll come in and spend some time with the guys. And amazing for the younger guys to sit and talk with him. Do you know what I mean? Imagine again, come back to James Minto, who's down here bowling, an hour with Mark Wood talking cricket and having a bit of fun or whatever it is. And again, just being around a character like that it just picks you up, because he's just so much fun. And then on the flip, and then with Stokesy, again, someone who has the amount of passion that guy has for competing and winning. Again, it's infectious for the group. So we're very lucky that with those two guys, that when we see them, and obviously look, they're away on tour a lot. We don't always get to see them that much, but when we do, it's always fantastic.
Man under the lid on the offside. I think it's going to be another boundary. Durham punching back here. A slog sweep from Ben Rain brings him 4 more to end the over. They're not letting the bowlers get out of their overs here, actually.
Yeah.
Boundaries at the back end.
It's just so important to keep that intent, keep giving yourself the opportunity to, as you say, punch back a little bit, you know, because they're not going to go away. Guys like Jack Leach, he's not going to go away. He's going to keep churning decent deliveries out, and it's important that we do what we can to punch back.
I'm going to apologise in advance, but people will want to know, and I know it's a question you probably get asked all the time about him, but Ben Stokes, what's he like? He's the most intense trainer there is, isn't he? No?
Yeah, well, no, yes, he is, very much so, but
Okay.
not in a, sorry, that's sometimes, not in a bad way. You know, very positively intense. Like, it's not just intense.
Lovely shot from
That's a
Carl.
nice shot. That might run away for 4 as well.
All timing. Tom Lammonby is going to chase it. Not going to get there. That's all about timing.
Yeah,
He's going
great
to have
shot.
as much power as you like, but
Yeah.
that's placement.
There's a lot of smartness that goes with it. He's intense because he has a purpose for his practice and he wants to get there. He wants to achieve that purpose. And if it's not going, then he gets angry. And that, so he's intense because he sets such high standards, I think, is what I'm trying to explain.
200 up for Durham, by the way. That last boundary.
And as I say, the standards he sets for himself is pretty inspiring to watch. And again, for our younger guys who just sit and watch him train every now and then, it's great to see. Great to see how a guy can put so much emphasis on his practice and as I say, set such high standards in terms of what he wants to get out of those practices.
One's in. Half a shout. I don't think there's anything really in that. And you spent a fair bit of time on the slinger to him?
Yeah. My shoulder's screaming at me. My shoulder's very angry at him. But no, without wanting to sound too cheesy, it's an absolute privilege, really. Whether we realise it right now or not, we have one of the cricket greats playing for us, and I'm slinging at him. And again, I don't want to get silly about it, but it really is a privilege to do.
Slinging's not easy though. Actually, it's a skill, isn't it? You can't just.
Got to work hard at it.
Well, but not everyone can do it though, right?
Absolutely.
And I remember watching I've seen the documentary he does, and there's when he's rehabbing that finger of his, and the England physio's and he's just manipulating. I didn't realise you could really rehab a finger like that, and the guy's manipulating, and you could see how much pain he was in. But he's still batting in that point.
So I was I did a lot of slinging at him when he came back from that injury, and it was the most nervous I've ever been slinging. Really? Because if anyone out there has ever held a cricket bat and you get a bowler or a throw or whatever it is, and you get one on the toe of the bat like a Yorker, and that vibration of that then goes through and sends your hand. It's like an electric shock. Now imagine that feeling with a finger that's basically half hanging off. And every time I threw at him or slung at him, and I knew that I'd got it a bit full, and I thought, oh god, this one's going to hurt. He would just drop the bat and hang it. I was like, oh my god! And it was back when he was doing his documentary, so he had a camera crew with him as well. And I've never ever, yes.
That is a counter punch. Just drops it short, Goldsworthy back into the attack, and Ben Rain has hit him over the ropes. This is good from Durham.
Yeah, it is. As I say, they're just taking their opportunity. When they get that bad ball, they're putting it away, which is exactly what you need to do in this situation. So it was, but again, it was good fun. But I've never been so nervous slinging in my life. But yeah, he faces a lot of balls. But again, it comes back to his practice. He's not just doing it for the sake of it. He's doing it because he wants to achieve something, and it's not just because he's bored or that's what perceived as the way of getting better just by facing lots and lots of balls. There's actually there's a purpose every single time he practices, and that's what's really cool to watch.
That's quite cool to watch as well from Ben Rain, who just dances down the track and very nonchalantly lofts Goldsworthy over long on for 6 into the churchyard, I think. So we might have to have a little delay and get a batch of balls. And is this about, have they come together and gone, well, Somerset are trying to rotate, they want to use different bowlers, but we're going to make it so they can't keep going back to them?
It's just about recognising your opportunities to score, similar to a one-day game where in a T20, for example, if you might want to target a certain over to go big at, to go really hard at, and whilst I'm not suggesting they're trying to get 13 or 14 off this over, what I am suggesting is they may have recognised a spell of bowling that they can try and put under pressure, especially whilst the left-hander's in there, facing left arm off spin. So it's just recognising an opportunity where they might be able to put some pressure back on the bowler and touch a lot of wood so far. Ben's doing that really well.
42 from 46 this partnership is worth. That's the whole find a new ball. Will it be broadly similar to the one that has disappeared into that churchyard? Surprised Harry Everett's not here. He'd be one of our co-commentators. He was the guy on the PA yesterday. It was his first day.
Right.
He absolutely loves his cricket. He'll be off. He leaves commentary, gets a text about 6 o'clock, and they say, "Oh, can you come and play a 20-over game an hour and a half away?" He's like, "Yeah, I'll be there for the second innings to field." He was the one who introduced Basileda as trying his luck from one of the ends. Oh,
I didn't hear that. Good job I didn't hear that.
You would have said it completely innocently. I think his explanation was, well, it's the Kookaburra ball. You can't bowl with the Kookaburra ball. Turned a little bit from goals. Yeah, what do you make of this Kookaburra thing? I know it's the boring question.
No, it's not. We've been talking about it a lot. Obviously, we're lucky enough at the moment to have Ashton Turner in our ranks, who obviously plays with the Kookaburra every week in Australia, and we're. It's important. It doesn't seem to be working in England. There'll be a lot of challenges to that from people that would say, but it's it's that challenge that is going to develop big fast bowlers or bowlers that want to bowl quick or and that type of thing, which I get. I fully get that. But there's no doubt that the Kookaburra ball in England is not lasting as long as it does elsewhere in the world, and you're trying to think of reasons for it. And some of the things that we're talking about is potentially how big our squares are in England, for example, and how many used pitches there are. So, for example, if Bryden Cast was to drive this ball on the offside now, its first bounce is going to be in a very dry wicket end, which can't be great for the ball. So we just I love it. I think it's a great experiment, and I think it's important we keep challenging ourselves as cricketers. And I really, really do believe that. I'm not just saying that to be politically correct. I really do think it's a good challenge for us, for our domestic game. But we have to also ask the right questions of it's not quite the same as when they use it in other places of the world.
Doesn't quite time that one, Cast, but it's going to bring him forward. He went up and over, Craig Overton. He teased him for a little bit. I don't think he was ever in any real danger, though. Jack Leach is back on.
No, as soon as I saw, I can't see who it is at mid-off, is it Aldridge? Sort of full sprint turning backwards, I felt pretty comfortable. But for a second now, I thought I'd gone straight up.
Oh, yeah, it is Casey Aldridge, sorry. Craig Overton is naturally at first bit. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as you see that turn, it's always going to be then a screamer of a catch, isn't it? It's good from Cast here. Would the bowlers agree with you? It's a good experiment, the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, they do in the right conditions.
So why is there anything else? Why else it doesn't work? Is it
the other thing we've talked about a little bit is our pitches in England. Do they offer enough pace and bounce?
Right.
Again, I'm only trying to compare it to where they use it on a regular basis, which ultimately is mainly Australia. And again, their pitches over there, quick, bouncy. No, there's not going to be any easy answer to it.
Uses the feet shot of catch. Oh, Tom Habel was swooping. That was just before him. This is good from Leach.
He's done well there, Bryden, because sometimes if you come down the wicket and you've been outsmarted by the bowler, sometimes you've just got to lunge at it and get something on it to make sure you don't run past it, and he's actually done quite well there.
It's a good battle, this. Jack Leach, high quality bowler. Old Leach, he says. Tom Habel, end of the 60th over. 216 for 6. And Dalling alongside Will Gidman, Durham's second 11 coach. Slinger of balls to Ben Stokes. Trusted slinger of balls to Ben Stokes. Do you have a rota? Is that in the WhatsApp group, right? Whose turn is it today?
We share the odd joke about it, yeah. Myself and Alan Walker, who obviously has spent a huge amount of time with Stokes over the years, has been a huge part of his development as a player, and he's done his fair share as well. So yeah, we share the odd joke about whose turn is it.
Casey Aldridge back into the attack. Do you like this as a move?
Yeah. I mean, he's similar to what we did at times yesterday in terms of rotating his seamers from this end, bowling with the wind. He'll look to be aggressive. I think when you've got those different weapons in your armoury, it makes sense to use them at different times of the innings, especially when over the last sort of 7 or 8 overs or so, we've as I said, we've built this nice partnership. It's closing in on 50 now. Change it up and see how you get on.
The partnership's 46 from 55 balls. Theory, we've only got 13 overs left in the day of the 96, but it's not even 10 to 5. This never happens. I mean,
well over, aren't we? Yeah.
You're pretty good, Durham, with over it. Carl Parkinson helps with that, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's the nature of the pitch. You're going to bowl a lot of overs of spin, and as a result, you're going to be well ahead of your over rate, which, as you say, is a nice change.
Casey Aldridge, 4 overs, well, 4.1 overs, 0 for 5 so far. Somerset have used 7 different bowlers, which had, well, we're into the 61st over. We've seen Craig Overton for 3 overs, Lewis Gregory for 2 overs, Casey Aldridge into his 5th, which tells you pretty much all you need to know about the pitch.
Yeah. I mean, look, we knew that coming into the game, Jack Leach was going to be the main threat in terms of workload and obviously delivery as well. But at the same time, what's really important is you don't forget there's other bowlers as well that can be equally, that can be effective. It's one of the things in cricket you can't always. You've got to plan for everyone. You can't just assume that nobody else is going to have an impact in the game. Otherwise, Mother Cricket will catch you out very quickly.
Has a habit of doing that, right?
Yeah.
216 for 6. That around the wicket angle, Casey. That bit of extra height. I think, I was saying a bit earlier, and I think Bryden Cast is sort of the cricketer Casey Aldridge wants to aim to be in a few years' time. A little bit of extra pace.
Yeah.
If you can put on a couple of yards.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a nice comparison. Very similar cricketers. Somebody who can be aggressive with the ball, make things happen. Those game-changing spells where on flat pitches where you think the innings or the game is
no ball there. Has he pushed on? Has there been sort of a peak of Bryden Cast? Is it a steep curve, or has he always been that good and it's just his body is letting down? Or is it a bit of both?
Yeah, definitely a bit of both in terms of his body. He's been so unlucky with injuries.
Yeah.
Like the one he picked up in Australia where he's running into bowl and he slipped. I don't know. In Australia they have a lot of those little. I don't know what you call them. In the middle of the outfield, they have like drain covers, and even they're just holes where they leave their helmets and stuff like that in Australia, and they cover them with loose bits of sort of astro matting, and he slipped on one of those. It's one of those where he's just been so unlucky with injuries. But in terms of ability, it's always been there. John Windows had him on the academy for a couple of years when he first came to England, and it's obvious the talent was always there. Certainly the ability to bowl fast. And then from a batting point of view, that's been a development. We've, again, in terms of skill level, always been there, but just trying to help him understand his game a little bit more, and the game itself.
Takes a bit of time, a little bit of experience. He's at that stage now. Be interesting to see how he goes in that white ball series. There's Casey Aldridge's speed, they've just gone, those speeds, the Eurolay speed gun, but he's sort of hovering around 81, 82. He's in that England Lions setup, and he probably needs to get up a couple of miles an hour.
That's certainly what they'll be trying to do with him. But at the same time, it's a lot of it's about accuracy as well. I mean, you look at someone like Neil Wagner. In terms of ball speed, he's not up there with the quickest in the world, but he's just so deadly accurate with his short ball bowling that he's so effective. But at the same time, it's important you don't put these guys into a corner and say that's what type of bowler you are. It's always important you keep exploring what type of bowlers you can be, not just what you are currently.
Leach to Cast, defending it on the back foot. Yeah, it was such a shame about Wagner. He bowled superbly in that first innings last week, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, again, complete freak injury. Rolled on the ball. He dove for it. The ball rolled up his arm. We broke the unbreakable.
He showed, actually, and I've seen a little bit of it today in some of the fields, but how bowling short isn't just about banging it in with players out on the hook.
Absolutely, it's about accuracy. You can't just do it and think that's going to happen.
Big shout from Jack Leach. He really likes it. He's down. So is Craig Overton. They're looking, pleading. Not given. Let's have another look. Leach really liked it. So did Craig Overton. Close. Definitely close, that, from Jack Leach. You worry as a batter when you're down sweeping as well, like that. Big man Cast, a big stride in, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic game of cat and mouse. They've obviously opened up the leg side completely for him. They're trying to encourage that type of shot, so it's a classic risk-reward. There's high reward for Bryden if he gets it, but at the same time, obviously by that delivery, there's there's certainly some risk as well if you're going to try and play it off the stumps. So great game of cat and mouse.
It's this stuff that both Leach and Castle revel in. Couple of slips. Andy Amid and Tom Abel close together in the covers there, within Castle's eye line. Casey Aldridge is down at long off. Lewis Gregory, we've only seen bowl 2 overs, is it mid-on? End of the over. 62 gone. 218 for 6. So we have a look at what's going on elsewhere. We like to keep an eye on things. Nothing up at Bristol. I mean, that was a shocker, really. I really feel for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I do. I'm not in a political way or anything like that, but I'm not going to comment because I just don't know.
No, exactly.
You know, it's all I know is that it's sad for the club that that's happened.
So much rain they've had.
Yeah, I got no idea what the situation is regarding the pitch or anything like that. And again, I don't want to question the umpires either. So it's just one of those things. It's really sad.
Lancashire 116 for 5, as opposed against Hampshire's 3-8-9. Keaton Jennings half century. Josh Bohannon 43, but they've lost a couple of quick wickets. So Liam Dawson is taking wickets. He made 100, Liam Dawson, and then 14 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 18. He's some cricketer, Liam Dawson. Lancashire in real trouble. Both in that game and in the course of the season. There was a few nervous glances downward before last game, potentially, in terms of the table for Durham. Do you think that win alleviates those worries?
Oh yeah, it does. I don't look at tables until seriously, until whether it's a white ball competition that lasts 3 weeks or a county championship season that lasts 6 months. I'm not a big one to look at tables until I actually need to for the benefit of my job. Do you know what I mean? All you can do is control how well you play on that particular day, and that's my job to get the best out of the players on that particular day. But seeing as you bring it up, obviously, yeah, it was a fantastic win for us, and I think you saw that in the celebrations. And it was such a hard-earned 4-day win, and they're the best ones when you've got to earn it over 4 days, when it's a real grind and you've lost a bowler and you've got players who step up. There is no better feeling in cricket, and this is why we've got to keep fighting for. And I say that I actually don't think we do need to fight that hard for Test match cricket. I think it's alive and kicking personally. But they're the best wins, and I hope the Durham faithful enjoyed watching it as much as the lads enjoyed being part of it.
For the ball pushed away. That's timing again from Bridecast. Aldridge over pitching. Well, he didn't pitch at all. Just pushed through the boundary, and that will be, I think, a 50 partnership up between these two. Unless we've already missed it because we were chattering away, which is easily done. No, I think that's it. There's a few. You can always tell. Cricket crowds always know.
Ripple.
They never miss it.
They never miss it.
53 now, that partnership off 71 balls. Shouldn't have doubted myself. Halfway through the 63rd over. Left alone, outside off stump. Cast 35. Rain 26. You speak to any of the players, actually, they do say, I've talked to some of the Somerset lads about it, opening a beer or a Diet Coke or whatever it is they drink afterwards, when you just sat there, your whites are covered in whatever, sometimes blood if you're a fast bowler, dirt, it just must be a wonderful feeling.
There is no better fit, and do you know what? It's the one thing I miss.
Is it?
People ask me if you miss playing all this. And I don't miss playing in the slightest. The only thing I miss is that first taste of your chosen beverage at the end of a win like that is just not quite the same from the coach's side as it is the player's side. Okay. It's still great because you've put your shift in as well, and you've helped the players through it. It might be a tactical conversation, or it might just be how well or how much you throw at them in the mornings and stuff to help them prepare. So you definitely feel part of it. And it's still brilliant, but it's just not quite the same.
Kept out there. Yeah, and they must be exhausted. Even the batters, right, must feel exhausted because it's mentally taxing and you're on your feet.
You've got to concentrate. Yeah, absolutely. And the batters, stereotypically, there would then be obviously the main part of the fielding unit, and they're the ones that have got to keep the bowlers coming in. And we made a point of that. I wasn't there for the fourth day. We had where was I? For, second team game starting. But we said at the beginning of day 3 when we knew that, or was it day 4? Sorry, you have to forgive me. They're all rolling into one now. When we knew that, when we knew that Wags was injured, and we talked about the fielders now playing a big part because they got to keep bringing these bowlers in. You know, you got to get behind them, and that again, all fast bowlers will hate me for saying this, but that takes its toll as well. But there's nothing. If you're one of the bowlers that have bowled 20, 25, 30 overs in the dirt, you're knackered. You got blood, sweat, and tears in those whites. There's no better feeling.
Leach is in. Actually, we had Cambo up yesterday, but we didn't talk. He didn't bowl much. I know he's not bowling now, but there's a man that bowled 20 odd overs on that day 3 on his first class debut, Daniel Hogg.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about him?
Yeah. So well, you asked me earlier about second team coaching, and that's there is one of the great rewards of second team coaching. And obviously, and the same with Ben McKinney earlier in the game with his first 100. That's why you do it. That is why you do it, and it makes all the hard work worthwhile. Good shot.
Just lofted. Casey Aldridge is such a good fielder. Long on.
Covers the ground well, doesn't he? And you know what, Hoggy's he's a great lad. He's a smart boy. He actually haven't had to do that much with him. He figures it out for himself pretty well. He's obviously got some really nice attributes to his bowling in terms of his height and his seam position. He presents a really nice seam. One of those seams where as a batter, you don't quite know which way it's going to go, whether it's going to seam in or out, or if it's just going to hold in the air, or maybe even come back at you. He doesn't give too much away in his action. So he's really exciting, and I'm really pleased for him. It was a really, in many ways, it was a fantastic week for Durham cricket.
What are the giveaways? That's interesting. So how does he maybe he doesn't do it consciously, but what might batters be looking at for the giveaways?
I think sometimes with certain seamers, they've got an action type where, if they're a classical away swing bowler, for example, you'll see that front side go up nice and strong, and and then for their in swinger, you might actually get a cue that they've left their front side open a little bit to try and push that in swinger in, and then you get those slightly early cues. Whereas with Hogg, you don't quite get that because he's quite a front on action. As I say, you can't really explain it. You just, with certain action types, it's just harder or easier to pick up certain cues of which way the ball's going to go. And his angle as well. He's got a nice angle that just angles into the right hander and then holds a little bit off the pitch sometimes. So he's a really exciting prospect. But most importantly, he's a really good lad, and he listens, he learns. As I said, he's been quite easy to coach in the second team environment because he kind of figures it out for himself, and that's a really, really good trait to have.
How common is that? That's an unfair question.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for that. No, I'm joking. I suppose it's from a coaching point of view, you want different challenges. If there's players that need a little bit more help to figure it out than others, and that's great. That's the challenges you want as a coach. You sit them down, or you go for laps with them and you talk it through. But then I won't lie to you either. It's nice when you get one of those guys that just very switched onto the game and very and they just have a knack of picking it up for themselves.
Picked it up for himself last week. It was 24 hours that started with nicking Brett Hutton off, ended with nicking Brett Hutton after Ollie Robinson, but in between.
Shot.
These two striking the ball well now. They've been out there together for 13 and a bit overs. So at a point where Durham were rocking a little bit, particularly after the run out, that can have a mental toll. Bryden Carter's actually done quite well because that can take its toll on batters.
Absolutely, he'll be gutted as well because Carsey's such a team player. He would have been gutted for Bass there. And sitting up here, it's not easy to know who called what, but yeah, he's done well to pick himself up after that. But it's a really important partnership because I said earlier about how you want to give the rest of the batters a little bit of something to achieve, a bit of hope, if you like, and they've definitely done that. We're 26 runs away from our first bonus point, so you're giving that lower order something to bat for, something to play for, and that's so important.
So much positivity around with Durham. Is it possible? Is Cambo ever not positive? Okay, probably an unfair question, actually.
Look, he's he is a very positive man, and that again, it's similar to what I was talking about with Woody and Stokesy earlier. It's infectious. But you just got to enjoy what you do. You know, look where we are. Beautiful ground, playing a great game, and on a good wicket, good crowd. And I think it's just, you know, we're on a really enjoyable road trip where after this we go and take part in a really exciting quarter-final. It's just a really nice week to be a part of.
Yeah, sell-out crowd presumably at the Oval. I guess it's something you just got to be excited about and say, let's see what happens.
Let's go and take it on.
It's T20, anything can happen. There's Aldridge is in. We've got Vic Marks and Charlie Taylor lurking in the back of the box for a double sub, I think. Will Gibman, been wonderful to have you up here.
Thanks for having me. Sorry, Somerset fans, if I've been boring you. Or
no, not at all. Not at all. It's always great to get a bit of insight. Couple of names. So Minter you mentioned, but finally to keep an eye on.
Yeah, James Minto, who if you've been here at the ground this week, you would have seen him in the intervals getting his bowling work done. Really exciting young prospect, but he's only 16, so we've got to make sure we give him plenty of time. You know, he's going to have he'll go through his journey and he'll have his challenges, or it might be very smooth sailing. Who knows? But let's see. We'll keep an eye on him. But it's really early days. We've actually got a really exciting group of under-16s coming through, all of which has just been taking part in the Super Fours up at Loughborough. They all did really well. So if you can go and look at some of those scorecards. Got a good group of players coming through, and then in the second team, that's a great shot.
It's a lovely shot. Again, timing.
Yeah, so good. And then in the second team, got some guys really looking to kick on with their careers as well. You know, Johnny Bushnell, Mitch Killeen, these type of guys that are just really looking to take the next step in their careers. So it's exciting times, and we'll see how we get on.
Yeah, all these names, Killeen and Mustard back in Durham shirts.
Mustard as well, yeah.
So I met the Colonel on comms, right? I love the fact he's a 40-odd-year-old man that people just call him Colonel.
Yeah.
And he didn't stop talking. And then suddenly I said something to him, and I just got no reply. It's because his boy was batting, and he was just like
zoned
so
in.
Intense. Yeah.
No, he's Hayden's a good boy as well. He's a really talented player, right-handed version of his dad. So similar in the way he plays. And again, another exciting prospect that you kind of got to manage and coach through, and hopefully help him towards the next step of his career as well.
Straight away, as soon as we said that on the live stream, Will, a couple of Somerset fans jumped in and said, no, it's brilliant to have people involved from other teams. Really enjoyed listening to Will. So
good.
Thank you very much to Will Gibman for popping up.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Good luck for the rest of the game. You're very welcome.
Much. Cheers.
Charlie Taylor and Vic Marks are going to come in for a double sub. Not bad. A few test wickets between them up there. It's a spinning pitch. We'll bring a couple of spinners. Brilliant to have Will Gibman up here. Brilliant to have a bit of insight. A lovely speaker. Speaks really well. Very passionate about the game.
Yeah, great to hear from him. Really interesting chat. Thank you very much, Sam. Sam's going to take a bit of a break as well, and we'll bring Vic Marks in. 229 for 6, the score then. As he's opened his arms up here. That's going to go all the way, I think. Just watched it into the sky, couldn't quite see it all the way. Yes, 6 runs. So they have attacked very well here, Durham. Kept a bit of pressure on the bowlers, not let them take complete control. And those runs are accumulating, but they are 6 down, which is worth remembering. And it's a big old deficit as well. 492 was Somerset's score, so worth just bearing in mind.
He said that a long way.
Oh, is there
it's quite a big boundary out there, and he's given it the full Monty, and I'm not sure the ball's been retrieved yet, but
is it our camera that's thumbs up.
Well, it's all right. The camera's all right. The cameraman's
all right. I think the cameraman, hopefully. Yeah, we've got some thumbs up. I think Will might have been. Did we see that on the replay? Was there is he all right? He's still standing, so that's good news. Got his headset back on. We'll see if we can have it, because he can hear us in his headset, I think. So we'll see if we can double check he's all right.
And admire his bravery. We can find a helmet for him. Really,
well, it's tough for camera operators, because if you lose sight of the ball in the air, and it is tough, that's it. You don't know where it's going. Here comes Leach now. It's defended.
I mean, that's a big, brave hit, because there are men on that boundary, but he's confident he can clear them. And it's a good 70 yards, I'd say. 60, 70 yards. That's,
Jackie's always.
it's been a plucky innings just from Rain and a good partnership.
In comes Leach again then. So again, it's Rain defending.
It's worth 65, this partnership, and change the feel of the game. Let's see young Archie Vaughan loosening up, whether he's going to replace Leach for a while at the other end or come this end, we'll wait and see. He's actually bowled much better once he got his wickets, Leach, but he's a bit frustrated he hasn't got one in the last 45 minutes when he's bowled okay. He's beaten the bat occasionally. He's on the LBW appeal. He got a few to turn from this end, Trescothic end, but we're going to see Archie Vaughan come back, who's done a pretty sound job today, wicket in his first over. He'll have some protection, I should think, when Cast in particular is on strike, the right-hander. But the way Rain's played, I think he'll keep going at him as well.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah.
I mean, I think
34 or 41 he is at the moment.
Yeah.
30. Yeah, 34 or 41 for Rain.
Cast is pedestrian by comparison, but 39 off 70. I mean, it's sort of hopes of Somerset bowling Durham out tonight are sort of diminished. And they were all the talk of the follow-on has been silenced for a while, although they haven't saved the follow-on yet. But I think if they get very close, then to around about the 150 mark, what does that mean? 340, another 100 runs or so. Somerset probably wouldn't enforce.
No, well, that's it, because you sort of want to bowl last almost on this, don't you, really?
Anyway, here comes Archie Vaughan. Well, it's like, this is signs of turn. I mean, this is a good surface. I think congratulate the ground surface. It's certainly not an unfair. It's nowhere near an unfair surface. Look at all the runs that have been scored.
Down the pitch. Oh, got something on it there, Archie Vaughan. Took the pace off.
This is the interesting one. If you can, I mean, Rain has played some great shots, bold shots, aerial shots, and Vaughan is, I think, looking at his captain and saying, well, what should we have on the leg side? At the moment, he's got a long off, but not a long on. And the way Rain's played, it wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't go after him. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. That might actually enhance the possibility of him going after it. A bit more zip on that ball, a little bit quicker.
Good ball. It could have been slapped away to the boundary there, but the fact it wasn't suggests...
Well, there was nothing wrong with the ball.
No.
He's trying to drag it from outside off stump. Eventually, Craig Overton took it at slip.
Shorter.
Well, that's a risk-free shot. But you can understand why the off-spinner against the left-hander, there are possibilities. It could go a long way, or it could end up in the air.
That one, that attempted sweep shot there that went to slip, could easily have taken a top edge. Easily. Down the pitch.
He didn't quite. He was, I think he was going for the maximum there initially, but he got a bit close to it. Didn't quite middle it. So it's intriguing stuff, and it's very, very entertaining. It's a characterful fight back, 67 from 170 for 6. Run out too, what a waste to run out. And Durham, well, they're renowned for being combative. And
there we go. Good news. Thumbs
good
up
news
from Will, our cameraman, who got hit by the ball earlier on in a couple of overs ago. Well done, Will.
Yeah. Soldiering on bravely.
We need the physio out there to do the concussion test. If it happened in the game, if it was a player,
well,
he probably would.
Is there a spare helmet around for him?
Yes. Well, they've got a couple behind James Rue here. Can they not give one to Will, our cameraman?
Well, Jack Leach has just left the field. I don't think there's anything wrong with him, but I think he's just having a quick breather. and he's being replaced at the river end by Craig Overton.
Going to bowl a few off breaks.
No, he's not.
I'd like to see it.
Off cutters, perhaps.
Yeah, well, yeah, that'd be interesting.
But he's going to come from around. He's only bowled 3 overs.
Well, it's not a bad idea, I think. If Leach needs a break, why not?
Here he comes. Nicely played, though, by Rains. I didn't realise Rain was such a good batsman as this.
Yeah, proper batter, isn't it, where he's playing? Taking the attack.
Fourth right, but technically pretty sound. Timed the ball well.
His average batting, what is it, 23?
Okay.
High score of 103 not out.
Well, he's got 36 here.
Got 18 first class 50s, so they
Yeah,
tells you
well, he
everything
can
you
clearly bat.
Yeah. It's the quickest bowling they've faced for a little while, I should think. Although Aldridge has been on, hasn't he?
Aldridge.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
Aldridge
quicker.
has bowled well today. Actually, he's there's not much there to help him, but he's been on target. This is more not because he expects Overton to be able to get the ball moving particularly, but it's just a change of tempo, change of pace.
Yeah, it just causes the batter to think differently.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure we'll see spin at the other end.
Well, we've got
Vaughan.
Vaughan bowled a nice over, actually, that last over. I think anything can happen when he's bowling at Rain in particular. Or indeed Cast was looking quite belligerent against him. And it is a short boundary. Certainly straight. Never used to bowl this end.
Not if you could avoid it.
No, which was easy when I was captain.
Yeah, well then there is no problem. Except for the people that you do make bowl from this end. Who would that have been? Who were you?
Well, when I finished... Well, the other spinner we sometimes played was Harvey Trump.
Oh, yeah.
And then, well, I suppose the bowling attack were people like Adrian Jones and Neil Mallender and Graham Rose. So it didn't matter which end they bowled. Yeah. One day cricket, I think. I felt a bit insecure bowling this end, but maybe the boundary isn't that much different. I don't know, but it felt different to get them heading towards the river or the distant lakeside. So it's hard graft. Overton just concedes a couple. Vaughan now takes on the role of senior spinner on the field.
On his first class debut.
He's looked actually, Leach has got better and has got 3 wickets, but Vaughan has outbowled the other 2, no question.
Vaughan's looked excellent. He, in the side as a spinner, you wouldn't feel out of place, would you?
No, it's...
obviously he's not. He's sort of an all-rounder, really, but he's bowling.
Yeah. Well, no, but this is a great way to... He wouldn't be playing this game unless he bowled. And this relates to when I started, actually. Having 2 weapons helps you get in a team. But he's looked very composed with the ball. He hasn't bowled much loose. He's had to wait a bit. He got his first wicket, but I want to see him bowl at Rain because it could go anywhere. It could come up here almost, but it could go up in the air. It's well fielded too. He's out-bowled Umeed, I think it's fair to say, today. And he's probably out-bowled Goldsworthy, and certainly in terms of economy.
Yeah, I think he's looked very much the part in this Somerset side. No complaints if us fans will have seeing his name in future sides, I'm sure. In particular on pitches that are taking a bit of spin. Down the ground. In the air. Is it big enough? Yes, it will be. Quite some distance, actually. Aldridge watches it over his head. 6 more runs. Excellent shot.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that delivery. To be blunt, you know, it's one that they call in the slot in one-day cricket, but in red ball cricket, it's sort of where you want it to be. You just need it to spin a bit. He doesn't middle it, but he's middled it well enough to clear long on. He's going again. Oh, he just adjusted. Actually, it's a good piece of batting. He was coming down again, and he then adjusted to. So that's a good piece of cricket all round. We're going to be denied Vaughan to Rain, unfortunately. But there was aggressive intent there from Cars. So even though he's gone for 6, there's nothing wrong with that over, I can tell you. And he takes his cap like an old pro and wanders off to the boundary. Contemplate another over very shortly. There's 4 overs remaining that have to be bowled, but we're not used to this sort of over rate.
No, just 20 past 5.
20 past 5. And I've had trouble persuading one or two who've never seen this happen before that we do play until 6, not when the overs have been bowled.
It's whichever you get to last, isn't it, really? That's the idea. But you never really need to worry about that because it's always after 6 o'clock anyway that you reach. Well, sometimes you don't even reach the full 96. Overton will stay on then. His 5th over now. Somerset will be very, very keen to get this breakthrough because once you get through Rain, you're into Drizzle, Parkinson, and Hogg, who. Not to say they're bad batters, but they certainly not
in this calibre.
Not in this league.
Well, they've done a good job this pair. A little bit of luck here and there, but they've struck the ball very, very sweetly. And you know, there's Rain. I don't think this ball does it. I don't think the Kookaburra is pleasing the seam bowlers hugely. But Rain's getting into position nicely against Overton and defending soundly. I want to see him against the off spin again. Something will happen.
You'd like a single off the last ball, really.
Yeah.
Keeping on strike there, Overton. Duck.
Yeah. Well, he played it well, though. I'm surprised he doesn't average more than 23, actually, the way he's played here.
Shot and well fielded.
That's Sable for you. So we've got Josh Davey on the field for, I suppose that must be for Jack Leach.
Yeah.
Where's Tom Lammonby today? I haven't seen him field a ball. Is he out there?
Not done a lot, but he has been out there.
Where is he?
Find him.
There he is, I suppose.
Oh,
is that him at?
Yes, that's him in the darker.
It's
cap
funny.
over
He's
here.
just hasn't seemed to have gone to him anywhere.
It does happen, doesn't it? Some games.
So
I mean, it's all total luck, really. Where you get put and where the batters play it and the bowling. And sometimes you just don't see the ball.
Yeah, well, he's another. There's some good fielders out there actually. I think Goldsworthy, Aldridge, Lammonby, Abel. Not to mention Overton. Well, I think he's popped that bouncer down there to say, look, okay, I want to see.
Well, it's exactly what
I
you
want
wanted
to see
now.
Vaughan bowling at Rain. Just to see what happens. And I could be in business at slip, or the long off. Casey Aldridge, who's coming down here, he could be in business. There could be people in the Marcus Trescothick stand in business. He might aim for the Somerset stand, but there's not many there. There's only one segment open. You'll do it well to hit it for 6 down there. So this is a nice little test of, well, both. There's still a slip and a gully. And mid-on, where Captain Gregory loiters, he's still up, saving the single. And that's all short. Yeah. And he's got away with it. That's good.
He's a lucky boy because that should have been put away.
Yeah. But also, I think he was bowling a quicker. I think he sensed that, anything up he was going to wallop, and he just didn't give him the opportunity on that ball. But he might in a minute. Let's have a look. There's a little skip before he sets off. By and large, so he's picked out the ones he wants to hit pretty well. There haven't been too many misses from Rain, but can't believe he's not going to try one big shot this over. Dot ball increases the chance. Come on, he can't play maiden, can he?
Last time you called for a maiden, you called for a wicket maiden from Archie Vaughan, and it worked.
Well, it's a good ball. That's well played too. No. It's gone. Well, he's just waited. He just waited, and there's nothing too bad about that delivery. But he's not gone for the spectacular. Maybe Bryden Caswell. That's more in his favour because he's hitting with the spin. Can he be so cautious? Ooh, he's gone back to one he should have gone forward to. It's a good over. It's a good over. It's a relatively uneventful over. But nonetheless, I found it intriguing.
Well, it's a bit of cat and mouse, isn't it? That's what we like. That's what this form of cricket's about, really. Battle between individuals as well as this team game we're watching. So that was good fun. Two batters come together to discuss where they are, what they think should go on in this part of the game. Thank you for your messages on the stream as well on YouTube. A few Durham fans on there, including Robert. Say, come on, let's knock some of this deficit off as quick as we can. First batting point is almost on the board for Durham. One run away. Overton at Rain now. Progress just stalling a little bit. Since,
well, that's been the sort of pattern in that when the spinner's been bowling, there's been aggression. Partly because you don't want to get trapped by spinners and let them get confidence, because there is a bit of movement, a bit of turn. But against the quicker bowlers, who've bowled perfectly well, Overton now, and Aldridge, you don't think much untoward is going to happen. So you don't necessarily feel the need to sort of go after them, because then their stop ball's not going to get you out. And likewise, the bowlers themselves slip in a gully no more than that, because it's not moving. This damn Kookaburra doesn't move after 30 or 40 overs, and we're way past that now. So both Overton and Aldridge, they see their job as just adding a bit of pressure to the batsman and not go searching much for wickets on a pitch that's not helping them much, but just add a bit of pressure so that the spinners might benefit at the other end as the batsmen feel the need to score, because most batsmen always feel the need to score. And why not? Oh, and that's a okay run.
Better than the last time they did something like that.
Well, it was class, wasn't it? So there's the bonus point. Anyway, there's a bonus point, a batting bonus point for Durham. It's 7-3. Sounds okay.
Early score in a rugby match. That's 7-3.
Yeah. One penalty. Trying. We'll be back into. It must be starting about now.
Yeah, getting going a couple of weeks. Is it? In a week's time. That's the beginning of winter when rugby union returns.
Yeah,
It really does. Oh, no, he's not edged it. He was thinking about it. He was trying his best to edge it, I think.
Yeah, I think that might have moved a bit. I don't know. It rarely happens, but let's have another look. Well, just a fraction, perhaps, but not as much as you missed it by. but they're just a difference, poses a threat.
50 for Cast.
Yeah, well, that's invaluable. He's had a good day, actually. He bowled very well this morning in his one spell. He got a little Roo, and now he's got runs. An important 50 to keep Durham afloat. Jack Leach is back. I'm denied what I'm enjoying, which is Vaughan bowling to the left-handed Rain. But Cast is on strike, and he might be looking to be belligerent again. So it's not dull. There's Vaughan, looking more and more like an old pro there. Coming in for his 20th over of the day. I wonder when he last bowled 20 overs in a day. Just a little bit of spin there. He's not tossing up too often. He knows that the likes of Cast just don't need no invitation to try and go for the big one. He's done that a few times.
Mead, who, if that ball had gone either side of him, would have been chasing it all the way to the boundary, I think.
And he wouldn't have got there either.
Nope. Sweep shot, that'll possibly go all the way. Nope, fielder's there. This is the last scheduled over of the day. We've got half an hour till 6 o'clock. So it gives you an idea.
We always used to bowl at this rate many years ago. Actually, that's not entirely true. But I think when I was 105, 100, I think we had to bowl 110 overs in a day. When I was
Goodness,
knocking around, something like that. Anyway,
hasn't changed since then.
that's not pity. That's sort of. It's only a single, but it's a totally risk-free single.
Rain punched his bat on the way through as well.
Oh, he's getting greedy now.
Yeah, I think missed out on some there.
Well, he got one, but it was a totally risk-free one, and therefore lacked much drama. It's not the full toss, but
trying to get it back onto the stumps at his end. It wasn't a great attempt at that. Rain was in anyway.
So he's still commanding respect. It wasn't his best, it wasn't as good as his previous over, but I'm all admiration. 20 overs. 1 for 59. It's a long time since he got that first wicket, but he's bowled perfectly well with a lot of composure. Given that up until now he's been regarded primarily as a batsman. But he's justified his selection as an all-rounder comfortably so far. He's going to have a busy match. He's going to have to do, if Somerset are going to win this game, he's going to have to do a lot more bowling too. He's going to have a sore shoulder, I reckon, by Sunday night.
14 more wickets is the minimum. Of course, they'll have to bat as well, you'd think, to
I would think so.
get going.
They haven't saved the follow-on, but I think once it gets, they're still 240 adrift. But this partnership has changed the balance of the game and increased, I suppose, the likelihood that Somerset will have to bat again. And then I think we could be in for a fascinating last day, because actually sort of both sides are quite interested in winning this game rather than drawing it. And certainly that applies to Somerset. And Durham, play a positive form of the game. Hello. I'm not sure I'm going to enjoy this, but I think they're setting a sort of field that suggests a few more short deliveries. We shall see how it works. Or not, as the case may be.
bluff.
There's a couple of men out on the leg side. There's a leg slip, leg gully. He's sort of got both options still open to him. I think what it means is that there'll be the odd bouncer. But so far, actually, when the bouncer's been bowled to Rain, he's just calmly ducked it.
very slight possibility that we could see the new ball tonight. If Somerset take it bang on 80, maybe get 1 over out of it.
Possibly.
Seems unlikely that they'd go for it. Save it for the morning.
Well, I mean, it's just possible. But
how can he's literally not going to play. Go BBC Sport.
Notion of bounces. It's going to be the surprise bounce. I mean, but there are two men quite square on the leg side. No one fine, so he needs to get him sort of 2 leg side bowls bounce. So well, perhaps he's not going to. Perhaps it's 2 to go in this over. Still full of energy on the boundary there. He fielded very well in that semi-final.
Yeah, he played very well actually in the games. In the one-day cup that he played. Run out obviously without facing in his first game, but I thought apart from that,
it's actually thinking about it, it's the best possible way to get a duck in your first game. That's the you
can't be at fault, can you? It's not your batting that's the problem. That's for sure.
So you know, we're better in this century at taking the positives, and that was the positive. There was no better way for him to be out in his first match. There's run out at the bowler's end from a fortunate deflection of a straight drive. But he'll remember it, no doubt. And so do we. After what we do now, and how long it will last. A long time for you, Charles.
Yeah, well, who knows? Don't rule yourself out, please, Vic.
Anyway,
we're counting on you hanging
around. We've got this little duel, which I'm sort of quite enjoying, but it's been quite sedate recently, of Vaughan to Rain. Still got the 2 men in there at Slip and Gully. And here we go.
Oh, brilliant. Is it? Not quite.
No, and he kind of knew it as Rue went up, but Vaughan didn't bother. Because he kind of knew he's playing the umpire now. You're right, ump. Good decision, ump.
Quite right. I wouldn't have given that either. But this next one, watch this.
Ooh.
Few issues here for Rain.
I mean, how much longer could Rain resist? He's not. He is resisting at the moment. He's not going for it. It's nicely bowled.
Down the run.
Put him on the mat. Martinez on the mat.
Now we've got a little field change to. Banton's going to stare at him. That'll make him. Surely that'll make him play a big shot. Ooh, no, well bowled again.
Nice. On top here. Rain, as you say, just holding himself back a little.
If he's blocked 5, he might as well block another one, I think, but who knows?
The ball was there to be swept.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, it's gone for 4.
Oh,
poor fielding, Jack Leach.
You are in disgrace, and he'll be furious with himself. It was a good over. Last ball, he just went down. It should have been a single.
Yeah, shame that. Oh, yeah, he wasn't quite settled. I mean, meant to field it.
Yeah.
200. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that he's a polite young man, so he hasn't given Leach an earful.
Oh no, he couldn't do that on the first day, could you? To your England international.
Well, no, probably not. But it should have been just a 1 run over.
I mean, instead of bowling at Rain, he's going to be bowling at Cast now to Craig Overton. He did come through for a single.
Umid's warming up, but surely he's not bowling, is he? I mean, there might be another. Well, Vaughan, I think I'd keep Vaughan on against Rain. I still want to see more of that. He's obviously he's not confident about playing the big shot against him, because he recognises Rain now. That's the danger. Whether he can keep resisting, I don't know.
The results are in on the poll, which was done on.
What are we on? Is this Scone?
Yes, this is cream or jam first, and cream first has come out on top, 60% against 39%.
That must be because we've got more listeners in Devon and Somerset than in Cornwall.
Must be.
I don't know. This is the sort of thing that.
I'm surprised how high jam first is actually. 40%, probably lower than that. But there we are, 60-40.
This is the sort of thing to keep your breakfast program going for a long time.
Well, this is the sort of thing where my producer would then source a cream tea the following day.
Okay.
And I would
eat one.
Have to eat, yeah, of course, against my will, of course.
Okay. Even though it's radio.
Even though it's radio, of course, yeah. It's only right if the presenter's willing to put himself in the position to see which works better.
Okay.
You know, even though it's radio. Because everything's visualised anyway these days, which means there's a camera in your face at all times.
Even when you're broadcasting?
Especially, yeah.
So you have to go to makeup before you start broadcasting at Radio Somerset, do you? Presumably there's a squadron of makeup artists.
That's it. That's what it takes.
Waiting for you.
It's an army. And I have to get there an hour early.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's what my TV colleagues do that when they're on the telly, John Kay and the like. They have to turn up super early, get their makeup done. Which, considering they're already up at a ridiculous time, they then go and sit in a...
Somebody said for radio then, isn't there?
I roll out of bed into the car, so it's not...
No, then.
Not
What's the
quite
delay? Don't know, but we're off again. He's looking at his two combative cricketers. This slightly different heights, Rain and Craig Overton.
One here. Now, do you remember we were having a discussion earlier on about who might be the best fielder on the side, and it was between Aldridge, Abel must be up there, but we were talking about Aldridge and Overton, and we had Overton taking excellent catches at slip. Well, I think our point has been proved by the fact that when Craig Overton is bowling, the man who goes into slip is Casey Aldridge. There you go. So Overton has it when it's anyone else, and then it's Aldridge when it's Overton bowling.
Well, they're lucky. I mean, not lucky. They train hard, but there's a lot of good fielders in this team. Craig Overton is popped off. Josh Davies come on as a sub. Vaughan's going to continue. Rain is on strike, but we've got a new long off because Aldridge is going to slip. Long off is also quite an important position, though, I feel.
Absolutely.
But Aldridge, yes, is taking the slip. Oh, that's a good tickle. That's a frustrating little tickle. Aldridge is after it from slip, and I'll just take a couple. But in a way, I'm disappointed, but I'm impressed by the way Rain has kind of restrained himself in the last 25 minutes or so. He's in. He doesn't think he's going to get out, so I don't need to play any big shots now. You know, I feel my defence is secure. Why take the risk? Sometimes people attack out of not so much weakness, but a certain insecurity because they don't trust their defence. But he trusts. He's been out there long enough to think I can just pick him off. He's got to 49 now. partnership, well, it's near to 100. It's 93. Cast, is he going to be equally cagey? I think I'd be tempted to, but I always am. No, I was crying for Jack to be taken off. Now I want him back on, even though he's bowled about 28, 29 overs.
Yeah, you're a harsh taskmaster, aren't you?
Absolutely, got to be. Yeah. Where is he? He's back on the field, though. I'm just trying to. He's out there, the backward point. Ooh,
good
just
bowling.
a flicker of a possibility of a return catch. That's
turn there, well
a
played.
little bit, nicely played. There's a big gap there on the leg side. Found it. Right, so I don't think Overton's going to bowl the next over because he's not on the pitch. And I think Leach is going to bowl the next over because he's walking with some purpose towards the umpire. I thought actually Leach has got all his wickets from the river end, but he seemed to turn it more when he bowled this end. Didn't get anyone out, but he nearly did. Anyway, Leach is back.
It is
up.
Leach.
Yeah.
They've obviously got you on in their headset. Lewis Gregory's got, got one of those
I don't think so.
Virtue Motors headsets.
I expect he could afford one.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure he can. I'm sure he's probably could walk in and get one if he wanted.
Yes, I
He's
think
captain
so.
of the
I
club.
don't know whether it'd be illegal though. I don't think that would be illegal.
Well, I don't think he could. No, I think he'd have to be given it. He couldn't just sort of pick. Oh, as in legal. Oh, I thought you meant shoplifting. Illegal on the field of play. You mean right? Oh, I see. No, I don't know. Definitely not.
I mean, there was years ago. There was quite a kerfuffle in the first World Cup match of 1999.
Oh, a World Cup that England fans tried to forget. Yep.
Yeah, but I've remembered. But this doesn't involve England. But in the first match, which was, I mean, it seems crazy now. It was South Africa against India, I think, at Hove. Well, of course, no one recognised that so many people wouldn't come and watch. So it was absolutely jammed, completely sold out. And Hove is a small ground. But South Africa against India. Just watch. Where's that one? That's gone. Yeah, it's nowhere back there. Yep. And he's been bowling to that sort of 7-2 leg side field with no one on the boundary. So Cast has taken a view. Anyway, the point is that Hansie Cronje, captain of South Africa, Bob Woolmer, coach of South Africa, always looking to innovate, but they had a sort of two-way system, a thing in his ear, so that Coach Woolmer could pass on information, suggestions, etc. to Cronje, and it wasn't that obvious at the time, but obviously it came out. It came out that was happening. And steps were taken to prevent this ever happening again, or they were told you can't do that.
Well, you didn't have to worry about that in W.G. Grace's day, did you? The laws didn't involve
not the
sort of walkie-talkies and radios.
But of course, you could have someone come on with a drink.
Yeah.
And says, let's say the coach says, boom.
Well, that's all legal, of course.
Yeah,
so where's the line? Yeah, how
yeah.
You can't be in their ear all the time. I think something I saw is you can't use you can't show them stats or.
Well, no, but there was also a time quite recently when Owen Morgan was captaining England, where they had a sort of code system. So they had, like the old tally boards on old scoreboards with numbers.
Yes. Yeah.
And mysteriously, they were holding up numbers from the balcony.
Yeah.
Which clearly indicated something to Owen Morgan, but no one quite knew what, unless it was complete bluff. I don't think it was.
Well, I remember, I think it might have been Steve Smith when he was captain of Australia in some sort of tournament, can't remember which one, got told off because he looked up towards the coaching balcony where the coaches were, their changing rooms, to sort of inquire to his coach whether he should review a decision or not, which because they obviously were watching on the tellies there, and that was deemed
I imagine that is not. I mean, how you legislate?
It's hard. That is hard. Obviously, they didn't have replays. What they had seen is a straight-on camera view live, hadn't they? So they would have a good idea. But, yeah, that's a tough one.
So, but I imagine that. Well, but as you say, I don't know how they implement that. But I don't think you're supposed to look at the balcony and say,
yeah. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
Gaff. Yeah.
Overton back on.
Oh,
that's where she's. I mean, I'm not saying it would have gone to him, but that's where Banton was just now in front of the wicket. I think. I mean. Oh, he was going elsewhere. He was going to try and fetch that to the leg side, and then realised it was too full, and ended up with a unceremonious block. I suppose. I mean, Gregory could, but I'm not sure. But he could bring his mid off. Long off up and say, come on then. Now that they're sort of bedding down. You never quite know. Banton's coming in front again. Could tempt him, but then he'd probably succeed, and then you think, why did I bother? But he might not. Stokes would have him up.
All-out attack usually with Stokes and McCurry. Constantly looking to win the game. I mean, that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, well,
win from here.
I mean, I think Somerset is thinking along those lines. Again, it's a good over though. I mean, it's a maiden. I like maidens. They're quite out of fashion, so I quite like them. He's given him nothing easy, and adding to his little reputation now as a Oscar 23 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 67. I mean, it has turned a little bit, but he's been very accurate, very steady, very calm, good at left-handers especially. It's easier for left-handers. Against left-handers, it's just turning a little bit, perhaps. So, you know, he's had a good day. But he'd like to top it with a wicket. Stand is now worth 98.
Somerset were well on top when these two came together. It's definitely not quite like that anymore. Balance is. Well, it's not shifted away from Somerset, but it's certainly not.
I think also what happens a bit is, well, it seems like that's just one surely. Yeah, ball swoops. You become conscious that this ball, this Kookaburra, has got soft. It's not coming off the pitch with the same venom. And that can apply to spinners as well as quicker bowlers. This is the 80th over, as it happens. Not sure if Craig Overton, you would necessarily want to come on for 1 over, but it's now then. Now what's he going to do? We've got Rain on strike against Jack Leach. And Leach, as you'd expect in a way, is organising his field. I mean, there are men out on the leg side. He has got the bat pad in that sort of encourages Rain to play more shots, perhaps because the front prod is a little bit dangerous. But that's what he's doing. He's in front prodding frame of mind. Could give the spinners the new ball. You could give Leach new ball. I'm not sure about Vaughan in that, only because I doubt whether he's ever bowled with a new ball. So Leach has bowled quite often with a new ball. He's playing cagey as Rain.
Wants to be there tomorrow, I think, by the looks of it. Change in mindset. Oh, does come off a bat, has it? No. What's that come off then? Big
Pad,
reverse. Is it just a pad?
Well, if it hit it, he's out.
Yeah.
He caught it.
Well caught.
He just showed a bit of impatience there. There's a big gap up behind the square on the offside, but he went for the reverse sweep.
We're facing the wrong way for this one. What's
Yeah,
that?
well,
Oh,
he's
yes,
hit
come off
him-
pad.
It's
Yeah.
hit him outside the line. By
Yeah.
it was a bad appeal, really, for LBW and Leach, but you get like that after a while.
No, I was looking at the catch thinking, I thought it sounded like it hit something hard, but in the end it was just pad. It's a strange one. Banton catching it where he's standing, coming off a pad. There we go.
Well, when it goes quickly off the pad, people get excited because it goes quickly. You think it must have come off the pad.
Yeah,
No, it's clearly off the pad. And he's still there, but it's not shot to play because he's been playing so sort of cagely. They are going to take the new ball, but who's going to bowl it?
It's Gregory's got it in his hand. It's not
Well,
going to be
I
Leach,
don't-
obviously.
I think I was not good thinking there, Charlie. And why is that?
Well, he's only just finished his last one. So who's it going to be?
This is not the 100. You've been watching too much of the 100, or enough of the 100.
Yeah,
you know.
well, yes, I've been watching just enough.
Yeah.
So it's going to. It looks like it's Vaughan, I think.
Vaughan's going to bowl.
Yeah.
I wonder if Vaughan's ever bowled the new ball, but who knows? He's going to bowl with the new ball now. Leach is quite accustomed to that, and there will be a bit more bounce. Of course, it flies off the bat a bit quicker as well, especially when the quicker bowlers are on. Let's see. Well, it's an interesting ploy. Gregory likes interesting ploys. He wants that ball in condition just in case it's a bit, that he could bowl one of his quick notes. It's only a couple overs. Ball might be 3 with the way these. Actually, we've got to remember that the pavilion clock.
Yes, it's very wrong. Don't look at that one.
Yeah.
It's 5 minutes slow. What is it now? 5 to 6.
Yeah, 17:55. I presume they go by that scoreboard.
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
It's quite tricky commentating nowadays, I've discovered. But with these electronic scoreboards, they remove the score very often. So you're just about to sort of basically give someone the score, and I don't know, there could be an advert or a replay. And where do you look?
The really tricky ones, when I've done the 100, the scoreboards are quite often they're deliberately not showing the score. In the second innings, they sort of count down. They don't show you what the score is at the moment. They show you how many runs are left. You just cannot see the score at all. It's a 100-run partnership, by the way, is why there was a ripple of applause there.
Charlie, you're still on fire. And, well, it's been a very fine and frustrating from a Somerset perspective partnership, but excellent for Durham. I mean, the good sides. And Durham are a good side. And they got promoted last year and they've done pretty well this year.
50 for rain.
They find a way of getting back into the game. We've seen Somerset do it quite often after a stuttering start to an innings. And Durham have managed that. Against the odds, though, you thought when that run out happened, they were on a bit of a downfall. Well, that's probably Vaughan's last contribution with the ball. So there you go, 24 overs, 1 for 69. Very respectable. Great start. He's bowled perfectly well since then, and you can only be impressed.
Less than 3 and over. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I mean, we want more wickets, obviously, but so does everyone else. So, Leach, he's going to come on and propel what will be his 33rd over. Remember, Somerset were batting this morning, so he's bowled a lot, as he was always going to. 3 is much better than 4 is much better than 3 in the final column. He's got rain on at his end. He's got a hard ball instead of an old one. He's sort of used to that. He's taking his time. This will be the last over. He's just rubbing his hand in the dust.
Rain will be determined to make sure he's coming back in at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Played well. Oh, this is in the air.
It's in the air, but it's just short.
Oh, there's a bit of risk attached. I suppose he'd say, well, that's exactly where I wanted it to go, so no risk at all, but you can get those wrong. Gets him off strike.
Just for a second, I thought that was going to carry it. So he's got off strike. I don't suppose we're that keen to face anymore.
Oh, is that a wicket?
No one's going anywhere. I must only assume that. Let's have a look at it. I think they. I don't know what they were appealing for. First of all, I think. If he didn't hit it, but I think if. I mean, they're thinking if he didn't hit it, surely he would have got a good shout for LBW here. I think they're sort of. I don't know what they're appealing for. I think they're feeling for LBW first of all. But it's flew first slip.
I thought it was for the catch there.
Well, it could have been.
Very tricky to know. That's. Oh, Jack Leach and Craig Overton in particular were confident.
Well, the confidence doesn't always be absolutely certain. Anyway, I think that's
that. Yeah, it's just ticked over at 6 o'clock. So the players begin to leave the field. We've seen over 100 overs of cricket today.
And we'll see probably a similar amount tomorrow. Forecast good, game moving, but not quite as quickly as we thought it would be. A lot of runs out there, but possibilities. And a quick word between Craig Overton and Mike Burns. They've had a few conversations today. Anyway, this game has got a lot of life left in it. It's going to be an intriguing one, I reckon. And we're going to see a lot of spin and a lot of overs. A memorable day for, I reckon, Archie Vaughan. Great fight back, actually, from Durham, from Rain and Cass. But a lot of drama ahead, I suspect.
Yeah, well, it feels like it's bubbling up quite nicely, this one. Although very good recovery, as you say, from 170 for 6 to 272 for 6. A few calls for LBW and catches in that time, but nothing that led to a wicket, so Somerset will have to come back and try again tomorrow. Durham will want to keep on rebuilding. There's still a fair few runs. What are they? 220 odd behind still, so plenty of runs to make up.
220 precisely.
Bang on. Thank you, Vic. So, yes, lots still to do here, and we'll be back with you tomorrow morning from just before 11 to join us. But for now, from me, Charlie Taylor, from Vic Marks and from Sam Dowling, thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow.
Like that.